Coach, in these kinds of games, is there anything that you kind of encourage your players to just play a little bit more cautious to
No.
these kind of injuries?
No.
Overall, disappointed with that effort tonight?
Yeah.
What are you seeing there that results in what happened?
It's not skating. Bad decision. Like, our breakouts were terrible, so, like, just tough time getting in and out of the zone tonight, so kind of messes up your whole game.
Is that, do you think a lot of that due to, you know, mixing up those lines due to a lot of
No.
What are your thoughts of the Logan O'Connor fight there in the end?
I thought he did a good job sticking up for himself. Should have been a penalty, interference. Doesn't get the call, so he took it upon himself to settle the score.
You mentioned that Lindgren injury this morning. Is that a day-to-day thing, or is there?
They're all day-to-day now. We're approaching playoffs, so if he doesn't play this weekend, he's day-to-day.
He's an angry elf.
Yeah, he was angry after the game. I'll be honest. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you want me to do exactly with a game that the Avs play where they played awful, but it's also very obvious that this team was just, they're toiling along until the playoffs start. And it's going to be really hard for me to judge any other game that the Avs are going to play until the playoffs start. I mean, Bednar is not going to accept that because Bednar is the head coach of the team. Me, as in a just purely a fan, it's very simple for me to look at the situation that they're in right now and be like, yeah, if they are just kind of lollygagging their way through a game, then I can understand why. I get it. What, am I going to get on the show today and start yelling that Jimmy Vesey wasn't good enough yesterday or something? Am I going to start yelling about Keaton Middleton? I mean, it's, to me, kind of like whatever. You played against Vancouver. You played really bad. It affects you 0% for anything moving forward in the future. It's one of the things about being locked into a seed like this with games left. To keep motivation is difficult. And I understand that this can come into play when you're talking about home court if you're facing off against X team or Y team down the line in the playoffs. You just want to be healthy. And so Lindgren leaves with an injury, and that stinks. Or Lindgren was injured. That stinks, and so he's day-to-day. And bottom line is, you got 2 more games against the Kings and against Anaheim. I think the game against the Kings, if out of all of them, that one really matters. You know, Vancouver was eliminated already from postseason contention. A loss to them as far as the head-to-head stuff isn't a huge deal. The Kings one can matter in the playoffs at some point down the line. So maybe you want to grab that one. But, you know, it was kind of, McGahee tweeted it out yesterday that McKinnon was not going to play in this game tonight. And I would assume that probably means he's not going to play in any. Maybe he gets one more tomorrow against the Kings. But this is kind of the approach they're taking. Now, Bednar cannot accept that type of effort, no matter who's on the ice. If you're on the ice, you got to play. And it's really hard in hockey, and this is where it gets a little bit, as a coach, God, it's got to be difficult. You coach all year with I need maximum effort. But, Nelly, if you could, go back to our conversation on Wednesday when we were talking about fighting sort of the malaise of the season. especially at this point right now when you're locked in. And how a coach handles when he sees maybe a little bit more lackadaisical play now than maybe a month ago. It's like, how do you feel about that? And he gave, I thought, a very, very intelligent and honest answer, which could he come on there and just start yelling and screaming about, hey, this effort's not good enough and we got to be better and all these. He could. But I think you have to put yourself in the player's shoes every once in a while and start to understand why they get there. I've been involved. Baseball's a funny game. I've been involved in this. The Rockies just were. So the Rockies the other day, what was the final score, 17-2 that they lost to Milwaukee? If you see some guy have a bad at-bat in the 8th inning when you're down 15 runs, and if you're a coach, are you going to jump on him for the bad at-bat then? Or are you going to be like, I kind of get it, dude. You just want the game to be over. We all want the game to be over. It's hard to stay motivated. It's the same thing. So Bednar was talking about this the other day with us. Go ahead and listen.
Yeah, it's really hard because the competitive spirit of you want to just be like, let's go. Like my message to our guys is we're here, we're dressed, we're ready, we're locked in here for the next 3 hours. We might as well go win, and we might as well give a little extra effort so we enjoy ourselves for not only the rest of the night when we're done, but the next day, while we're training and preparing for the next opponent. We still had some runway left, right? But I think it's pretty calm, and we're not the only ones that are going, okay, let's get to the postseason here and let the best man win kind of thing.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. It's hard to keep your motivation when the motivational carrot isn't there anymore. It's going to be after Sunday. You'll never have a bigger carrot to be motivated by than what you're going to get after Sunday. But for the moment right now, when you look around, who doesn't miss games? Nathan McKinnon doesn't, unless he's incredibly injured. And he's not right now, and he missed the game yesterday. Why? Because everybody kind of knows, all right, let's keep him fresh for the postseason. It's not, to me anyway, it's not just something that that is as easy as, well, I got the skates strapped on, so I'm going to go plant somebody into the boards for the next 60 minutes. It's more difficult than that. Now, 303-504-0925. Shoot me a text if you think I'm off base here. If you think that what I'm talking about is the wrong mentality that you need to further push. Further push your team at this moment as you head into the postseason. I just don't see how you can be an unbelievable motivator as a coach. And I think it's incredibly difficult for you to do it in this specific situation. Again, the effort wasn't good enough last night. But part of me kind of expected it. They haven't really had that, by the way. As the season's progressed and you get into the real, I don't know if these are considered the dog days. I guess the dog days are kind of later portion of the season, but not now. But at least in those games, you're still motivated by the idea of, hey, if we mess up too much, then we could drop out of playoff spots. Hey, if we play really well at this time, then we could jump a couple of teams in the standings. At this point, you're locked. And it is a privilege to be in this situation. Make no mistake about it. For the Avs to put themselves in a place where it doesn't matter at the end of the year how they're playing. I'll give you an example on the opposite side. These games matter for the Nuggets. A win and a loss could be the difference between being a 4 seed and getting a home playoff series or being a 7 seed and having to fight for your life in a play-in situation. That's a different level of a motivation. The Avs are motivated by staying healthy. That's it. It's keep everybody upright So you're playing with a full deck in a little over a week from now.
I think we're going to have to do a little bit of revisionist history with how we feel about this stretch. Because right now, I'm with you. I feel fine about the Avs easing off the gas. Moser has said plenty of times that they have earned the right to daydream. And right now, it feels like the Avs are in the last week before summer vacation. You're not going to put any effort into school, aside from maybe studying for the occasional exam, but you're already thinking about Cancun. So I get where the Avs are mentally, but the reason we're going to have to go back and see how we felt about this is they still need to maintain habits. They still need to string together possession after possession after possession after possession and keep their good habits rolling into the postseason. Like if they go to Dallas for game 1 and they lose 8-0 or something, then we're going to go, well, what the hell were those last 2 weeks of the regular season? You guys lollygagged around, and then you started the playoffs with a horrible loss. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, here's I'd say that, though, Nelly. I think if your team has the proper roster and the proper mindset, that doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why. I had that fear. I've been a guy who has been concerned about the way that you play at the end of the year when you're just like waiting for the postseason to start and you, quote, lose those bad habits or you lose those good habits and you gain bad habits. And then I watched the Avs lose 6 of 7 games, 6 of their final 7 in the 2021-2022 season, and then they went 16-4 in the postseason afterwards. And to me, it's kind of the players know, and if you are actually as good and as much of a championship contender as you claim to be, then you will have a switch. You will have a button you can push to really shift things into high gear. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to look at Denver when they won the title 2 years ago. So at the end of the regular season in 22-23, the Nuggets lost 5 of their last 7. And then the postseason started, and then they went 16-4. Like, I just think when it comes to stuff like this, and this isn't, a 2-week stretch of games. This is Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. It's 4 days. In which, if they want to take their foot off the gas pedal and be like, you know what, just get me in the postseason, I think I'm cool with it. Because I do think that they're going to have that gear. Now, you're right, Nelly. It's going to be inevitable. If they go out, play Dallas in the first round, and the first couple of games they get outscored 9-2, then yeah, it's going to be inevitable that we take it back to these last couple of games maybe and say, well, maybe you shouldn't have rested guys or they should have been more motivated or whatever. You probably. I just don't think that's going to happen.
And then inevitably, someone's always going to have to go back to the well that we've been going to for almost 20 years in this city where someone goes, hey, remember the 2007 Rockies? Remember when they swept their way to the World Series and they had like a week and a half off before they played the Red Sox?
Yeah.
Remember how bad they looked? Can't have that happen. That's the free space on the Denver sports trauma bingo card.
Yep.
So get ready to
sure.
check that one off if the Avs limp into the first round.
It's just I am incredibly unconcerned. Part of me actually did this. In the third period, I just turned it off. I was just like, okay. They don't care about the game. And that's why Bednar is mad. They just had zero care for it. And to him, it's like, if you're going to put on the uniform and you're going to don the Avalanche logo, it can't look like that, no matter what your situation is. You need to at least put together something worthy of an effort. And so that's why I think he was mad, despite what he told us the other day, was that you got to show something. And by the way, if you really take your foot off the gas in a game like hockey, that's how you get hurt. There's still guys flying around trying to make plays. If you're one of these people that's going 80% when somebody else is going 100, it's going to hurt you. Trust me. So broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. I think this specifically is a really interesting one that we'll touch back on in just a little bit because it's a matter of, are you bothered by games that are ultimately inconsequential, and the team plays like it? Is that a bothersome thing to you? So we'll get back to this in a little bit. I saw something yesterday that, at least for this show in particular, if you are a fan of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, it would be a very, very difficult way for at least me to get my head wrapped around this. And it's Dan Hurley being, quote, on a wish list for the Nuggets for their next head coach. And I'll tell you why I think that's an insane proposition that is coming out of nowhere. We'll get to it next.
I didn't even, I would say going into the year, there's a lot, of, rewiring and things I got to do in the off season, because you just get caught up in this tidal wave of success that we've had, and you just you lose perspective. You struggle with the ego at times because you've been on this incredible run. So it'll be nice to get to a normal off season and just get back to myself as a coach, and
all right,
have to throw out first
I can't do
pitches.
anymore.
You should only be ringing stock market bells and throwing out first pitches when you win the major championship.
That's it.
So.
That's it. That's enough. All right, so this report comes out. What a report, rumor, whatever. That it's from Sean Wright. I don't know who this guy is, but this is the one that people keep pointing to. Dan Hurley and the Nuggets have mutual interest in head coaching position, blah, blah, blah. He's going to meet with the Nuggets brass soon. There's a couple of more that have said something like that. I don't buy this for a second. Not for a second. Now, if they do get him, I'm trying to make this make logical sense. And even with where the Nuggets have been relative to the Lakers over the past couple of years, which is better. The Lakers are the Lakers. So can you guys tell me something for a second? Do you remember last year when the Lakers were looking for a coach after they fired Darvin Ham and before they settled on podcaster J.J. Redick? They gave an offer to Dan Hurley, and he rejected it. Do you think that Dan Hurley's going to reject that and then accept the Nuggets job? First of all, that doesn't make sense. Second of all, just a pure personality play here. The Nuggets want Nikola Jokic to be more vocal. And then you want to hire Dan. That maybe led to the letting go of Michael Malone, is that he was a little too fiery, maybe. Yeah, go ahead and throw Dan Hurley in the mix. See what happens. Like, it just doesn't feel like a fit at all. Nothing about it does. And I don't buy this stuff. I think that here's what happened. Somebody is just connecting logical data points, which is team has head coach opening. Team seems to be pretty good that has head coach opening. And best coach in college is this name. You know, it happens all the time in college football, except for like the college football lifers like Saban. I mean, how many times do we hear Lincoln Riley's name thrown out for an NFL gig? It's almost a 1-to-1. I don't buy this whatsoever. None of it. And again, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You guys tell me. Do you think there's validity to this? Because I think there's zero. None of it makes sense. The personality fit for where this team is at and what I think they need as a head coach does not fit. The turning down Lakers job only to accept Nuggets job a year later makes no sense to me. It just feels like people talking.
The first thing that jumped off the page when I read this report is people have been talking about maybe the personality issues with Malone and how the team wasn't receptive to his message towards the end, right? And how he kind of ruled with an iron fist, and it was my way or the highway. And he was a fiery New Yorker, and he would get up in their faces. Well, let's see. So if they hire Dan Hurley, they're going to get a guy who rules with an iron fist, who's pretty fiery. It's his way or the highway. The only difference is he kind of comes across as a little bit more of a than Malone does. He comes across as a little more of a, you know what I'm trying to say, a kitty cat, if you will. So, but they're cut from the same cloth. So aren't you just kind of replacing one person with a softer version of the same person?
Well, this is typically how I've seen sports go, okay? Coach gets fired, you hire the opposite of coach before, personality-wise. It's just kind of because it would bring a new message to a team. Let's just take the Broncos for a second. So the Broncos go from Vic Fangio. Well, before Fangio was Vance Joseph. Very cool demeanored, even keel, kind of players coach kind of guy, always smiling. That doesn't work. And then they go to who? Vic Fangio. My way or the highway. I'm the dictator of this. What I say goes. That doesn't work. Then they go to who? Nathaniel Hackett. Everybody's my best friend. We're all here to have fun. Let's have ice cream at practice and training camp. That obviously doesn't work. Then who do they bring in? My way or the highway. I'm the dictator of the team. Whatever you say to me is not going to fly. Nobody's above the head coach, Sean Payton. Flip, flop, flip, flop. That's how people do it. I don't know. I can't even say that it's a right or wrong strategy, but it's just life. If you have a head coach that is more of a dictator style and that doesn't work, you hire somebody who is more player friendly afterwards. It's just kind of what happens.
We only have a 1-game sample size, obviously, but everything that we saw from David Adelman in his first game as interim head coach was the exact opposite of Malone, right? He was giving players the clipboard. In the locker room, he said, "Who wants to talk?"
Yeah, I think, well, look, it's something I mentioned yesterday, and I do think that there's something to this, maybe moving forward. When you enter a situation as Jokic did, Jokic was a second-round draft pick who was unsure if he even wanted to go play in the NBA, by the way. So he gets here. He's got, at the time, Malone wasn't all that established, but as a second-round pick, you weren't challenging the head coach. So he knows that Malone's in charge. Things evolve. Jokic becomes the best player in the world. But mentally, he's still like, that's the guy in charge of this thing. I'm just the player. And now that you've let Malone go, I think it opens up an avenue for Jokic to be much more of a vocal and hands-on leader on this team, which I think they prefer. I think they want Jokic to act as if he is equal to the head coach. Maybe not above him, but equal. That, yeah, every once in a while, if I want to, if you get a timeout because you've given up a 12-0 run and whoever the next head coach is just trying to settle things down, I think they want Jokic maybe leading that huddle and being like, guys, what the bleep are we doing? You need to be here on defense. You need to do this. You need to get back in transition better. You need to contest this shot better. I think they want him to do that stuff. And maybe just with Malone there was just a mental hurdle of, ever since I entered the league, this has been my only coach and he's been the only guy in charge. And that worked for a long time. For a long time it worked. The only time it didn't was when it felt like Malone's message was getting stale to the rest of the team. And then it's kind of like, okay, I know one person whose message is not going to get stale. And it's Nikola Jokic's. Because if you think that his message is getting stale, then get the hell off this team. Leave. So I think there is an opportunity here for them to find not only somebody that meshes with the team from a personality standpoint, but it allows Jokic to take another step forward. And, because let's be honest, he doesn't need to take a step forward in his basketball development. He's about as good as you can get in that category. The leadership part, maybe he can. And maybe this will open up an avenue for him to extend that even more.
Once again, we're getting a little bit ahead of our skis here. Let's see how the rest of the season plays out for the Nuggets. But would you be okay if instead of making a flashy hire, instead of going for a college coach who's won 2 championships back-to-back, what if you skip all that and you just hire David Adelman for real? He's been in this building for years.
I think it's a tryout.
Yeah, I absolutely. No, he's been in the building for years. He knows these guys better than anyone else because he's been there and he's done that. He's coached, I don't know how many times he's filled in for Malone over the years, but it's more than anybody you bring in from the outside. I think that's not the flashy, sexy hire that's going to make a good Woj bomb, or Shams bomb.
Yeah.
But it might be the right hire.
No, it could be. I think that's another reason why they fired Malone when they did. It was to give him an opportunity to be like, hey, man, I'm going to give you a runway in some high-pressure games, and let's see how the team responds to you and how you respond. Yeah, I think there's something to that.
And then I have...
As of right now, though, Nelly, would I say, hey, if they just said, news drop today, David Adelman is now the permanent head coach of the Nuggets, they will not do a search in the offseason, I'd be pretty upset. Like, I think that it's totally fine to give him a sort of runway for a tryout right now, but that's what it should be, as a tryout. And if they really perform well, which, if they win a couple of playoff series, then yeah, you can, I think, convince most people that hiring Adelman would be the right call. But I think there's a lot that he has to prove. And it's nothing against him. I do think he's a good coach. But when you make a change, you make a change. Unless it becomes very obvious that this would be the right call. The Hurley thing is just, every part of it is just so stupid to me.
Well, that actually leads me to my next question, if I may,
sure,
about Dan Hurley. He is, I'm going to bring up the list here, list.
My number one, yeah.
The new hate list. He is not only your new number one, he's on twice. He is the number one person on the list and the number two person on the list. Has there ever been a person in the history of the list who would have such a crazy turnaround of going from holding both the number one and the number two spots to being a head coach in this town?
Nobody would do that. But I'll tell you why he's on there as that. I am very much not a fan of that style. And I'm not saying you can't be tough. Like, Sean Payton's tough, but he's not that. And I'll tell you what, that particular style that Dan Hurley employs only works on 18-year-old kids. The second you start talking about guys making $60 million, you don't get to talk to people that way anymore. Because here's the situation. In college, and I will fully acknowledge this, in college, a coach is the most important aspect to your team. It is more important than any player on that roster, especially in college basketball, because that guy's going to be there for a year. Your coach could be there for 15. Bill Self is more valuable than any Kansas basketball player that is there or has ever played there. More valuable. Nick Saban was more valuable than any player that ever went through Alabama. And you see that because the second he leaves, Alabama fans already want their new coach fired for winning, 10 games or whatever their number was at the end of the year? They are far more important so they can do things in the way that they see fit. You cannot do that in the NBA. Because I'll tell you this right now. There is not a single coach that is more important than Nikola Jokic. Not a single coach more important than LeBron. Not a single coach more important than Steph Curry. No one. No one. And in the NBA, they know it. It's why most of those guys tread very lightly when it comes to talking about their superstars. Because push comes to shove, if Joker really wanted to, he could force the Nuggets to do whatever he wants. He could bend them to his will. Now, he doesn't, because he's the greatest superstar ever. Not only is he incredibly talented, he also doesn't have that kind of ego. But if he wanted to, he could. I'll tell you this right now. If Jokic went to the Nuggets front office, to their ownership group, to the Kroenkes, and said, I know the name of the coach we need to hire, and it's this guy. And if you don't, I'm leaving. Guess what? That guy's the coach. That's it. But I just think all of this reeks of BS and people just trying to make an easy connection. That's all.
Speaking of the list, can we get an initial ruling? Did you see what Coach Sanford tagged us in on Twitter?
Yeah, Bon Jovi.
What? No, not Bon Jovi. This. he's in Vegas with the Circus Sportsbook, right? And he went to the Knights game yesterday with Raj and his parents. That is his mom and dad wearing Vegas Golden Knights jerseys. And
I thought he said something about Bon Jovi too.
I mean, maybe he did, but I believe John Bon Jovi is not his dad. This is Mike Sanford Sr. wearing a Golden Knights jersey, and then that's his mom also wearing the captain patch.
They look nice.
And
they're just fans. They live there.
That's what I said. But if you look at the caption, sorry to report this, but I need to add my mom and dad to the list. I know his dad lives in Vegas and coaches there, so I think this is okay, but I needed to get a ruling because he asked for our opinion.
It's totally okay. Look, Vic talks about this all the time. Now, Vic doesn't have to he's lived in other towns, but Vic has mostly lived in Denver. And he will be the first one to tell you that if you live in a town, you need to respect and root for the local teams because it builds community and camaraderie. And I totally agree with him. If you live in a town, you should adopt those teams. Now, I have lived in a couple of different places. I have never been more on board with the teams that I have come into contact with than the ones here. I love all of these teams. Love them. You know, when I spent my time in Michigan, the Lions thing was easy. I tried to get into the Pistons and the Wings. I really did. I tried. And for a minute, you know, I was rooting for them. I lived there. But this, like, you move to a new place, you need to root for their local teams. It's why I'll never, ever, and I mean ever, live in Green Bay. I couldn't do it. I would just tell them very simply. They're like, Brett, here is $1.5 million a year to do radio in Green Bay. I'm sorry, sir. I could not, in good conscience, take that money and pretend to be a fan of the Packers. I can't. Couldn't do it. I would turn down the money. Probably not. I would take $1.5 million, and I would wear a cheese hat if I have to.
I was going to say, man, for that much bread, I think you can forgive the Packers for years of abuse.
In secret, God, would I hate that team. In public, give me the cheese head, go Pack, go, whatever I got to say to get that 1.5 mil. Go ahead. I'll be your hooker. Anyway, I say all that to tell you that Dan Hurley, I don't see any chance of that happening. Now, I'm intrigued by the game tonight to take on the Grizz. It's one thing to get a little boost for a game. Can you extend that? Can you continue it? So we get to that in just a little bit. 303-504-0925. Let's have a conversation about etiquette. It is one that even me, who's kind of like, hey, everybody, why don't you go ahead and live by the beat of your own drum? But there's a couple of lines that we need to discuss next. Another keyword today. Final keyword, as we will draw and announce our winner on Monday at 9:20 for this brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. I mean, I'm telling you. If you guys have been paying attention to the show and grabbing these keywords, you're going to have better shot than most at trying to win these. So the last one today, how's this? Sauna. Sauna, and your first and last name at 303-504-0925, as it's the last and final keyword before we give this away at 9:20 on Monday. And whether you win this or not, you should go check out more of these incredible saunas at getabettershed.com and just look at some of the pictures because they are gorgeous. Okay, I'll be your hooker. I'll be your hooker. Hector says, Brett follows up, go ahead, I'll be your hooker with a conversation about etiquette. Yeah. Yeah. Hookers have to have etiquette too. No kissing. Here's what I'm getting at. So there's an amateur that was playing in the Masters. By the way, Justin Rose, 7 under for a day. Shocking. But there is an amateur that's on here, and it's always fun during the Masters to pay attention to the amateurs and see where they're at, and are they going to make the cut and all these different things, right? Nelly, I'm going to send you something real quick. So I believe it's Jose Luis Ballester is the amateur that was in the group of, I think it was Scotty Scheffler and Justin Thomas yesterday. So he's the one I was talking about that had the hat that says Sun Devils, and it's in the upside down writing that I just don't understand. I guess I'm getting too old now to really pick up and understand what all of that means. So he's that guy. So I guess in the middle of this round, he went over to Rays Creek, very famous, at Augusta, and he had to use the bathroom. And he decided this is as good a place as any to go ahead and make sure that you empty this and then continue with your round. I am one that has been known to mark my territory when I'm on the golf course, and I don't see a bathroom close in sight. Now, it's always, you got to find the right place. You got to hold it until you're out of viewing range of trees and bike paths, viewing range of houses and bike paths and all that. You got to find the right spot to make sure it's like your own little private area. I don't know what there's people all over the course. I don't know where he'd find the private spot, but if you guys, I want you to listen to something here. This is him yesterday. Jose Luis Ballester. Go ahead.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13th tee.
Yes, yeah. Correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go, and since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, really loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or, I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me. Yeah. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
I think you put him in prison, to be honest. Again, I have a battle with this because I just want people to be comfortable. That's my whole life. I want people to be comfortable in their own skin. I watch those videos. What's the muscle dude with the Saratoga water? What's his name?
Oh, Ashton Hall?
Yeah, that guy is a fraud, right? I can't stand people like that are putting on a front to be fake, to make it seem like they're important or seem like they're impressive. I just want people to be comfortable in their own skin. That's all I want. This kid is obviously comfortable. You can't take a whiz, though, in a creek in the middle of Augusta, man. You can't. I think about it. Now, I am not a professional golfer, okay? I'm not. But let's say I was good enough to get to Augusta. I think I would be so much on my P's and Q's. I would be so well behaved. You know, when I'm playing around here at one of these local courses, I got, zins in my mouth. I'm throwing them, in the woods or something like that. Like, I would never do that at Augusta. You can't go take a pee in the creek, man. And to do that as an amateur, and I'm trying to figure out, like, he's a professional golfer. He knows what Augusta is and everything that surrounds the Augusta lore. And more importantly, and this is the reason why I wouldn't, I know what the reaction would be if I were caught. I know what the reaction would be from people who run that club if they ever saw me doing something like that, which would make me never, ever even risk it. Now, I don't know what they can do. They can't kick him off the course. But you're an amateur who hasn't won a tournament before. There's no guarantee you get back.
Well, in a few minutes, we can ask Vic, and what he's probably going to say is he's going to go, well, I think he chose the wrong rough to go pee in because on the 14th hole, the rough kind of bends off towards the creek. There's more tree coverage. Vic Lombardi is going to spend half an hour telling us the best places to pee in Augusta. Wow, I can't say that. In Augusta. So stay tuned for that, for the pee breakdown.
By the way, if you look at some of the texts coming through here, it's like people want this guy dead. And I knew this would be the reaction. Like, I don't... Look, Augusta to some is like it's the Garden of Eden, okay? It needs to be pristine and unblemished. But even me, and again, I am not one of those guys. I don't care in the same way as most do about this stuff. I think the course is beautiful. I think they need to get over themselves sometimes. Like, how about you chill out? But let me tell you, I wouldn't dare do what he did.
Instead of death, can we just deport him? He's from Spain.
Well, I don't think there's...
We just send him back. He's Spanish. He's Espanol.
I suppose people want blood. They want blood. By the way...
Right to jail, right away.
I said I love all these teams here in town, and a texter goes, you love the Rockies? I do. I've probably watched more Rockies this year than anybody in your life. Outside of, like, Thomas Harding and people that are paid to cover that team that show up to the park, I bet you I've watched more than anybody. It's a good game yesterday, by the way. Feltner with another really good start. Bretton Doyle is on fire over the last few games. And it's kind of been, it started with Hunter Goodman at the beginning of the year, and now it's gone to Bretton Doyle, but the bats are starting to pick up a little bit. Ryan McMahon's got his average up around 300 now.
Huge, yeah.
The day off yesterday for Tovar because he's dealing with a hip thing that they don't think is long-term, but they just given him a rest day. His bat has turned it around. The good news is, like, you got a home run yesterday from Doyle, but you had 3 other shots that went off the wall. One was Tolia put one off the wall. Another was Doyle did it again with the bases juiced. That's what basically won him the game, is they cleared out the bases. And then Zach Veen almost had his first career homers. He put one against the big wall in right field. So, a lot better offensive showing for the Rocks yesterday as they win their 3rd game of the year. 303-504-0925. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Hey, speaking of Safeway, you can order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on that YouTube simulcast every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We are live on YouTube. And every day after these shows wrap up, we have the Altitude Sports Daily, a daily recap of all the things that you missed from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. I'll be your hooker.
Coach, in these kinds of games, is there anything that you kind of encourage your players to just play a little bit more cautious to?
No. No.
Overall, disappointed with that effort tonight?
Yeah.
What are you seeing there that results in what happened?
It's not skating. Bad decision. Like our breakouts were terrible, so like just tough time getting in and out of the zone tonight. So kind of messes up your whole game.
Do you think a lot of that due to, mixing up those lines due to a lot of
No.
What are your thoughts of the Logan O'Connor fight there in the end?
I thought he did a good job sticking up for himself. Should have been a penalty, interference. Doesn't get the call, so he took it upon himself to settle the score.
You mentioned that Lindgren injury this morning. Is that a day-to-day thing, or is there?
They're all day-to-day now. We're approaching playoffs, so if he doesn't play this weekend, he's day-to-day.
He's an angry elf.
All right, so Bednar after the game.
Did you just call Bednar an angry elf?
Hey. Direct that properly
that is one
to
Steve
the radio
Nelson.
audience.
Yeah,
yes.
we're not.
I'm just sitting here.
Yeah,
what is going on?
I'm just sitting here.
The funny thing is he's actually like, 8 inches taller than me? He's actually a pretty tall guy.
He was pissed after the game. Now, I didn't care. But if you're a coach.
Yeah, your job is not to get your team ready for the postseason and to try to make them handle the details.
I mean, hang on a second. We'll play this back in a minute.
Oh, good, because I'm right there with the coach.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All I'm saying is Bednar is supposed to have a different reaction than me.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing, and we'll play the audio in a second. We just talked to him on Wednesday about the malaise of the season at this point. You're locked into a seed. They know it. It's why McKinnon didn't play yesterday. And it's just about he acknowledges, hey, there's going to be some moments where these guys just are kind of checked out in the middle of the game. I think his problem was they were checked out for about 59 minutes of that game. That's his problem, is that wasn't like a couple of lapses of, hey, not being on my game. That was, we just don't feel like playing tonight sort of effort.
Well, they were sort of checked out for 61 minutes of a 60-minute game.
Yes. Yeah.
It's kind of the way it was. And Vancouver had nothing to play for. They'd already been eliminated the previous night. So that's just the way it is. And I like when coaches, Vic, I like when they get mad about things like that. Look, they're coaches. They want their team.
They want perfection.
Yeah, they're never going to get that. But there's a difference between daydreaming at times during the course of a period for a minute or so and, hey, man, when's the hibachi chicken going to be served? Yeah, that kind of thing.
See, but I am so opposite. Like, there's a texter already out of the gates that is saying, it's your fault, Bednar. Stop blaming the players. Why isn't he showing anger for the non-interference call on O'Connor? And I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, you're really this upset about a game that has no impact whatsoever?
It's an exhibition game.
Yeah.
I didn't even watch. Listen to me. I'm hosting a radio show, and our first story is Avs. I turned it on, and I said, what's at stake? Yeah, I got nothing. I'm not going to lie. What's at stake?
That's an insult, bro.
What's at stake here?
What? But here's the question.
What was at stake in that game?
Injuries.
I need somebody.
Injuries.
Somebody to slowly tell me what's at stake.
Injuries were at stake last night.
All right, then why watch?
You still had a very tiny window to catch Dallas. If you went out and they lose out,
how tiny was that window? Moj, stop it. Nobody wants to see you.
They aren't catching Dallas.
Nobody wants to watch you work when nothing's at stake, let alone when everything's at stake.
I don't look at windows.
I mean, I'm way more in the Vic camp than I am yours. Maybe not as intense as Vic was. All I'm saying is I'm not going to come out here and yell about Middleton wasn't good enough on some defensive shift in a game that ultimately you You have no motivational carrot to dangle in front of these guys right now. They're just waiting.
And that's a motivationally fueled game. We've talked about this. You can't fake determination and desperation. And when you you didn't have it last night, so Moj, sorry for offending you. You probably had a grade A broadcast, as you always do.
I don't think I was that good.
Well, then you were there too.
My mouth was not working about the first 6 minutes of that game.
Well, it's
gross.
an exhibition for all of us.
I mean, there is, again, his reaction to the game, I think, has to be that way. Because you can't, look, you're lacing up the skates and you're wearing the Avalanche logo on your chest, okay? Like, you got to go out and put together some sort of effort. They just gave nothing yesterday. Nothing. There's a bigger thing to this that I want to get to in a second, but...
Did you see that DU game?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get to it in a second.
That ended the way it should have ended, to be honest. That's my opinion is Western Michigan was much better.
We'll get there in a second. Bednar was joining us 2 days ago on Wednesday, his normal weekly appearance with this show, and he talked about this point in the calendar where they're locked into a 3 seed and they can't really move. Well, how do you handle this? How do you handle the players maybe lollygagging or daydreaming in the middle of a game? Here's what he said.
Players are thinking about their health, and it's a marathon season, right? And it's exhausting, and there's lots of emotional up and downs, and all of that prepares you for the playoffs. But there's also a time where you need to just take a breath and relax, but I still want to see the things that I need to see. I need to when the game's on the line, when the heat gets turned up. I just want to make sure we're just playing with the right habits and the detail, even if the intensity isn't there all the time. And I'm seeing enough of that. I trust our leadership group. I trust the guys in that room. I know how badly they want to win. And
so he acknowledges some of that stuff. Here's, I think, the main question for people, and everybody's got a different feeling on this. If the Avs just kind of as a team tomorrow and Sunday, Moj, do the same thing as they just did yesterday, there's going to be people out there that say you can't do that heading into the postseason because you need to continue your good habits. And I'm much more in the camp of this. When they won the Cup, they lost 6 of their last 7 to close out the regular season, and I was very concerned with how they were finishing the regular season. I said, man, that could carry over. And then they won 16 of 20 games in the postseason because they were good and they just turned it on. I think they're that. I am totally unconcerned with these final 3 games.
The only difference, though, and I think Mark can attest to this, that season you could sort of ease your way into the pool, ease your way in. That first-round matchup wasn't as deadly as the one they're about to face.
It was Nashville.
Fair.
It was Nashville,
Okay.
And Nash was on the way down.
Yes.
Fair.
So you get a chance to wade through the waters, just chill out a little bit, get used to the temperature, and then go.
Okay.
This year,
what do you make?
Better go. You better swim as fast as you can from the get.
Hey, forename. That's right. You heard me. Did you see his eyebrows ruffle up like that? He's like, what in the... Hey,
You know what it was? I think he went back to his childhood when people called him Four Eyes. And he was like, wait a minute. What are you trying to do here?
Can you name all 4 names?
Yeah, it's Vittorio Giuseppe Rocco Lombardi.
All right, very good.
Okay, so how would you feel?
My name's just Brett.
Can you imagine if I used that on
you're a boring PO.
Stop right
Okay.
there. The narcissistic arrogance of some of these broadcasters in our business who actually employ all of their names or many names. Just say a normal short name. Vic Lombardi's fine. I don't need 4 regular names on the air.
Who's got the longest name? I mean, there's a lot of
People
initials.
do that a lot.
Well, there's a lot of Stephen A. Smith. You get the initial that's thrown in there.
Why?
I'm trying to think the longest name that we'd have in sports. That's a hyphenated one. The hyphen's got to go.
It's always bothered me. It's like, come on, man. We all got fancy names.
Yeah, what were you saying
You
about...
want me to pull my fancy name out? I'll start pulling it out, too.
What were you saying about forename over there?
Riddle me this forename. You're in Dallas. And you have every opportunity in the world to catch the Winnipeg Jets and face perhaps Minnesota in round number 1 instead of the Avalanche. You have every opportunity in the world. In fact, if you beat them last night in regulation. You're 2 points back with 3 to play. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good opportunity to catch somebody. And you got your butts whooped by them. How'd you like to be Dallas blowing a 3-goal lead in the final minute of the game 2 nights before?
I know.
And then getting drilled last night by Winnipeg 4-0.
They're not sharp.
They got drilled. So,
They're not
look,
sharp.
I mean, you say you got to go, it's a different team. You're right about that. Dallas is a hell of a club, and maybe they'll do the whole turn-it-on thing right away when the postseason rolls around. I'm confident the Avalanche will do that for sure.
Hey, the Avs and the Stars are doing the same. Right now, the Avs in their last 10 are 6-3-3-1, or 6-3-1. The Dallas Stars in their last 10 are 6-2-2. So they're doing the same thing.
It's about the same thing. That is correct. Listen, I'm not angry about last night or anything. Had what's-his-face on the text line, Lance. Shut up, Moser. Get out of here with the insult. You spent 10 minutes of ice time in the third quarter. He said
Lance,
third quarter.
all right, Lance, let me offer just a little therapy, just fan therapy.
Lance.
And I'm not one to do this because I'm too attached to sports
Lance,
myself.
Lance.
You're too close to a situation that is not going to have any impact whatsoever in about 1 day.
Right.
So calm down. That had zero impact on anyone in life but you.
I think what Coach Bednar is getting at and what I agree with, and I think that, listen, we're not, Brett, I know you don't care. In all honesty, in the grand scheme of things, I don't care either. I mean, it didn't matter. But what you don't want to do is just see an overall malaise. You want to see guys at least kicking. And that's what the coach said on Wednesday. He said, look, even if, the legs aren't moving as fast as they should and so on, just I want to see the good reads and the right habits, out there, a little evidence of that as we get through these final 3 games and be done with the regular season.
That's fine. It's hard for me. With the Nuggets' last couple of games, I think they do matter. I mean, they're fighting for seeding still, and they could jump anywhere from 4 to 8. You know what I mean? Like, they really, really matter. But let's say that they were locked into the 4. Just with the way they've been playing, I think it's way more important for them to be playing well these last couple. I just feel like the Avs got a button they can push. And by the way, building all these habits and all that stuff is great. They're still going to be off for another week before they play a game again. It's not like you're going to be riding some sort of momentum into a game on Tuesday.
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine.
Now, a game that really mattered, we touched on it, was that DU Western Michigan game, which you're right, Moj. I know where you're going with this. Western Michigan, they pushed the pace. They owned the ice. They did what they had to do. They probably deserved to win that game. But you were just waiting for another magical moment by DU because we've seen this so many times.
You were waiting for sort of a miracle, but all the best opportunities really in overtime and then double OT were for Western Michigan. I mean, Matty Davis made a couple of glove saves, just barely getting a piece of it that would have ended it a lot earlier. Who does
he belong to? Matty Davis.
He doesn't belong to anybody.
Belongs to us now.
Is he?
I claimed him.
Okay, so he's undrafted. What kind of prospect is he? Do you know?
I don't know. I didn't like the way he got beat 3 times glove side last night or yesterday. I didn't like that. I think he's a good goalie, though. Obviously, last year in the national championship,
DU's been a great goalie.
He's been very, very good, for sure.
Oh, I thought you had something else.
No, that's all I got. I thought we were going to address that a little bit later.
We can. Yep, we can get to it a little bit later.
Although I'm watching, I can't help.
Stop with the fidget spinner. Stop with the spinner.
This is where my mind wanders, though, on Masters Friday. I'm watching Max Homa walk down the fairway, and he's a wreck. Did you see him drill that worker in the back in the middle of the fairway yesterday?
Dude, we got a lot to catch up on when it comes to Masters coverage. Some of the most awkward, odd things that occurred yesterday that I've never heard of or never seen.
Me too.
Did you take a leak in Race Creek, Vic?
Okay, we'll get to that.
A shot?
Could you imagine?
Guy taking a squirt.
Could you imagine?
A guy's he's taking a squirt in the most famous body of water in golf.
Stop. Get to it later.
I'm feeding the fishes.
One final key word today, by the way. We're going to announce a winner of this brand new custom-built sauna from Better Sheds and Saunas on Monday. No, on Monday we'll announce the winner. This is your last keyword, your last chance to get in to try and win this. The final keyword, as we announce the winner on Monday at 9:20, is very simple, guys. Sauna. Sana in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is Sana in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You want to see some more of these incredible saunas, go to getabettershed.com. So, jump to the Masters. Guy taking a leak in a very, very famous body of water. I also want to address something, and Vic, I know you're going to roll your eyes, but I have to spend at least a couple of minutes on this because I think this is all BS, but multiple people trying to connect dots between Dan Hurley and the Nuggets head coaching opening. Yeah, roll them, Vic. Get to all that in a couple minutes. Stick around. You know what's great? Even if you're late to the party here on the Masters, betting on Circa Sports, every day's got something brand new because they have the individual matchups with the groupings and the pairings. Take a look at those. They're awesome. It keeps you interested the entire day. Throw like $5 down on each one because you won't find any better odds in the game than Circa Sports. They're just the best. I've done comparisons. I've seen numbers at other books. Circa always has the best numbers. It's sports betting the way it should be. And whether it's the Masters this week, whether it's baseball in full swing, whether it's the NHL or NBA playoffs coming up, they have it all. Live betting, game props, whatever you want, Circa Sports has. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I didn't even, I would say going into the year, there's a lot, of, rewiring and things I got to do in the off season, because you just get caught up in this tidal wave of success that we've had, and you just you lose perspective. You struggle with the ego at times because you've you've been on this incredible run. So it'll be nice to get to a normal off season.
Nope. All right, so just quickly here. This is very simply, to me, people just trying to make simple one-to-one connections. It's like an NFL job opens up, and they're like, who I think is going to be in on this is Lincoln Riley. It's just Dan Hurley is going to be the name that people throw out. Vic, you tell me if there's any validity that you've seen or heard about Dan Hurley to the Nuggets, because it makes zero sense in my head.
I've got so many thoughts on this and what rumors are about to start swirling heavily here whenever the Nuggets season draws to a close, because it's not done yet. The current interim coach is 1-0, and I know he's a candidate for the job.
Yes.
That's my first point. What's the source here? Because I saw the same story you saw yesterday, and I didn't bother to comment on it via Twitter because I saw it and I said, this is not worth my
ridiculous,
time.
Right?
Well, what's the source?
Well, there's two different people from what I saw. One of them was Sean Wright was one of them who does freelance work, it looks like. Whatever.
All right. I am not going to demean those people. They may be right.
Maybe.
All I want you to know is this. Who do you think holds the key to that decision? Who? Who do you think makes that call right now? They fired their head coach. They fired the GM. No one has real power to make those calls except one person. Who do you think it is?
15.
No.
It's Josh Kroenke.
Well, to hire a coach.
It's Josh Kroenke.
Oh, the Josh
Kroenke.
That's what we do. Makes that call. He makes that decision. So, unless this guy who wrote the story has a direct line to Josh and called him up yesterday and said, hey, what do you think about Dan Hurley? You guys talking? Do you think, Moj, you've been around long enough and you've worked in this business and for this company long enough, as we all have, do you think Josh Kroenke is one to get word out on who he's interested in?
Not a chance in HE double hockey sticks.
You think that it benefits the organization, him, the Nuggets, anyone involved right now? Hey, let's get this out there. This guy is certainly somebody we're interested in. So where does that story come from? Where do you think it emanates?
I've heard before, Vic.
Well, it could emanate from somebody just trying to get clicks.
Yeah,
because
it could, but also
again, not to demean these guys.
No, I'm not. Be very careful. I'm not ripping the reporter here. The reporter was told by someone.
If anything, it comes from the other side. It comes from the Hurley side.
What is the motivation to get that out from the Hurley side?
So he gets leverage for UConn.
He already had leverage last year. They re-signed him a 5-year, $60 million deal.
Whatever his motivation is, basically, hey, I'm interested in it, right?
Yeah. Okay, can I say something else
about
this?
That's all. And I've heard that a million times.
And the reason I'm
careful
sports. Here, the reason why I want to tread very carefully is because you never know. You never know. He could be the guy. You may not like it. I may not like it. We poo-pooed him when he was tempted to go to the Lakers.
Yeah.
I get it. But we don't know what Josh and company want. We don't know what. But I'm going to tell you right now how this works, people. Listen to me closely. Listen to me very closely. In no way do the Denver Nuggets reveal anyone they're interested in right now. That would be dumb.
I think you're absolutely right. To me, logical part in just like, let's just use process of elimination. Dan Hurley last year, coming off a national championship, was offered, this was real. I mean, this was reported by a whole bunch of people on ESPN. I think Dave McMenamin commented on this, who's following the Lakers. He was offered the job from LA that he rejected. And I just, logically, even though the Nuggets have had the Lakers number in the recent history, if you're offered a job by the Lakers, that's the best job in basketball.
I have on a very credible source, and here I am sourcing too, so believe what you want. He was about to take that job. The family flew out there. They sat in some meetings. And the big city, big LA, under the big roof, the big top, it just was too much for him. And he wanted to be big in college ball. And he decided to turn around and go back home UConn. And it came down to that. He didn't want to deal with the general size of what he was about to walk into.
Here's the other two things. His style of coaching is very college. You cannot do that to somebody making $60 million a year. That's number one. That style, it's why Saban excelled in college, and it didn't work as well in the NFL. It's why when you get those yellers and screamers and guys who get in your face, that is a very college style of coaching.
Little Spurrier-esque.
Yes. And here's the other thing. This is just a logic trail that I'm trying to follow. Let me take you to the Broncos for a second. The Broncos had Vance Joseph as a head coach. Can you describe his head coaching style to me, Vic?
Who's that?
Moj, Vance Joseph.
Vance, laid back.
Laid back, players coach.
Chill.
Always smiling, chilling out. He got fired. Then what'd they do?
They went the other way. The pendulum always swings.
They went to
You make a
Fangio,
great
who's
point.
dictator, who is in your face. It's my way or the highway. And then he gets fired. And then where'd they go?
They went way
Nate
relaxed.
Hackett. Everybody's my friend. We're having ice cream at training camp. We're going to have a great time. Oh, that failed. Now where do we go? Back to the
hard
dictator.
ass.
Okay, Sean Payton, I'm on the show. Do you think they'd go from Michael Malone to more intense version of Michael Malone? That makes no sense to me.
Well, those wild coaching pendulum swings that occur all the time. You're so right. I wrote this down today, man. We're working out of the same brain there, Brett. I wrote this down. In coaching, be careful of the wild pendulum swing because I don't think it works as well as people think. Everybody assumes that, well, they can't have the same kind of style. They can't go get a coach who gets fiery. They can't do this. Just table that for a second.
I don't think that you have to go all the way to the extreme, but you aren't going to go more intense on the same thing, it feels like.
There are other attributes. And I was going to table all this until like after the season, but I guess we're talking about it now, and we have.
Sorry,
time.
I had to.
Okay, no, that's fine because if you want to go down that road of coaching candidates, because they're clearly putting together their own list over there, and I'm sure Josh has plenty of advisors helping him through this. But here's what I'm thinking: who is the ideal coach for this version of the Denver Nuggets? Well, before you answer that question, you have to ask yourself, who will be the Denver Nuggets moving forward? Who will be the Denver Nuggets moving forward? Because what you see now may not see exactly what you get next season. There might be bits and pieces that move, trade. Who knows? We don't know. So your vision of this team, 15 is going to be here no matter what.
Yeah.
All right. That's the vision. So you're thinking about 15, and that's it. Above and beyond 15, I'm going to tell you right now, hand to heart, ain't nobody safe.
Nobody should be either.
Ain't nobody safe.
Yep.
Okay? But when you're looking at coaching candidates, I think that the most important attributes for me, all right, so think of a coach in your mind that you would want to come in here and handle the Nuggets. Accountability. You got to have that for any coach. You got to have, you got to be able to support your teammates, and support goes back and forth. You got to have creativity. If something's not working, you got to be able to switch it up mid-game. Creativity. You have to have connection with your players. Moj, we've seen that before, right?
Sure.
Coaches who don't have connection, who just leave the room and don't talk to them, that's not going to work.
It has to be somebody that the players are actually going to listen to as well.
Yes.
It's got to be somebody that has, if they don't have the pedigree, at least they have the respect of the players, that they know the dang game and can do a good job.
And
maybe in the NBA that's more important than any other league.
And the last thing is you have to have a sense of self-deprecation. You cannot be insecure to have this job. You are going to be criticized. You are going to be second-guessed. You're going to get it more than anybody. And if that stuff gets to you and starts to affect how you operate, man, you're in for a long road.
And the odds of finding someone who fits every single bill that you have or ticks every box is also not very likely. That's a hard thing to do, which means this is probably going to be a long and involved search. Ain't nobody in any hurry right now whatsoever.
Yeah, and depending on what
because the interim guys want to know.
Yeah, and depending on what Adelman does, like maybe Adelman can earn the job. Who knows?
Sure.
Like if they make some sort of run in the postseason.
And and not only that, but I think the reaction from guys who are going to still be here, including especially 15, that can go a long way in that as well.
And I want to use this show, this platform, to decipher truth from rumor and truth from complete idiocy. There's a big rumor going out on. It's so funny, you know. It started off, the Nuggets, Joker is going to demand a trade. Don't be stupid. Squash that day one. Joker didn't demand the coaching change. He doesn't demand things like that. Don't be stupid.
It just blows my mind on whoever thought of that.
Don't be stupid.
And actually had the Coyones to put that
It's
out
mostly
there.
Laker fans saying the newest
Well,
Laker.
they're idiots.
Number two, after the game the other night, nice win in Sacramento. Everybody's having a good time. There's joy in the locker room. You won. Smiling. DeAndre Jordan jokes around. Yeah, well, he was asked by Katie, hey, so how'd you guys prepare for this game? What was the mindset? He goes, yeah, well, Christian Brown took us all out for dinner, so he paid for everything. It was a joke because Christian is notoriously cheap. And I mean that in the most fundamental, funny way possible. I mean that I love the man, all right? He's perhaps my favorite Nugget. So it was a joke, inside the room joke. Well, later on, somebody asked MPJ, hey, did you go to dinner with the team? He goes, dinner? What are you talking about? Christian took everybody to dinner. He goes, they did. So that turned into this MPJ not invited to team dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It was a joke.
Right.
Be careful. Be careful what you hear, because some of this stuff, man, it's so sensitive. And it's lightning speed how fast it gets off on the internet, too. Just crazy.
Well, I'll tell you something else. The one thing yesterday is I was parsing my way through the Athletic article that took me 9 years to read.
That was long.
What's something interesting from this standpoint?
But it was really good.
As for the front office, Josh Kroenke has made it clear since Tuesday's firings that there will be a search for Booth's replacement. League sources expect there to be discussions about a possible reunion with Tim Connelly. Connelly, former Nuggets GM who drafted Jokic and blah, blah, blah. We all know that stuff. He has an opt-out in his contract this summer, but it's widely believed that the new T-Wolves owners, Alex Rodriguez and Mark Lore, will do what it takes to retain him. It's interesting, though, the idea of a possible reunion with Tim Connelly.
Let me be flat out honest about Tim Connelly. Given his druthers, if the money's close, he would return here in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't even have to think twice. Loved it here. Family loves it here. They miss it here. He talked several times after he left about, damn, it's hard to leave. Now, I don't know financially if they're going to throw the kitchen sink at him to stay in Minnesota. I know that he made a huge penny before the ownership change. But since they changed owners, they cut salary.
I thought he got a piece of it, too, didn't he?
No, that never
was,
worked.
okay,
that was
never,
always illegal. In fact, even talking about
once I
owners
heard
aren't
that, I
allowed
just
to
stopped
give
paying
away-
attention. Okay.
Yeah, you're not allowed to give away pieces of the team to hire GMs. But anyway, the salary has been sliced. They trade away Karl Anthony Towns. Next year, they're facing huge obstacles. Re-signing Naz Reid. They got a lot of dudes who they're going to have to pay.
Yep.
So I don't know how financially committed they are anymore. We'll see. They might be. But yeah, is that a possibility in Denver? Hell yeah, it is.
I would love it.
And he left on good terms.
That's the other thing. Yeah, it wasn't. He was almost, for a guy who got like a huge raise and I guess a promotion too, would you call it, in Minnesota? Yeah. He was like really shaken up about.
Do you know when it happened? And people, I'll give you the timeline. Do you remember when the Nuggets crew, coaches, Tim Connelly, Josh Kroenke, a bunch of his closest, they went out to Serbia to award him the MVP trophy?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. And I remember doing that interview with Joker when he's sitting there. They'd been drinking all day. I mean, it was a party. And I talked to Tim afterwards.
That would have been fun.
Tell me about it. And he knew about the offer from Minnesota then. And he told Josh, he told the whole crew about it. He was very open about it.
Yeah.
It was tying his stomach up in knots.
I'm sure. Like he did, again, to say he didn't want to leave, I think is true.
It's like,
but also,
yeah,
to him, it felt like he had to. It's like, I'm getting a promotion and a hefty pay raise.
It's like Nazem Kadri. You think he wanted to leave the Avalanche? I'm sure he would have been happy.
Yeah, or Bruce Brown or whatever, yeah.
Absolutely. But when your team can't offer you that,
well,
and you have an obligation to your family as well to try to get that before your career is over.
And let's be fair here. the Nuggets could have offered Tim Connelly whatever they wanted. It's not salary cap, and there's no salary cap on GMs.
Mm-hmm.
They chose to let him go.
This
was the Nuggets' choice.
But Vic, I already said it. We said it on the show this week. The moves that Calvin made, I'm not thinking that Tim would have made those, and those are the ones that helped put the Nuggets over the top.
Here's the thing. I just saw a text write this in.
It's all relative.
Conley, the one who wouldn't trade Barton, not a fan of this. You seen what Conley's done in Minnesota?
Pretty good job.
He traded Cat.
Every GM has foibles. Just like, when people say, oh, you mean this team that drafted or missed on this draft in the NBA? Everybody misses. You're not going to bat 1,000 in that spot.
Vic, Will Barton was not Karl Anthony Towns, who was the player in Minnesota for, a decade?
Yeah.
And then he traded him. I think maybe he's gotten beyond that part. I don't know.
By the way, that Minnesota team that he crafted last night looked downright scary in beating Memphis. Huge game. We got to talk more about that and the implications it will have on the Nuggets.
They put up a $141 last night.
52 points in the third quarter where they could not miss.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Now, a conversation about a little bit about the Masters and a lot about etiquette. And what you can and can't do, I guess, at that one particular golf course.
Well, bodily functions are a delicate matter, Brett.
Get to it next. All right.
Washing me. Woo-hoo.
First of all, Justin Rose already birdied 1, so he's 8 under already.
2.
Oh, did he birdie 2? I thought it was 1. Oh, he's birdied 2. So he's 8 under through 3 at this point.
The Peloton will catch him.
Well, he's playing his ass off right now.
They'll catch him.
Now, Nelly, can
Dude,
we
he's
just...
44. His nerves are going to go at some point. Trust me.
Wait, he's 44. His nerves are going to go? What do you mean?
He's too old to hold it together.
Well, physically, something will happen in his swing. He's going to start second-guessing his swing. It'll happen physically first, right, over 4 days. And then the physical problem will go to a mental issue. And then you'll go, wait a minute, am I not turning? And then all hell breaks loose.
And before that, is your kid doing well in school?
I think
your mind starts to wander for a pimento sandwich, a bird kicks a crap on you. I mean, things happen.
I think you guys are under the impression that Justin Rose is you two.
Oh, my bad.
And I don't think he is.
Good point.
I think he's a professional golfer.
He's a professional golfer. I forgot about that.
That's how we would behave if we had the lead after round 1.
It's like it's going to take just one shank, and then he's going to be done for. He's going to not be able to get out of the bunker.
And don't hold him to that standard just because, what is he, 44 or 46 years old?
44.
Okay, because a man less than half his age, Nick Dunlap, who is the reigning PGA Rookie of the Year, who won at Cherry Hills a couple years ago.
I saw him win.
Nick Dunlap shot a smooth 90 yesterday, 7 bogeys.
No, 95.
I thought it was 90.
No, it was a 90.
It was a 90.
Are you sure it wasn't a 95?
It was a 90. I saw it. 7 bogeys, 4 doubles, 1 triple. He had to make a 60-foot putt to avoid another triple.
Golf.
I beat Nick Dunlap. I beat him.
Here's the other thing.
He's playing from every hole is like 50, 60 yards further than what you played.
I don't care. He's younger.
If you guys remember yesterday, there was an amateur that was paired up with Justin Thomas and Scotty Scheffler. And I said, there's something that bothers me, not about him and not even about his apparel, but I just didn't understand because he had the upside down letter hat. So he had Sun Devils, but it was upside down on the little arc, the curve thing.
And backwards.
No, his hat wasn't backwards. The letters, yes, the
letters. It said Devil's Sun upside down.
Yes. And I just said, I think it's a sharp-looking hat. I just don't understand the upside-down stuff. So that bothered me. And then I see at the end of the round, he's being interviewed about, he had to pee. Sometimes you're on the course, you got to pee. I think we have all found a bush or a group of trees that is away from the eyes of houses and bike trails on a golf course. Mm-hmm. And we decided, you know what? I'm too far. This is easy. I'm going to go here. And I'm all about comfort in life. I want everybody to be themselves. I think it's the best version of people, what they can be. Just be comfortable and be yourself. I will also tell you, Vic, if I was on Augusta, I am peeing in toilets. And exclusively toilets. Now him, Jose Luis Ballester, he does not subscribe to that because he took a whiz in Ray's Creek.
Ray's Creek.
Here he is.
I mean, this is Ray's Creek. This is not Brett's Creek. This is Ray's Creek.
Here's him talking about it.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13th tee.
Yes, correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go, and since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like real loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
Okay. You happen to be talking to a certified expert on golf course urinary lubrication.
Oh, okay. And that I thought you were talking about Augusta. Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm not doing that to you guys.
Urinary lubrication?
Yeah, I mean lubricate the course. I am an expert on urinary golf course
watering
issues.
The grass.
Watering the grass.
Okay.
I am a certified. Make me the sheriff of this. When you lose your prostate, what happens?
You got to when you have to pee, you got to pee. Period. End of story.
Like there's no.
You got to pee.
You said you had to retrain yourself on how to hold it afterwards,
exactly.
right?
Like there's no like, hey,
prostate.
Yeah, there's no like, hey, I'm I'm going to wait till the break. No, there ain't no break. How many times you guys see me just walk off the show just in the middle of the segment?
Well, Moser,
There's no wait.
Moser does that too.
Yeah.
For different reasons.
Wait. So when you're on a golf course, public course, even a private course, my own course, I do it, and you see trees and nobody's around, you look around, make sure, you go do your business. Yeah. But when you walk on to the hallowed greens of Augusta National, in that tournament, in that sitting, dude, I'm wearing a jock. Are you kidding me? Are you how full of yourself are you? How unaware are you? How stupid are you to pull that stunt in that tournament, in that setting, knowing everybody's paying attention?
Moshe, can I say one thing before you start on this? There is a part of me that when it comes to that, I'm like, all right, they need to calm down and stop pretending this place is the Garden of Eden, that no blade of grass goes unblemished or whatever. Like that.
But it is.
About 10% of me feels that way. Hey, get over yourself a little bit with how many rules you have at this place. If a guy wants to pee, let him pee. 90% of me says, you can never, not just take this. There's not a place you're going to go where people aren't going to see you, number one. You aren't doing that in hiding somewhere.
It's
There's
Augusta.
too many people on the golf course.
It's Augusta National.
Secondly, I would be terrified if somebody did see me, that I'd have a red dot on my forehead the second I went to go pee.
Brett, it's like going to the Vatican City and finding a corner.
See, that's where I'm saying I think that goes a little too far sometimes. That's what.
No.
In the golfing world,
no,
he's
no,
not
it doesn't.
wrong.
Get it? No, you don't understand. I was afraid to talk. Let alone,
know.
I was afraid to speak.
Understood. Look, Vic, I'm telling you, I agree with you. I do think some things like, hey, you can't take a picture on the golf course. I heard a story about Justin Timberlake.
You can't
who
bring
was
your phone.
That's the thing. Timberlake was like, this is cool, and I guess he took like a selfie, and they're like, you're never allowed here again.
You're off.
That seems a little intense.
I don't know that it's... listen, I don't know that it's about taking a selfie. It's about following the rules.
They do not... You know what? There's something refreshing about an organization that says, these are the rules. Live with them or don't. And if you don't like the rules or abide by the rules, you don't have to be here.
That's the 90% of me, Vic. That's the 90%. It's like, this is, if you're going to be here, you have to do this. So 90% of me agrees.
Now people wonder, well, it's just a creek. It's just a wash and da-da-da-da-da. I've actually read about Rays Creek in the past, about how it all came about. This Irish trader back in the 1700s settles in Augusta. In the 1800s, so the creek's named after him, John Ray. Well, they built like a lagoon system to carry the creek over the da-da-da. All this happened, more than 80 years before Augusta was even purchased. The land was purchased by Bobby Jones and Cliff Roberts. And so Jones designing the course.
All right, what are we doing? Going deep into history?
Well, yeah,
what the hell are you talking about?
He integrated Rays Creek, obviously, in many unique. You could tell me better than this, Vic.
Dawson.
Unique ways for that golf course. It's like hallowed water, is what it is. Everybody's talked about it. The water trickles through. They've rearranged the path 1 billion times to make it perfect.
It doesn't matter where the
and this
course
guy
is.
goes and takes a squirt.
Yeah, but Moser, you could put that course anywhere in the world, and those are the rules. There's a mystique. There's a tradition unlike any other. And you know what? For all of you anti-golf fans out there, and I respect the fact you may not like the sport. You may think it's too or too expensive. I get it. I hated golf until I was an adult. I poo-pooed the sport like anybody else. What a waste of time. I get it. But you need to understand something. Those in those circles, that is it. This is heaven. And you don't pee in heaven.
A texter says, I bet you Ray peed in that creek all the time.
I'm sure John did, yeah. That's fun. That's really funny. It's just, and so then I'm watching some of the highlights, and I told you it'd be easier for me to bet on who's going to miss the cut than who's going to make the cut
I'd
or
kick
win.
him out of the tournament.
Well, he'll have to play his way back in someday.
I wouldn't
He'll
let him.
never be invited back ever again.
I would kick him out of the tournament.
Okay, so here's the story. I'm watching Max Homa, and he's steady struggling, right? And so he's in the pine straw, and he's hitting his third shot. I think it's on 15. What's the par 5, Vic, where they have a guy out there in the middle with a flag to tell you when the green is free? Anyway, I guess it's a really hilly spot.
It's either 15 or it could be 13.
So Homa's about 158 out, and he's trying to lay up from the pine straw. He's not trying to go for the green. But this guy's out there saying, okay, listen, the green is occupied. Don't go for the green yet till I'm walking off with this. He looks like a caddy in the middle of the fairway. Homa stingers one out of the pine straw and drills this mother right in the back. And I don't know what the rules
Brandon
are.
Evans?
You know, the whole peeing in the creek thing, it's just for me. It's fundamentally this. It doesn't matter if it's golf. It doesn't matter if it's golf. It doesn't matter if it's a sport. It doesn't matter. Anything in life. When you are given a certain set of rules and you're given the honor to do something that, wow, this is an honor for me to be here. Wherever you go to your in-laws' house, you meet your in-laws for the first time, you do something where you want to set a good impression. It's just a human nature. You don't do what he did. You don't do that. You don't be that stupid. Where's his caddy? Where are the other people alerting him? Hey, where are all those idiots? You don't do that. Be respectful. We have lost that tact. The tact of respect. That's all that is. A lack of respect. Get out of here.
All right. Don't pee in Ray's Creek. That's his creek and only his.
And don't drill a volunteer in the back.
303-504-0925. Jeff Legwold tentatively at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
Dudes, 2025, I could talk to you frankly, bluntly, about anything, right? If you're dealing with any form of or suffering from erectile dysfunction and you're tired of that frustration and embarrassment, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Get yourself taken care of. If there's something else wrong with your body, knuckle, leg, whatever it may be, you take care of it. Don't make it a problem. And there are a few things in life more wonderful than intimacy. If you have some form of ED, it can hurt that. So call today, 720-440-7900. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. They've got 5 locations from Colorado Springs all the way up to Fort Collins, and they've got an expert staff. They've been in business for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Look, your appointment, $99, medical consult, the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, everything is totally free. But it's going to work, and you're going to be happier and healthier. So again, call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Coach, in these kinds of games, is there anything that you kind of encourage your players to just play a little bit more cautious to?
No. No.
Overall, disappointed with that effort tonight?
Yeah.
What are you seeing there that results in what happened?
It's not skating. Bad decision. Like our breakouts were terrible, so like just tough time getting in and out of the zone tonight. So kind of messes up your whole game.
Bednar after the game, he was not happy, and I think he was not happy at the very much lack of care in that game, lack of effort, lack of focus. It was 60 minutes worth of the team just did not care about playing hockey yesterday. Didn't. And part of that, I think, is to be at least a little bit expected, but not for an entire game.
Hey, Vic, here's where I'm at, and here's where I was last night. Cale Makar blocked his shot in the third period, got it right above the knee.
You got scared.
And he went down on kind of all fours. One of those deals. And I'm like, dear God, no. I'm like, take the – Johnny Lass is like, go onto the couch in the players' lounge. Yeah. Just take your skates off and lay down.
Yep.
Chill out, have some pizza, whatever's back there, whatever it is you want. Yeah, I'm at that point where it's like, just chill out. You're going to play Dallas. You can't catch Dallas, and they can't catch Winnipeg, or they're not going to catch Winnipeg. You realize the Dallas Stars have lost 4 games in a row? And they had something to play for.
Right.
Something real and tangible.
Well, maybe I think that desperation lacked for them, too. I mean, I understand they still had a finish line trying to catch Winnipeg. I get it. But they can't manufacture the desperation like some other teams can this time of year, like St. Louis did for a while.
Maybe they didn't want to empty the tank just to try and jump a team at the end of the season. Maybe they're just like, you know what, we're going to accept our fate too. It's us and the Avs in the first round. We're just going to go.
I thought it was a foregone conclusion, Brett. I'm trying to explain to Bear last night how this playoff thing works. She's like, well, wait, so if the Central gets 5 teams in, then one goes, who's going to play Vegas? I said, well, it could be St. Louis, and now it could be Minnesota. All of a sudden, Minnesota and St. Louis are tied, but Minnesota has a game in hand. They could be the one that crosses over and plays the Golden Knights.
Yeah.
And it's a little confusing to try to explain. Well, I thought that everybody was in their own division to start. Well, they are, but you get 5 teams in. The one has to cross over. She's like, this is lame. So, well, kind of. Yeah, it really is.
Well, it's just, I mean, again, I feel like we've been hammering this playoff format for like 2 straight months. It is what it is. This was the matchup we've been feeling forever now. It just always felt like it was going to be this way. And so now the question, I think the main one, is based off the performance last night. Are you nervous at all that maybe the Avs have checked out already and that they like the game tomorrow, Moj, against the Kings? It does feel like that one might have some juice on the line because, look, if you eventually meet with them, they're right next to you point-wise, maybe something could play out from the home ice advantage thing, whatever. Like, maybe that's one of those. McKinnon didn't play yesterday. I don't know if he's playing in either. He's not going to play in both of these games, I wouldn't assume this weekend, but maybe one. Do you think maybe McKinnon goes tomorrow, Moj?
I doubt it.
Do you think he's just done?
I think so, yeah. Look, he needs rest, he needs health, he needs everything. I wouldn't risk it.
Okay.
If it was me.
I think you're right.
You can't go up, you can't go down. What you have to do if you're the coach, Vic, and even as a fan, you must have faith in the leadership group of this team, in Nathan McKinnon, in Cale
think
Makar,
you're good with that.
in Eric, in all the veterans who have been there, done that, and the guys who are desperate to win. Charlie Coyle has never missed the playoffs in his entire NHL career. You know what he's also never done? Won.
Yeah.
Brock Nelson has never. There's a bunch of guys who have never, ever won before. And so the motivation is going to be there. You have to trust that your leadership group is going to lead the way, and yet your team is going to be prepared so that when the playoffs begin, Game 1 in American Airlines Center in Dallas, that they are ready to go. And I believe that's going to be the case.
That's what I'm getting at, though. Yeah, I believe that.
I go by evidence.
I think this team, if they put together the same effort as last night, which was bad,
You'll
if
get
they do
drilled.
that Saturday
Sure.
and Sunday, I don't care. I
Yeah.
think when the playoffs start, they're going to be like, it's go time, and it'll be full intensity, and everybody's focused and all that.
I've watched enough forensic files in my life to go by the evidence. And the Colorado Avalanche have never shown me evidence that when it matters the most, they don't give it at all.
Right.
So I'm ready for that occasion, and I'm sure the coach is as well. I'm sure the players are as well. It's just you've got to go through this, and you don't want to get lazy, and you don't want to have bad habits come to the forefront. Not that you can't get rid of them, but just keep your head on straight, stay focused, get through this smartly, and then let's go.
Here's the other thing. If you guys want to tune in to AM 950 tonight at 7 o'clock, what you're going to get is the Colorado Eagles broadcast because it is assumed that Gabe Landeskog is going to be on the ice today for the first time in
Just a
almost
question.
3 years.
It's been an assumption, and tickets have been snatched up, and they're expensive, and they're expecting big things. What is stopping them from actually making it official that he's playing?
Because I don't know that he's ready yet, Vic.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that he's ready. I mean, I think that he was loaned. First of all, the Avs aren't practicing at all. You realize that, right? There's no practice time. So because of the CBA and the built-in days off, and because the way the schedule is bunching up here, now next week they can practice, but the regular season will be over. If he wants to practice and he wants to take line rushes and he wants to shoot the puck with other dudes that are also hockey players, you have to go to the Eagles at this point.
Well, and I think what they're waiting for, Vic, is that he's going to give, I think, morning skate, an intense go, and see if everything feels right, then he's going to go tonight, is kind of the understanding that I was at.
I truly have no idea. This is up to Gabriel Landeskog and his body. I mean, Coach was talking about, hey, it's playoffs. Everybody's day-to-day, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is the biggest day-to-day.
Wait,
this is a 3-year process, bro.
Do they call it a conditioning assignment as a way to kind of skirt the cap stuff?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that's truly what it is. You think he's ready to step in and play Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight?
No, Moser, okay. There are guys who get assigned to the Eagles, right? If you call up Jacob McDonald for a game and he goes back to Colorado, what do they call it? Or he goes back to the Eagles, what do they call it? They don't call it a conditioning stint.
No, because he has a 2-way contract.
Okay.
Gabriel Landeskog has an NHL contract.
Okay. So it has to be called something different, I would assume, doesn't it? If a professional contract player goes to play for them, you call it a conditioning stint. I don't know if this is right, but this makes sense in my head. You call it that, so it's like this is a guy coming back from injury, so this is more training than it is him playing.
That is correct.
That's all I'm getting.
Yeah, that's. Would I be shocked if he went tonight? No. Would I be shocked if he didn't go tonight? No. I think this is all on a day-to-day basis for him and about how he's feeling, how his body's reacting.
Well, I'll tell you, Moj.
Well, here's the thing, Brett. After every workout, after every skate, after everything, has anybody even talked to Gabe Landeskog? No. He's not available yet to the press. So you don't know if he's got pain.
Television cameras.
Yeah, but his story is available. He's on a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, you haven't talked to him after a daily basis on how he's feeling. Hey, how's the quad? How's the knee? How's your other leg? Vic, what happens to guys when they favor one body part? What happens?
You take punishment on other body parts.
That's exactly right. Other body parts overwork
Overcompensate.
unnaturally, then that's an absolute humanistic fact.
Okay, but hang on. All of what you're saying is true. It has also been 2 3/4 years of him working his way towards this. If he doesn't play tonight, Moj, then we got a problem.
He could go tomorrow. You don't, Brett. I don't know.
But
I don't know what to tell you.
You know what I'm getting at here. If he is pushed to this conditioning assignment with the Eagles and he does not play for them, then something screwy's going on. Meaning this is not good enough. Or this.
Right knee.
Yeah, right knee. That's all I'm getting at.
If you're gonna touch yourself, touch the right part of yourself.
So all I'm saying is, Moj, to me, just in my head, it feels like a virtual guarantee. Too many things are lining up. There's no that I can't. Vic, are you with me? Can you imagine a world right now in which the Eagles take the ice tonight and Landeskog gets announced like he can't go?
Well, I couldn't imagine if I were one of those fans who picked up a ticket late for $200, brought my family, sat there waiting to see him, and that's why I ask. That's why I wonder.
That's all I'm getting at. That's all I'm saying.
I'll tell you what, I'll find out. I will know. I will be just like everybody else.
When do you think they would announce it? Like, they're officially. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm just asking questions. If you don't know, then you don't know. You don't got to give me the face.
Moj
So it's not-
doesn't like to be asked questions.
You're so sensitive about
You
this.
are the most-
You are so sensitive about the Landeskog subject, no matter
Brett,
what I ask you.
Brett, ask me a Nuggets question. I'll answer it.
Do you think Jalen Pickett starts tonight?
Yes. See how easy that is?
How about this? Let's do an unknown. Do you think that David Adelman keeps the job permanently?
I think right now he's got about a 40% chance in climbing.
See, you don't got to give me a face.
Brett?
What?
Sorry for the face, but I thought I made myself clear. If
I'm making it clear to you.
Let me finish.
I ask you something about Gabe, and you act like I'm hitting you with tranquilizer darts.
If the player doesn't know, then how in the world would I know?
Hey, listen, if you want Moser,
I don't know what the protocol is for a minor league activation. I don't know any of this stuff.
Hey, here's a better question. Here's how I'm going to ask the question. You got to know how to ask questions to Moser because he's tight-lipped when it comes to this. And I understand, Moser. You know me. I've talked to you about it. You're the play-by-play guy. There's certain things you cannot say. Hell, certain things we cannot say. That you don't want to jump across that line of trust. But let me ask it this way. If Val Kilmer were still with us and he played the role of Gabe Landeskog in the comeback story, would Val Kilmer be playing hockey tonight for the Eagles?
Oh, my God. A young Val Kilmer would have been awesome in a Gabe Landeskog biopic.
It's very easily biopic. I don't know why you guys keep saying this intentionally wrong. Just admit that I'm right.
I mean, Val Kilmer would look the part. That would have been great.
A biographical picture. Biopic.
Okay. We'll see. You'll know when you know, Brett. I'll know when I know. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, for God's sake. I mean, you want to try to get more blood out of this turnip? You go right ahead,
you
Jack.
Can also just tell me how you feel.
I feel
instead of a definitive answer, you could just be like, you know what? Like I said, guess what, Moj? Ask me the question. Is Gabe playing tonight? Just ask it.
You're putting off angry vibes when he asks.
Yes!
Like, don't bother me with this stuff. Yeah, like I'm too good for you people.
All right, Vic, you asked me.
Oh, well, I am, but that's not what I'm doing intentionally.
Ask me, is Landeskog playing tonight?
Hey, you think there's any chance Landy plays tonight?
Vic, I don't know for sure. The way everything looks, it really feels like he has to play tonight. Like, I don't think they go through all of this with him not showing up during the actual game.
See?
That's all it takes.
I hope to God he's healthy and can play.
Now ask me again, and I'm going to play the role of Moser.
Yeah. Hey, Moj, do you think Landy goes tonight?
How would I know, Vic? How would I know?
What else do you want from me?
This isn't a Val Kilmer biopic. I don't know. He doesn't know. I don't know. Only God knows. Anyway,
see, Moser, does that give you a better description?
Would you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to do.
Just wondering an opinion, Moj. Just an opinion.
I've given you my opinion 1,000 times. What are you not deciphering about it? I hope to God he plays until he's 50.
Me too.
Starting with tonight or this weekend. I truly don't.
50's a long time. He's gonna be over the hill by then, Moj. You don't want him to play till he's 50. Come on.
Hey, man, you should see some of the quotes that I'm reading right now. ESPN came out with its own article after The Athletic. The Athletic had that deep War and Peace novel on the Nuggets crisis. Well, ESPN, Ramona Shelbourne, and who else wrote this? It's long, but my gosh, it was Tim McMahon. Played basketball with Tim McMahon. Some of the details that have come out in this piece, whoa.
All right, we'll get to those in just a second.
You play basketball with Tim McMahon. That's great. I'll tell you what I'm going to go do, Vic. With that thought in mind, I'm going to go take a squirt.
Hang on, Moser. I got one last thing. One last thing. Turn your mic back on. Texter says, turn it back on. Texter says, just tuned in. Is Landy going tonight?
Who is that? Who is it? I want to know who that person is. I want to know your home address. Aha, the 3730. I'm coming for you.
I really care. It's not my job to evaluate how they take things. My job is to be honest, and sometimes brutally honest. And tonight, it was a brutally honest message. And the guys that are won't hear it. You know, they'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And I said, if somebody disagrees with me, please speak up.
It's Malone a few weeks ago after the Portland loss. Now with brand new interim head coach David Adelman, they'll take the floor tonight against the Grizz in what is an important game, as all of these are important right now. So we'll get to that in just a second. Again, a reminder to you guys, that brand new custom-built sauna that we're giving away on Monday at 9:20 in the morning. We'll announce the winner. 9:20 for that brand new custom-built sauna that you can put outside. You can put it inside your house, wherever you want.
Have you ever won anything before?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
No,
Nothing like that.
I'm saying, like, have you ever won a prize?
I mean,
Like
yeah.
something like that, like
a raffle. I don't think it's ever been huge.
Has anybody ever won a car or a sauna?
Oh, no.
Or I mean, I've never won.
Dude,
I've won
Kyle Keefe won $10,000 for a hole-in-one at City Park.
That's
that's
earned
earned.
that.
That's earned. That's
It's like you win something like you have 10,000 entries and they pull your number and you win.
Oh, I got you.
You win
Yeah,
something really cool.
I don't win those things either. Like the Super Bowl pool crap that we always do. It's like here.
Well,
take
no,
my
but
money.
you
I'm never
earn
gonna
you
win.
kind of earn that too because you're buying in and blah
No,
blah
he's
blah.
talking about the
numbers.
squares. He's talking about the
fake
squares.
squares.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Kevin Shockey does his fake squares. Are we supposed to report that? Anyway, fake squares.
IRS, his name is Kevin Shockey.
I mean, I've won like
a T-shirt,
like a backpack or something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
at a
yeah,
golf
okay,
tournament.
yeah.
You know, something.
But
no,
when I've won stuff at a golf tournament, I've earned it. I got closest to the pin or whatever the case may be. I've never just put my name in and wrote out sauna and won a free.
We don't win crap. Has anyone
Free
on this show ever
kick-ass
won
sauna.
employee? Has anyone on this show ever won Employee of the Month?
I
Not
have.
one time.
Nelly, you have?
Twice, yeah.
That was more pity than anything else.
Hey, call me Joel Embiid. I still got 2 MVPs,
Hey,
brother.
Brett, look, you and I have never won. Think about this, Brett. Think about what the company thinks of us.
I want you to understand something. I've been here for like
6 years and 3 months?
Almost 6.5 years, yeah. Somewhere around there. Never even a nomination.
Me
Not
neither.
a single one.
I'm with you.
Show up
You
here
know why?
every day, 6 o'clock in the
you wanna
morning,
know
trying
the
to
truth?
entertain the
Brett,
masses.
you want to know? Because these little cliques they get together here, they vote for each other.
Yeah, they
Oh,
do.
yeah, for sure.
We're not in.
For sure.
You know what? Seriously, we are not part of the cool kids table here at this radio station. Look, I mean, look out here right now. You could shoot a cannonball through this place, and I'm wondering. How many companies, when it starts to get nice outside, and it's going to be beautiful today in Denver, right? I think tomorrow's going to be in the mid-80s.
84.
Oh my God! It gives
No,
me.
I want you guys to listen to something. This is for me and Vic. I mean, Vic, how many times you hear? You know what? You get the morning show is the cornerstone of what a good radio station is, and you guys do such a great job. And you guys climbing the mountaintop. You're doing great. Not a single thing other than that. It's all lip service.
Yeah.
They don't actually care.
Oh, what's her face gave me a pen one time. Anyway, so here's the thing.
By the way, the key word is sauna.
Oh, sorry.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
One time this outfit gave our producer Marty, who's no longer with us, Employee of the Year. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, they misspelled
his name 4 times.
Yeah.
He had 2. He was given 2 plaques that both had his name.
He has 3
misspelled.
plaques, 2 misspelled and one correct. But here's the thing. Let me explain.
Can I just get the keyword
Please,
out?
yeah, please
Sorry,
do it. Sorry.
we got sidetracked. Sauna is the keyword for the day, the final keyword until we give this away at 9:20 on Monday. So sauna and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
But we've been doing this every single day, and it just dawned on me that I've never won crap like this in my life. I would love to win a cedar-lined sauna that I could put anywhere in my house and sweat my feet off. I mean, it sounds so awesome, and I've never won. I know, you're right. I've never won anything. So somebody's going to win, and they're going to accomplish something that I've never done in my life.
Do you know who I've personally witnessed win this multiple times. So I think it's around Christmas that we have a monthly all-staff meeting that we have 12 times a year, obviously.
Right.
But the last one, I think, is where they give away some prizes, and there's always like a Landeskog signed jersey or a Joker signed jersey or like a really cool thing. You could take home, frame it. I have witnessed Mark Springer win multiple signed jerseys from superstar players in this town.
He rigs it.
And keep in mind, there's how many people that work in this building? Like 50-ish, I would say.
Yeah, or more.
Springer twice has won that. Twice.
Dude, I've seen him on several occasions coming back from the car wash after washing Dave Fleck's car.
Anyway,
hey, speaking of that, employee of the year, Martin Olach, he sent me this picture here that I'm going to bring up on the big board. Do you see what that is?
What?
Oh, Vic, you did
Vic,
win
you
once.
have won employee of the month back in February 2019. Look at this picture on the board.
Okay, I have two questions.
That's even more disrespectful that you've actually won and you didn't even acknowledge it.
Okay, I have two questions. Hold on. Number one, I have no knowledge of this award. Number two, why would Marty have my award?
That is also a great question.
In what world is some dude in Chicago living in a cubicle pulling out his archive of Vic Lombardi awards?
That's a little weird, Marty.
What else you got in mind, Marty?
Why don't you go play?
You got my bike still?
Yeah, go play.
What else?
Go play tickle fight with your cube mate Tom. Stop invading our program. No, but anyway, Vic, I think this was a pity party too for you. Because it was around
that was right after.
It was around that time.
So too, I got a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you lost a little, but you gained more. Okay,
I don't know if Vic's on death's door. Let's give him this piece of paper.
Hey, we can't find a cure for the disease, but let's give him employee of the month.
Hey, here's $20 at Starbucks. Enjoy. Oh, and 5 big booms, huh?
You know what?
Oh, my God.
I'd actually appreciate that more. If Fleck, instead of giving me employee of the month, said, you know what? I got to do something. 5 big booms for Brett this month. If he gave me 5 big booms, I love it.
Oh, it's so funny.
All right, anyway. So, Nuggets back at it tonight. I'm very curious to see if, is it a one-game spike that we saw after the Malone firing, or is it something that's going to carry over? So that's number one. But Vic, you said you're reading stuff in your basketball teammate Tim McMahon's article. Yeah. So what was that?
No, I mean, every article has a different wrinkle to the story that unfolded, and they're using in this ESPN article a lot of unnamed sources, and I really wrestle with that because this could be anybody, could be a player, could be an assistant coach, could be a Starbucks barista. I don't know who these unnamed sources are. So I take that with a grain of salt. But knowing the two people who wrote this, I trust them fully. They're very accomplished. Some of the quotes I will read for you, okay? And this is from the latest article regarding the relationship between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. They just saw the world completely differently, one team source said. The situation was unsustainable. Coach Malone and Calvin couldn't fix it because they made the situation all about themselves. If you want a Calvin's guy, Malone doesn't want to play you. And they went on to talk about Zeke Naji and how he should have been playing the 4 instead of the 5, and how this source sneakily suspects that Malone made him play center out of spite. Now, again, this is the kind of stuff that comes up after the fact.
Sure.
I don't know how much you value that. I know what we saw. I do know that Zeke was better playing power forward than he was center. I do know that.
No doubt. He was.
I do know that Michael Malone, with his second unit, likes to go small ball.
He does.
Right? That's what he does. So I can't dispute that. But it's just sad to me, man, that a championship team was undone from these reports by two guys who just could not work together.
The more that I look back on it, Vic, and again, the warning signs were there for quite a while. And I can appreciate the tact of, you know what, listen, everybody's going to be gone. And we're going to get fresh minds in here and so on. Even though you're good people and you're great at your job, it's just not working here right now. When I look back on it, Brett, and I look at that room and I look at the faces, the places, the behavior, the interaction of the players themselves inside that room, something definitely it's been different for quite a while. And quantify quite a while, months and months and months and months and months. So that being said, it makes so much more sense if you just take your emotions out of it and your I guess closeness out of it, and you just step back a little bit and look. It makes a ton of sense.
Here's what it feels like to me. Ego replaced. I don't want to say results, but let's say that this thing that you just read right there is true, Vic. Totally true. We don't know if it is, but let's just assume it is. It's a very childish way of going about a basketball team from a head coaching perspective, that you won't play somebody at a place out of spite, because that doesn't help the team. Now it's like a personal grudge is more important. And again, I'm not saying that that is true, but if it were, that's the case.
Yeah.
Is this guy is better suited to do this for our basketball team, but I hate this other guy so much that I'm going to make him look bad? That's weird. Really, really weird.
Can I add a little bit more context to this? There was an added urgency, as we all know, to make sure that the prime of Nikola Jokic, that he was given the necessary pieces to continue making runs at a championship. Okay?
Have to, yeah.
That's the primary reason why this is all happening. You can't waste these years. At age 30, it's time. Biological clock is ticking. There's a couple quotes in this piece.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
In fact, they have a quote from Nikola Jokic himself in this ESPN piece. Quote regarding championships, right? Everybody thinks, oh, he's going to get upset if he doesn't win another championship or make a run. He's going to leave. He's going to go to L.A. Well, listen to this quote. This is Nikola Jokic. I think people in general, they always want more and more and more, but they don't know what they have. I'm really happy we have one title. A lot of very good players don't win one.
Pretty good perspective.
Hey, some might think of that. Some might hear that and say, what, is he settling?
No, but
I think he's
clear to have
telling
a
you
logical
how
perspective.
hard it is.
It is.
And I just told Nelly this the other day in the appetizer. It might be the only place in life that I think me and Jokic are similar. And it's this. You guys have experienced this too. I am sure of it, because I think a lot of people at the station, at least recently, have. You guys maybe been approached about a job where you're offered hey, we'll offer you more money if you come over here and do this. And my response has always been, I'm happy here. I like this.
Mm-hmm.
I could make more money doing something else or getting another job somewhere else.
But you could work for us.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
But I'm like, I love the people I work with. I love the show that I'm on. I love my life right now. The grass isn't always greener. It's not. And Jokic very much feels that way, which is he is comfortable here. And things might not be perfect, but you're happy, and you go somewhere else, it might not be the same.
You know, I'm so glad that Nikola Jokic is quoted saying this, and I'm going to talk to him off camera about it too, because I've mentioned this on the show, and every time I say this, the reaction is, oh man, you're getting all field day on us. I get it, guys. I want to win another championship too, man. I get it. But if I go to my grave without seeing another one, I'm fine. Hey, look at me. I'm fine.
Well, you said that
because
from
they did something.
Yeah, you said that from day number one.
From day one. I said it before they won it. The Denver Nuggets did something in 2023 that this little boy in Denver never thought possible. Never thought possible. We were never in the same playing field. We didn't have the necessary infrastructure to do it. The players, the luck, the health. There's no way we ever have a Nuggets parade. It won't happen. We'll come close. It will be denied. It doesn't happen here. It did. And I love that feeling again. I love it.
I think
but if I don't get one, guess what? Guess what? If I don't get one, I'm good.
It's a very healthy perspective. You want more, though, because here's the thing. In my lifetime, and maybe my child's lifetime, in Denver, you will never see a player like this again, ever.
No, I think that is totally
You will
fair.
never see a player of this caliber ever again in this town.
I honestly believe this, Moj. I don't think it's possible for the rest of my life to see somebody that I will think is better at basketball than Nikola Jokic was.
That's exactly
I'm not
right.
even talking about here. I'm not even talking about here in Denver. I'm saying in my life, I don't think I'm going to see somebody that I think is better.
You know, it's funny. My wife, who's not a sports fan, she was asking me this yesterday. We're driving around, and she goes, "So, what's your relationship with Nikola? I mean, can you just talk to him, or what? What's it like?" And I go, "Man, it just freaks me out because you're looking at the guy. You walk up to this guy, and he is the greatest player. He does his craft better than any single human on the planet. Yeah, think about that for a second. We don't see that here in Denver.
We should. And
by-
I just like to remind myself, especially when I'm talking about McKinnon and McCarr doing the games.
Same thing, yeah.
It's like, crap, man. Let's not take this for granted. These guys are that special.
Well, and here's the thing. Texture is saying loser mentality. He's talking about Vic, and Vic was speaking for himself, and I think Vic is totally right on this. Like,
you can call me a loser. I don't care.
No.
Hey, I won.
But
I'm
Vic,
a winner. I won.
It's different between your mentality and Joker's. Joker doesn't want to toil away working his ass off for not another title. Obviously, he wants another one. And by the way, in the middle of the belly aching about the moves that were made over the past couple days, the move that was made by the Nuggets organization, albeit maybe a little cutthroat, was done with one thing in mind. What is it?
Winning.
To win more.
Yes.
It was to win more. Like, that's what you want to see out of an organization.
Vic, to give you perspective, the Sacramento Kings came close one time to going to the NBA Finals. And Robert Horry made a shot.
Mm-hmm.
But I was talking to my buddy Todd, right? We all know Todd.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, man, we were talking about the Nuggets' first game, and they got the Kings the other night. He goes, dude, they're never, ever, I'm going to die, and they're never going to win. I thought, boy, that's tough. That's tough on dude, right? Because he's been a Kings fan for over 40 years, whatever. Yeah. He goes, they're never good. He goes, they're never going to win ever. And I'm driving.
You're staring at somebody who's
right. And I'm driving, and I'm listening to him, and I'm driving in my car, and I'm thinking to myself, this poor bastard's right. The Sacramento Kings are never going to win a title in his lifetime. And thank God we have one here, at least one. And now do everything you can to go get number 2 or 3 or whatever.
The other thing from this article I want to confirm, because it's another long one. It's got a lot of details, a lot of facts, a lot of quotes. In the article, it's mentioned that Josh Kroenke really wanted to make this move at the All-Star break many months ago, and he didn't. I can confirm that's the truth. And part of the reason he didn't do it then is because they won 8 in a row going into the break.
They won like 9 straight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that is the complexity of an NBA schedule, the highs and lows. Take yourself back to that win streak.
Is that when he said winning masks a lot of things?
Exactly right. That's what he meant when he told me that. But let me ask you, take yourself back to that win streak. And I hate to say what we told you, but what did I say about that win streak?
Is that it wasn't against any top-tier competition.
That it was fake.
Yeah.
And remember, that's when I got in trouble. That's when I got into it with Hastings, because I said I don't see the Nuggets as a championship contender. Remember that? And then Hastings called me a dummy?
Yeah,
because I said, who'd they beat? So, interesting, huh? That I'm not the only one thinking that way.
It's the Nuggets did what they were doing all year, which is they played bad teams and they beat them, and then they played good teams and then they would lose.
And they lost.
And then we'd be like, well, now what do we do with this information? So, a lot to get to. If you got more questions on that, 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Hey, just quickly here. I'll make a comparison, Moj. And this was my feelings on the Avs this morning, is that it's a game that they obviously don't care about. And if they didn't care about the game, then how am I going to come on here and start yelling at people for not playing well? And I go, it's like when the Rockies played the other day and they were down 17-2. If Hunter Goodman takes a 3-pitch strikeout looking, do you think Buddy Black, when they're down 15 runs, is going to start screaming at him in the dugout? Or are you just kind of like, all right, whatever, dude.
How do you?
It's fine.
It reminds me of that time the Avs were in Montreal. This is the 48-point season. They lost 10-1. But I think they were down. I have to go back and look. It was 6-0 after 2, or maybe it was 5-0 after 1. And I'm like, well, the game's over. I mean, you're not coming back from this, right? So if you're going to the plate, and I don't know who was at the plate in the bottom of the ninth a couple days ago, but when you're going up there, what do you just, you're in it for yourself then, just to try to get a hit? I mean, what are you doing?
I've been there. I've been on both sides of this. You're up 10, you're down 10, whatever. I told you there's a game that we lost 34-19. Where there was a 100-mile-an-hour wind going straight out the left field.
Hey,
Moj, every time I stepped up to the plate,
you're trying
I was
to jack
looking
it.
for a 400-footer. I mean, that was it. Now, to the game last night, was able to watch a good helping of it.
Hey, Brenton Doyle he went 3 for 5. He's hitting .302. He had a dong.
Hey, Doyle, he's on a 7-game hit streak right now. He's got 3 3-hit games already this year. Brenton Doyle's just a stud, okay? He's a very, very good player. So he had a bases-clearing double that essentially tied up or ended the game, put a bow on it late. The good news is that obviously the Rockies are having an offensive problem to start this year. But some bats are turning around. Doyle is one of them. Tovar is starting to get his stick going, too. He didn't play last night. He's got a hip problem that Bud Black said isn't a major concern, just a little bit of rest. But even Ryan McMahon's boosted his average around 300. Like, they're getting some guys that are swinging the sticks now. You look at the power numbers, they aren't lighting it up, but 3 balls last night in the span of a couple innings. Doyle's bases clearing double was off the wall. Tolia put one off the wall.
He went 3. He also went 3 for 4, which was good.
Yes. Zach Veen, I thought he had his first homer off the bat. His ball went off the wall and right, so it's starting to creep back. And Feltner is a good pitcher, by the way. He's good within that rotation. He's a good young player. They had some good things last night. Now, it's the 3rd win out of 12 games, so keep it in perspective, but played well yesterday.
How about Ryan McMahon getting his teammates together and saying, come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well, Ryan Mac's starting to hit that age of the Rockies player that's been here for a few years, and it's like, guys, I'm really, really tired of losing.
What are we doing?
Yes.
Let's go.
So
this is
we need to figure this out.
unacceptable. And that's why I think a lot of this, there's only so much the room can do with the talent in the room, but that pride always starts in the room.
Sure.
You know, like the Nuggets, at times, they're playing without pride. That starts in the room.
Yep.
Things are, when you look at the top of the AL West, the Giants are right there.
You mean NL West?
What'd I say?
You said AL.
NL West. Good Lord almighty. So the Rocks are at the Padres. I think it's tonight, isn't it? They play tonight at the Pods, correct?
So, yeah.
Yesterday was a getaway. Okay. The Padres are 10-3. The Giants 9-3. Dang, Dodgers have already lost 4 games, which is a miracle. Pretty interesting, man.
I mean, I'm going to keep saying this to you. I am not paying attention at all to the standings.
Why?
It's not because it's not what the year's about.
I thought you liked baseball overall.
I'm saying for the Rockies,
Oh.
I don't care where they're at in the standings.
I don't even know what their record is.
I want them to play better. That's all I want. I want them to be with the arrow pointing up at the end of the year. That's all I'm looking for. And where that falls in the standings is probably going to be in last place or 4th.
That's a fair expectation. But for people, but here's the deal. Here's the problem with that expectation. Would you argue that the first 2 weeks of the season, given the schedule, was an opportunity to make some inroads?
A little bit, yeah.
Probably. I also think it's a little bit of this, and maybe this is just me being an apologist or making excuses or whatever. I kind of look at the beginning of the year with how many new pieces they've had. Kind of like the Broncos at the start of the year last year. Not that I think they're going to make some sort of Broncos run like they did towards the end of the season, but you guys remember how bad the Broncos looked the first few weeks. Rookie quarterback trying to figure things out.
Well, they had some really
score.
bad moments. He also had some decent moments.
Not until about week 4, dude.
Yeah, maybe.
Or week 3. It was week 3 of the Tampa game.
Yeah, they came
Week
back.
3.
Nice win. Hey, Vic, I need some advice from you. I'm going to seek some advice from my...
Fatherly, brotherly, what kind?
Brotherly. Either. So, tonight, we're heading to L.A. today, right? The Avs play the Kings tomorrow.
Tonight.
And so we stay at a place right there by the arena, Vic. You know where the whole area is there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm talking to Connor yesterday. And nobody wants to go far. Listen, it's the last road trip of the regular season. You just want to chill out there. And, you got to be at the rink early on Saturday. Nobody wants to do anything silly or anything. Just have a couple of brewskis, watch some games. Where are we going to go? So Connor goes, I guess we're just going to post up at the Yard House again, huh? I go, yeah, probably, or Tom's Watch Bar. It's all right there, right? And then later on, Lee goes, oh, no. I go, what? The Lakers are playing tonight. So, Brett, I don't know how to explain this to you. But the area that, Vic, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
that
you're
LA
gonna be
Live.
consumed. You can't get out of your house. Just stay in the hotel room.
The infestation of Lakers peeps, it'll make you vomit.
Well, I mean, you're there. You're in there.
It's heartbreaking, and I
It's your
can't even
problem.
believe it.
I know, but I'm just saying that, unfortunately, we're going to be exposed to that yet again. They shut down all the streets. All these people are so arrogant. Anyway, so I need some advice.
I'll give you advice.
Please.
I will give you. Please wear. If you wear this outside and you have Lee or somebody record it for me.
But Nuggets jersey?
No. I will give you. Let me think. Okay. I've got this. I will give you my Masters shirt. Look at this.
It's not bad.
Probably won't fit me. I don't wear a medium.
Oh, it'll fit you. It'll fit you. Don't worry.
I don't wear boys medium.
Okay.
This is.
How about this hat? How about this hat?
Okay.
How about this hat? If you go outside while all the Laker fans are ready to go to the game, and you wear my shirt that the guys at DNVR gave me that says Lakers Daddy.
Oh yeah.
Lakers Daddy. I will give you one of those pieces, but you have to be caught on tape. You have to be wearing it in a group of Laker fans, and I want to see their reaction to you wearing that shirt.
Okay, part of this, I'm intrigued. Let me explain. Because part of me, I would love to I would just love to poke the bear a little bit, right? But at the same time, if that was done to me in my hometown,
you'd be fired up. Well, that's the point.
I would say, God, that's one of the most obnoxious humans on the planet to actually come to our thing wearing a Nuggets daddy shirt.
Okay, hang on, Mo.
I don't know why I can live with myself being that obnoxious.
But you win something for that obnoxiousness. Most of the people that do that, they don't get anything for it. They're just wired that way. You get something.
Now this is the other thing, Moj. You need to be Sun Tzu on this, okay? You need
What's
to
that mean?
know your enemy. Know your enemy like you know yourself. Know that if you wear that and people do, if they'll come up and respond to you, they're going to throw something at you about Malone being fired and where the Nuggets are. You have to be prepared.
And that's
for the
when
comeback.
you counter by saying, he may not be the Nuggets coach anymore, but he's still your daddy.
You have to, yes. What is the quote from Sun Tzu?
Take that L on the way out.
Hang on. Moj, just keep this in mind. Know your enemy. If you know your enemy, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Know your enemy.
Well, I like that. Who said that?
Sun Tzu.
What dynasty was he in? Do you have any clue?
One from a long time ago.
Ming?
Right. Yeah, maybe a little Ming.
Military general, strategist, philosopher, and writer. Long time ago. He was born 544 BC.
It's a couple years
Pebbly
ago.
Jack used to hang around.
He's 500 years before Jesus, man. It's a pretty long time.
Yeah, he wrote The Art of War.
Yeah, that's the guy. All right, well, listen. The odds of me getting physically accosted are probably pretty high.
But that would be a great video.
It would be, yeah.
Oh, to
Good
be
content.
to be stabbed for video content for Vic, for a master shirt that won't even fit me anyway.
But, dude, it would be a hell of a show on Monday.
From the hospital bed?
Yeah.
If I make it?
Yeah.
That sounds...
Take a shank for the team, bro. It's not that hard.
Should I come equipped with, like a ground down screwdriver or something?
Yeah,
Just in case?
defend yourself. But.
Oh, my God. Anyway, that's what's going to happen. So I don't know. These are first world problems. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do because the Lakers infestation, it's just gross is what it is. Gross.
Nuggets, Grizzlies tonight. Vic?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Nuggets, Grizz, 7 o'clock tonight. Vic, go ahead.
Let me start right here. It's the biggest game of the year. This right here tonight is the biggest game of the Nuggets regular season. Bigger even than Sunday's game in Houston. And let me tell you why. You win tonight, you essentially avoid the play-in. You win tonight, and you're guaranteed a top 6 seed, unless all craziness ensues. I mean, tonight is that essential. You win tonight, you're already in 4th place. You continue to distance yourself from the likes of L.A., the Clippers, Golden State, Memphis, and Minnesota. Last night, Minnesota went into Memphis and derailed Memphis's plans. They put 52 points on the board in the third quarter. How'd they do it? 3-point shooting. They hit 23s in that game.
Good
For
Lord.
the Nuggets to win tonight, listen, Memphis gives up a ton of threes. It's the second out of a back-to-back. They're going to be tired. They give up a ton of threes. The Nuggets have to be willing to take them because Nikola's not going to have as much room inside with that giant of a man. They're going to have to be able to take and make threes. That is the key tonight.
Keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one
Vic,
place.
that was impressive. That was very, very impressive.
My keys?
Yeah, I thought they were great. I'm
really
dead
like
serious.
Great keys. Great
Now
toss
wear the
to break.
shirt.
Yeah.
Dudes, 2025, I could talk to you frankly, bluntly, about anything, right? If you're dealing with any form of or suffering from erectile dysfunction and you're tired of that frustration and embarrassment, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Get yourself taken care of. If there's something else wrong with your body, knuckle, leg, whatever it may be, you take care of it. Don't make it a problem. And there are a few things in life more wonderful than intimacy. If you have some form of ED, it can hurt that. So call today, 720-440-7900. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatment success rates well over 90%. They've got 5 locations from Colorado Springs all the way up to Fort Collins, and they've got an expert staff. They've been in business for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Look, your appointment, $99, medical consult, the T, the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, everything is totally free. But it's going to work, and you're going to be happier and healthier. So again, call today, 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I would just love to poke the bear a little bit, right?
Oh, would you now?
I heard that too.
You know, I'd like to do that too.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit, right?
Well, I often poke the bear.
How do you think you got that painting?
I was going to say that.
My God, was that an effing mistake? Oh my God!
This was done shortly after I poked the bear on the show.
I was just using a general colloquialism. This is going
It's
to
a
end
tough
up,
word, by the way.
It's a very hard word. This is going to end up being, especially after you've had a couple of brews in you.
Oh, try and say colloquialism after about 3 shots of whiskey.
Dude, that is going to haunt me for the rest of my life.
As it should.
Hey.
I didn't even think about it. Why would I think the way you think, filthy pigs?
Hey, I've discussed this on the show before.
Oh, goodness.
I think there's when you have an addiction, addictions, like, they're by definition very difficult to break. And I think it's rude to make fun or chastise somebody for an addiction, but I can't stop with John Morant's addiction to bringing out weapons for celebrations. Okay. I can't stop thinking about how this man just cannot help himself from trying to kill people with his hands, like somehow, some way.
The order is, first he had a gun, just a handgun, and he got fined, warned and then fined. Then he went to the grenade after making a bucket, threw in a grenade. Last night, in a loss at home, mind you, when they were losing, he went to the machine gun.
I want you guys to understand something. So, Nelly, if I think I DM'd this to you, pull it up behind me. So this was Jean Morant's response to, "Oh, I can't use guns, huh? Funny. I'll find more weapons. Just give me a minute." And he decides to go full hand grenade. Drops a 3, throws it in the crowd, and covers his ears. Yeah. Now,
had that going for a while.
Let me say something about this. Kind of love it. Kind of love it.
I kind of love it too.
Here's what he said afterward. Fun. It's not what you think it is.
Oh, no, but it is.
I'm going to take my words, I'm going to throw them out there and block out the noise.
Yeah.
So he worked on that response for about 48 hours before he pulled out the celebration. But this man goes, "I can't do this. Pew, 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 pew. I can't do this. So now I'm going to go.
Does he
maybe
realize?
Maybe he's like me. Maybe he's a big fan of Band of Brothers.
You know, I go back. I think it starts with his dad. I mean, fatherly advice goes a long way, and I don't know what his dad's take on all this is. I have no idea. But would somebody please tell him the actual function of doing what he's doing is funny. It's funny. But it's not funny when you've already been suspended by the league, heavily fined by the league, criminal activity in a Denver strip joint, Glendale, that went national.
Hashtag Glendale.
Where he has a gun in a strip joint.
Yeah.
So it's not like some dude in a game that does this with no history of this. You have a history and you've been disciplined for it. What are you doing?
I'll give you an example. I always think on this show, like, we should go for the joke. We should go for the funny. And there's sometimes where we have a discussion like, should we do this? It would be hilarious. But I think about it like, is this joke worth the conversation I'm going to have with Kevin possibly after this? And I'll give you an example. Remember our homeboy out there in Dallas, the fan who goes, "Now I have nothing."
Yes.
And remember the other clip that we wanted to play? And we were discussing, can we play the other one on the air? And all I thought to myself is, it'd be hilarious if we did.
You mean stepping in front of a train one?
Yes.
And now I have nothing.
And Nelly was saying, "Hey, let's play this, or should we play this?" And I go, honestly, I want to. I don't want to have a 15-minute conversation afterwards because Kevin got an email about it, though. So I was like, no. John Morant has no filter on that one. You poke the bear, Moj. That's all he wants to do is, "Oh, I can't do this? Well, how about this?" He's the epitome of, like, not touching, can't get mad kid in the back seat.
Right, in the back seat. I tell you what, though, I'm curious as to see, Vic, maybe you are as well. What exactly is the limit according to the NBA? Like, how far can you go, and with what? Again, if you do nunchucks, is that okay?
I don't know. But he's trying to toy with this. He's testing the limit when he shouldn't. Just shut up and play basketball. You've already been fined and suspended. What are you doing?
I know, but
you are fiddling with your future, with your career. A coach is fired. An organization is in shambles because you can't keep your whatever.
I mean, think about this so much.
But it's not me. So a little slice of me is intrigued as to what the limit truly is.
Oh. I'm intrigued on how many more of these he's got in his bag. Like, how many more of these borderline things? Is it bazookas next? And he's going to do this T-shirt cannon response that we've had before? Is it, what else are you going to have? Lasers? Bows and arrows? If he did that, Vic, if he pulled out the blue arrow for him, if John Morant hit a three and he goes like this.
That would be funny if he did that tonight. I'm not going to lie.
That's what I'm saying.
That would be funny.
Is he just going to keep finding different things that he can go to?
He's got to get something with like Top Gun Maverick, like an FA-18 Hornet.
No, this is a super soaker.
Somebody on the Twitch says, hey, what about Steph? He does that sleeping thing. I'm not trying to be angry here about this. I'm just going to be very slow about it. Has Steph ever been fined or suspended for oversleeping?
No.
Has he ever been warned by the league that any sleep-related histrionic gesture would be deemed unacceptable?
Has that ever been said in human existence? A sleep-related histrionic gesture?
I mean, has he ever? I mean, are you serious?
Didn't Von Miller get in trouble for the hip thrust? Right? Wasn't he the hip swinging guy?
Yeah,
and they
correct.
said, hey, you can't do that because that's some sort of like
sexual innuendo.
Yeah. And then if he the next time got a sack and he decided, I got another one for you. I'm not going to do it.
Okay, yeah, no, don't do it.
What if he just did something else?
You
know what I mean?
Don't do it.
Moj, unlike John Morant, I can discern the line of limits here. All I'm saying is...
My camera is off.
Yeah, hang on. Both of us, Moj. This. If he did that for his next one, it'd be like, bro, not a good idea. You just got warned. Texture says, how about ninja stars for the next one?
Yeah, those throwing stars, yeah.
You know, there are a lot of things that take place in professional sporting events where you're like, what the hell? Come on, ease up. And you may not agree. Like, remember when Russ said something or stared at another player and you got a taunting?
Right, yeah.
And you're like, come on, ease up. You may not agree with the rules that are placed in these sports, and there's plenty of them I don't agree with. But if you consistently break those rules time and time again, that's on you.
Again, it's not necessarily now the gesture, it's the flaunting of the rule toward the
it's no
commissioner.
Regard for your discipline.
Yes, it's like I'm bigger than that.
Yeah. It's just, I can't. That would have to be so frustrating.
It's like a little kid. They tell you can't, so you will, right? That kind of thing.
Or they find a way to like go around it.
Right.
Fellas, this game, it's not even 9:30 and I'm already, I got to take some.
I got a good feeling about tonight, Vic.
Tonight's
I've got
such a big game.
Listen, they're in the back-to-back. You're at home. Hopefully you've gotten a little juice after that, okay, listen, we settled things down after the tough day. You settle things down in Sacramento. You get a nice victory against a team that had everything to play for. Now you're coming on home. I feel pretty good about this. In fact, I guess my game plan will be this, guys. Once all the Laker riffraff leaves that area and heads to the arena, assuming that most of the people down there are going to the game, then we will saunter over and pick a spot, and I will get the Nuggets put on and be able to watch that game from there.
Should he do a samurai sword?
Just so you know.
Like, he hits a three.
No, lightsaber.
Just so you know, so tonight.
If you listened, I made the sound of a lightsaber. How would you not know?
If the Nuggets can win tonight, All right, they'll improve to 49 and 32. Thereby, they'll be 2 games ahead of Golden State, or a game and a half ahead of Golden State, and that means that Golden State cannot catch them. They own the tiebreaker. Teams like the Clippers, if they finish with the same record, cannot catch them. They own the tiebreaker.
How about just win out, Vic? How about just win out and get home court advantage?
Yeah, I would like that too. But here's the problem. Here's what scares me. If there are multiple team ties and the Nuggets are involved in a 4 or 5 team tie, this is where they get in trouble. This is where they could fall from a 4 seed to a 6. And those ties, it all depends on who you're tied with. For example, right now, Golden State, Memphis, and Minnesota, all right, those 3 teams all have the same record. They're 47 and 33. Minnesota's at the bottom of the pack because they lose the inter-tie tiebreakers there. They've got the worst record among the 3 against each other. I wanted Minnesota to win last night. I'm sorry. I wanted Memphis to win that game last night. I was deeply disappointed when Minnesota won. Why? Because you know what this keeps at play? In my brain, it keeps the worst-case scenario in play. Nuggets,
3 versus
Minnesota,
6 or 4 versus 5?
4 versus 5, Nuggets, Minnesota, first round
Bring
match.
it on. Bring it on.
Bring it on.
I don't want it.
Bring it on.
I'll take
Call me
it.
scaredy cat. Call me scared. I don't want it.
What are you scared of?
I don't want it.
That the Nuggets go to the offseason with changes? Like,
I don't want your pale skin.
That's
a personal shot.
That's egregious.
It's a
Yeah,
personal shot that's unnecessary.
I don't know how insulting Brett's going to make this a better show.
I agree with him, actually.
Well, hey, I think I have a way that we can level the playing field. In the next segment coming up, there's a caller on the line who wants to rip Vic a new one. He's had it up to here with Vic.
Oh, who? Get in line.
And I think this guy
Terry?
I think this guy has a reason to have a beef with Vic. So can we let them hash it out on the other side?
Okay, sure. Let's do it. Get to it next. All right, so Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Who is this? Who has a
caller,
beef?
who are you and why are you qualified to tear Vic a new one?
Hey, guys. Well, this is Dante Lombardi, Vic's son.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
And,
you listened to our show? I didn't think you knew where I worked.
No, I barely listen. And, with the Masters going on, I know, guys, I know Vic doesn't talk about it like at all.
Yeah.
But he played Augusta. He played there.
He did.
You guys know that? Yeah, he played there. And he talks about it every freaking second of the day. Every second of the day. Do you guys know that? Do you guys know
we're
watching your show?
Get him off.
My beautiful baby
my
step-nephew.
beautiful baby boy.
My beautiful baby step-nephew, Dante Lombardi.
Beautiful baby boy.
Dante, yes, we do know about it. In
Wait,
fact,
so is it worse at home? Because he's driving me nuts on the air, Dante.
Oh, my. It's so bad. We play golf.
Oh,
He'll
no.
pull a putt. He'll pull a putt so bad, it wasn't even close to the hole. Dude, at Augusta, he'll go face flat. He'll go face flat on the green. He'll be like, you see that blade of glass right there? At Augusta, that blade is shaved 45-degree angle. That's not moving like that.
Get him off.
That's awesome.
I want him gone. I want him out of here. He called me the other day. I thought it was done with it. He goes, you got to check out a clip from the show. You got to check out a clip from the show, dude. It's so good. It's me and Charles Barkley. I'm like, oh, nice, Charles Barkley. We're talking about Augusta.
Oh, God, I knew it. Dante, here's the thing. I am so jealous of your dad. So partly I come from that. You see, you're still young. You've got many years left to be invited to play Augusta National.
That's not the point. The point is he's annoyed.
I know, but hold on a second. So so part of it
He'll
is
never play it now.
Okay,
he will never play it now.
I'm incredibly jealous, number one. But number two, God, I'm hoping and praying if I ever did get that miracle opportunity to play, that I would be only half as obnoxious as this guy has been the entire time.
I guarantee you, you know what I think happens? I think you walk in and you sign a waiver that says if you play here, you have to talk about it every day for the next 3.5 years. And if you don't do that, they won't invite you back. I think what's happening here.
You know, Dante, my beautiful baby boy, I was planning, I wasn't going to tell you for your birthday, I was going to plan a nice trip back to beautiful Augusta National where the two of us could bond as father-son. But let me tell you that right now, you're out. Your daughter's in. My daughter's in.
Yeah.
You're out, kid. You're out.
Yeah. She can hit more greens than you. I'll tell you that.
You're out. Get out.
Dante, best call we've had in like a year. Way to go. Nice job.
As a parting gift, I could offer him this.
Bye, Dante.
I could offer him this Augusta National water bottle that I have here, or maybe my scorecard from my best round of the day. That's
Did you have it framed already?
Oh yeah, it's framed.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I've got the shirt supply. If you want, I have all the bags in which you purchased said shirts and merchandise.
Yeah.
So I have plenty of stuff here if you guys want access to it.
Dude, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I don't know how long Dante's been sitting on that rant.
I love it.
He came with like a bandolier belt of ammunition on that phone call.
Jealousy will get you nowhere, even my own son.
I think it's awesome.
And also,
I think it's great.
Vic, I can't believe how much he sounds like you. He has the same vocal inflections, the same cadence. The apple does not fall far from the tree.
He's not my
son. Not anymore.
My beautiful baby boy.
So I'm trying to
What
find
were you
it.
just talking about, Moser?
I can't find
We were
it.
just talking about Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
You know what Vic just did? I've abandoned my child.
I've abandoned my child.
I've abandoned my boy.
So Lee Blair, our television producer, has worked for years for CBS or the Golf Channel at the Masters. I think both probably. Anyway, he can't do it now because he's obviously got hockey.
You mean, wait, hold on. These are exhibition games right now. We've established that before the playoffs.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me?
I mean, we could have gotten a Gibbon probably to produce some games last couple.
These are life choices we all make.
Right.
So you mean to tell me Lee made the life choice to produce these Avs games, which we all respect what we're doing for a living, but they're not meaningful versus Masters.
Yeah, but you don't know that
Did
beforehand.
you guys win the broadcasting thing, the award, Gilio thingy?
No, not yet.
No, didn't you guys just win that? Am I wrong here?
I don't know. But so check this out. Last night he sends a picture to our group from the TV truck.
Radio, sorry.
Yeah, from the TV truck, and he's got a picture of Master's potato chips and Master's moon pie.
All right.
And I'm like, this is too much. This is just way too much. Enough of all of this. Dante, God bless you and thank you for that. You've backed
Dante,
up.
that was great.
You've
That
backed
made my
up
day.
everything that
Made
we've
my
said
day.
for the last month and a half. Thank you.
You guys will never get no souvenirs from me again.
It's a great text here. Here's what Dante did. He jumped on the air and he said, Vic, I'm pleading with you as a son. Stop this.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Don't make me cough.
All right.
Can I just... Augusta. He played there.
He did.
You guys know that?
Nelly, I sent you
So
something
good.
in a DM. Can you pull it up on the board behind us? It's from a Chicago White Sox game, and I want you guys to watch something. We all know the White Sox had maybe the most miserable year in MLB history last year, right?
They're off to another one this year. They're bad.
So if you remember, their over-under win total was 52.5, I think, before the season started, and that was 12 games better than what they were the year prior, okay? Or it was something along those, maybe 53.5, something like that. They just lost a game the other day. I want you to watch how. And I understand that the Rockies have had their own struggles too. But you know what? Misery enjoys company.
I saw this.
So here you go, Vic. Just to set this up before you hit play, Nelly. This is a 3-1 ball game. The Chicago White Sox have the bases juiced with 2 outs. They're trying to get this game tied up.
Are they wearing the same color uniforms? What's going on here?
No, you're colorblind. One's gray, one's white.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Nelly, go ahead and hit play. So, Vargas hits a shot to left field, gets through short and third. Here comes the game-tying runner who just stops.
Yeah.
Why? Pulled his hamstring rounding third.
Ooh.
Couldn't run. And that's how the game ended.
Ooh.
Should have been an easy tie. At
Oh.
least you're heading into extras at that point, or I guess the bottom of the 9th tie.
Oh.
And dude couldn't run around third. And I could only the White Sox, the Rockies, would this happen to?
But you know what?
This doesn't
though?
happen to the
those,
Yankees.
Those sports, Brett, and let me defend this guy. I don't know the circumstances, but those sports that are stop and start sports
it's
where you're on
tough.
base and you have to go full speed in a matter of seconds, you're more apt to pull your hamstring doing that.
Then why be an elite pro athlete if you can't start and stop?
Okay,
I get it. I'm just saying.
You know what? He pulled his...
It's not like he got run over by a guy, trucked by a guy at center ice. He's running from second base.
Okay, let's not make this about the entire sport of baseball. Like, people pull hamstrings occasionally.
People pull
It
hammies.
happens. It happens. Are you really going to rip this guy apart for pulling a hammy?
Well, I think
pull poor boy over here.
My only gripe with it, though, is that he just stands up and he walks away. If you pull your hammy in this moment, you got to sell it like you're Meryl Streep
Nelly.
going for an Oscar. You can't look. He just stands up and walks away with his head down.
I need a stretcher. I need a gator to come onto the field on a stretcher and drag me off. Yes.
Do you know who that is? I'm told by Dan Hyatt. That's former Rockies draft pick Michael Tauchman.
It's exactly who it is. Yes.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, poor guy. Poor team. Poor White Sox. As we all know, is the more lovable of the two teams in Chicago. That's the blue collar.
But maybe my favorite part of this video, though, is watch the closer's face. You can see on his face, he goes, I blew that, but hey, God hates the White Sox. So,
yeah, pretty much.
I think what I'm
Right
most impressed
here.
with in all of this is that the guy at the plate, who was it?
Vargas.
Actually got around on a 100-mile-per-hour fastball and pulled it through the hole. Maybe that's what I'm most impressed by.
Sitting
Nice
on
job.
one.
Yeah. Hey, a couple of things. Look, I don't know what is going on tonight in Loveland. I don't know what's going on this morning in Loveland. I'm not in Loveland. I'll be going to the airport to head to Los Angeles. So I don't know what's going to go down. I'm going to be relying, I'm sure. And you know, part of me, guys, I kind of just don't want to know until I know, or it happens or doesn't, or whatever. I kind of just want to block it out of my mind. Because if it can happen at some point, it's going to be incredibly special, is it not?
Why are you... Can I ask you a question? because you asked this to Bednar the other day too. You're like, Coach, I'm scared to talk about it. What are you scared to talk about? What is this? What is this emotion that you're feeling?
Operation I Want It So Bad, I Want It to All Be Good, Part 2.
Yeah.
Vic, Operation I Want It So Bad.
I mean, this isn't the gladiator
all
pit,
be
though.
good. Thank you, Billy.
This isn't the gladiator pit. It's not like he's dead if he can't come back from this.
I know, but you want it, though, don't you?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't think you do.
Yeah, no, Moj. The difference is I'm not nearly as nervous about this as you. I think that this is all ramping up as it should for a guy who's about to make a return from an injury. There hasn't been a setback in a long, long time, right? He's been slowly
that I don't
progressing.
know.
And, well, I mean, look at how this has gone. Again, when he came out with this documentary and then jumped on the podcast and did all these things, I said it at the time. I go, this feels really weird for a guy who's been radio silent for 2.5 years to come out and do basically a media tour like this. And I said, why would that happen? It would happen because you're trying to build up to a unbelievable, oh my God type of return. I don't think he does all of this unless it's gearing that way. And every other step is he's been doing more on the ice at practice. You've been seeing more video of him doing work. Now he's practicing with the team. Now he's practicing on the first power play unit. Now he's getting sent down to Loveland. And like all of this is taking the proper steps.
I don't know what constitutes a setback. But when I'm also watching a clean sheet and I'm watching that scene from the hallway on opening night, and he said, I just wanted to be anywhere else but here. And he's back by the golf cart in the dim hallway. And he says, and he's got tears in his eyes, and he says, my knee hurts right now.
Mm-hmm.
My knee hurts. I didn't know he was in pain at that moment. I thought, hey, look, you're just on your way back, and it takes months, obviously, to build up the muscle tissue to be strong enough again to hold things together. And I didn't realize he was in pain.
That was mid-October, right?
So he could be in pain right this second. I have no idea. And that's why I'm scared.
Moj, well, I go back to the original source of the injury when he played that game in the bubble and got stabbed, essentially, sliced. For it to happen there and then, and in that spot where there's no protection,
I mean,
it
could have gone across the shin pad right at the knee. Plenty of protection there. Yeah. It's just right above, and it's just such an awkward thing. I mean, KO gets knocked down and he's falling. It's right across the top, below the pants, above the knee. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on, man, come on.
Well, hopefully tonight, again, if it is announced that he's playing, I got good news for you. On AM 950 at 7 o'clock, you can hear the game. So if you want to listen to it, you want to listen to a potential debut of Landeskog after all this time off, then if he is in the lineup tonight, we're going to have the game AM 950 at 7 o'clock. That applies to tomorrow's game as well. That's also at 7. We'll be on AM 950. So, one other thing
well, hold on. If he's not, we're telling Kevin McGlue to get bent?
No, we're going to have both games no matter what.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hopefully Landy will be playing, obviously, so you can hear that on our sister station. But no matter what, we're carrying both those games.
So we'll have drunk text in a couple of minutes. One last reminder to you guys. It's the final keyword of this contest. If you want this brand new custom-built sauna from Better Sheds and Saunas. The final keyword today. And we'll announce our winner on Monday at 9:20. Is sauna. Nice and easy. Sauna and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's your last chance to get a keyword in to get yourself in the running. So it's sauna and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Have you noticed how some people have spelled sauna?
Yeah, I can't help you people, okay? You're going to have to figure it out. Life's tough. You're going to have to figure out how to spell sauna. I can't give you're throwing in like an S-A-N-N-A. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You got to figure it out.
I saw an S-O-N-N-A. This might be voice dictation, so I don't know.
Well, maybe.
I saw an S-U-A, like the transposition there.
Yeah, I can't help you. It's not hard. It's 5 letters. You can figure it out. Just quickly here, Vic, I want to go back to something before we get to drunk takes. So in this Athletic article yesterday, one thing I thought was really interesting was this little blurb. League sources expect there to be discussions about a possible reunion with Tim Connolly. While Connolly has an opt-out in his contract for the summer, it is widely believed that the T-Wolves owners Alex Rodriguez and Mark Lohr will do what it takes to retain him. League sources say that Connolly's right-hand man in Minnesota, general manager Matt Lloyd, is expected to receive consideration for the Nuggets job as well. But your thoughts on a possible reunion with Tim Connolly?
Everything's on the table. I would not diminish those reports whatsoever. I mean, I don't know how close he is to re-signing in or extending, I guess, in Minnesota. It's his option. It's his choice. How badly would Tim want to come back here? And I know he loves it here. And I know he loves it here more than he likes Minnesota, to be frank. But there's a lot of other stuff at play. I mean, there's a new ownership group in Minnesota, and they may make it hard for him to leave. And I don't know if the Nuggets are willing to go back to that. Maybe they want to just wipe the slate clean and say, hey, we're going to start over and get a fresh perspective in here.
Yeah, maybe. There is something to, Tim is very obviously good at his job. He built a championship roster here before Booth finally shepherded
He's
it.
a very likable dude.
Well,
we all
too,
like
yes.
him very much.
But beyond that, he went to Minnesota, and Minnesota immediately became like contenders in the Western Conference. Everybody kind of credits him with building a roster specifically to beat the Nuggets. I don't know. They beat a lot of teams, not just the Nuggets. But I'll be the first one to tell you, Vic, when they traded, he got there, and I think the first move he made was trading, what was it, like 4 firsts for Gobert? Is that it?
Something like that.
And I go, what are they doing? They have Cat already. They're going to play 2 7-footers, and guess what? It kind of worked. Like, made the Western Conference Finals. Had a shot at a title.
Until he sent Cat to New York.
But all I'm saying is he very obviously is very, very good at what he does, and Minnesota will very much want to keep him doing that same job. I just wonder if the appeal of coming back here, a place that he did love before he left, is something that would be considered on his part while he's got a good gig right now.
I think what Vic said is probably the most accurate, that everything at this point is on the table. We're in the very beginning stages of putting this thing back together.
Are you guys kind of excited, by the way?
And by the way, there's a postseason run, hopefully a deep one, involved in this as well.
Can I ask you this way? The Nuggets and Avs have gone about a decade without major changes. You've had the GM switches, but as far as coaching, that's all been the same. The cores of the team have pretty much been the same for a long, long time. Just before we get to drunk takes, we'll answer this on the other side. Throw it out to the textures. Are you kind of excited that maybe the Nuggets have an opportunity to freshen things up? Like you're getting brand new leadership in with an organization that's still built with the best player in the world? Like, we'll get to that in just a minute, along with drunk takes. So stick around. Why are you looking at me concerned? Oh, he's on the phone. Vic was like staring at his camera and talking very intensely. And I thought you were trying to like telekinetically talk.
No, I was
through
talking
the
to my
camera.
son and telling him, you're not invited to any family events. We're never playing golf together again. I want the payments I made earlier to help you get that car. There's a lot of things that we just talked about.
Vic, if you go back, can I be your son?
I may inherit you.
You remember in The Hangover where they got the wrong Doug? And he goes, "Oh, come on, man, I'll be your Doug. Please, let me be your Doug." I'll be your Doug, Vic. If he's not allowed, I'll go with you.
You want to be my beautiful baby boy?
I would love to. For that, Vic, I would be your beautiful baby boy, and I would let you talk about Augusta every day. Every day. If nothing else, think about this, Vic. Think about if you did take me, and then out of the
No,
three...
there's no me. That's all facetious,
No,
right? There's no taking.
No,
there.
I know.
That just
Hang on. Let's just say the world's aligned and they said, "Hey, Vic, you can bring a guest this time," and you brought me. Now imagine the next show that we would do as I'm sitting across from Moser and you're sitting across from Moser. And he's now the only one who has not been there.
Oh, my God.
I
it would be
mean, how
intolerable.
amazing would that be? Anyway, just quickly here before we get to drug takes. There's something I think that's appealing about this, because when you've had, and this is a good thing, when you've had as much stability as the teams around here that exist in Ball Arena have had, like, you want to talk about major changes, Vic. What's the major changes that have been made over the past, let's say, 6-7 years? It was Conley being out as GM, right? That's one. Another major change would be trading Miko is certainly on that list.
Yeah.
It's a major change.
Yeah.
What else is in that category?
I mean, major trades. Eric Gordon trade was big.
Sure.
I mean, when you look at it, any time you let go of prospective players, Bruce Brown leaving, KCP leaving.
As far as things that felt, and I'm not saying those aren't impactful, but just kind of like, oh my God moments, there's only been a few because these teams have been very consistent.
The Val situation.
Sure. Absolutely.
Oh my God moment. The Gabe situation, an oh my God moment.
Totally. But you get this moment now with the Nuggets that I think it's kind of cool. Like, you get the chance to start fresh and try and shepherd in a new sort of regime that is going to be ultimately responsible for how far this Nuggets era can go, right? You get a brand new coach, you get a brand new GM, and I think there's something exciting about maybe infusing some new into this.
I'm curious about this, too. This is where it's so good that I'm not an owner. Because it feels like to me, Vic, on both of these hires, you cannot miss. If you do,
it's huge.
You're in this window of the greatest player on the planet, the likes of which you will never see again on your team. So, and he's 30. Now, again, he's got a long runway left, but you know this guy. He could go to horses at any time. So the point is this, is that, hey, man, you have to maximize it. You have to, and even if you do everything correctly, it's still not guaranteed of jack squat because it's so damn hard to win.
Well, to your point, Moj.
So these are two huge hires.
There's something that I mentioned after Malone was let go in Booth, is that this ownership group is not one that hits this button in a panic.
Nope.
And if you go through the major teams that they own, they have made now one change in the last 10 years with the Nuggets at head coach. They've made one change in the last 10 years with the Avs at head coach. I think I heard Windhorst say the other day that the Arsenal, they've made one change at coach since 2007. And if you go to the Rams, Sean McVay's been there forever.
Yeah.
So this is not going to be like, hey, we're going to hire these guys, and if 2 years it's not working, then we're switching again. It doesn't feel that way.
What does Legwald always say?
So hang on, Moj.
Okay,
just to finish this. The hires that they make for GM and head coach are probably going to last through Jokic's at least super prime years. Like, it is incredibly important.
Well, you hope so, because that means things are going well.
I'm just saying, even if it doesn't, we're talking 3-4 years. Jokic is going to be 33 or 34 years old by the time they're done.
What you're saying, they don't work in a capricious nature.
No.
This is a sports empire. It's really a conglomerate. They run sports teams. They know they have a plan, right? They have a system. And this is part of their system.
Stability is also a weapon, Vic. Stability is a weapon. We've talked to Leggy ad nauseum about the Broncos situation and the number of different coaches and coordinators and quarterbacks and blah, 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 blah. A lot of that's correct. You got the right people in place with some stability. You're able to get through bumpy times and give yourself an opportunity at the greatest times.
So it is. I think, Moj, you're absolutely right that this is going to feel like the last big thing that happens while Jokic is still in his, quote, prime. And I don't know how long that lasts. I don't know how long his career is going to be, but it matters.
Can we quickly talk about the game tonight? Jamal Murray, last checked, is still listed as doubtful. We'll see if he gets upgraded today. I doubt that. I don't expect him to play. If he does, great, bonus. Listed as doubtful yesterday. So you're going in with that same crew that beat Sacramento in a game that has I can't stress enough how important this game is. It is the most important game of the year. Because if you win, you essentially avoid the play-in. Not all the way, but enough. If you win out, you clinch the 4 seed. But tonight, there are so many pieces of this chain that can move if you lose. If you lose, oh no. You don't want to get into that 3 to 4 to 5 team tiebreaker. Because if you go into that scenario, you're not going to fare well against Minnesota. They're going to win those tiebreakers.
Yeah.
And Golden State has a tiebreaker when certain teams are involved. They're going to win. So I can't stress enough how important this is tonight, guys. Memphis and Denver, how ironic is it that the two teams that fired their coaches this late in the season are now meeting with this much at risk, this much at stake?
They got this. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I just want to see if they're going to do this, if they're going to capitalize, or if it was just a one-game
They
kind of
got
spike.
it. We good.
I hope so. I mean, there's a lot on the line, obviously. Texture says, trade MPJ for JJ Redick, which begs the question, which podcaster should be coaching the Nuggets? Vic,
Hey,
what do you think Joe Rogan's doing
schematically?
right now?
Did you guys see Gilbert Arenas' podcast? I don't even react to it because it's funny. After the Nuggets made their move, he walks into his podcast wearing a Lakers jersey, a chalice, a cigar, a chain, saying, "Thank you, Nuggets, for giving the Lakers another championship." And I'm just laughing. I'm like, dude, I mean, what are we doing here?
What a dork. Hey, before we're out of here and before we get to...
Are they under the impression that Nikola Jokic is no longer on the team?
Yeah, don't bother with Gilbert. Hey, before we get out of here, who was it around these parts that collected minor league baseball hats and memorabilia?
Mike Sanford has a pretty good collection of that.
Does he? I was reading a story. Did you see this Marlins prospect? He stole 6 bases in a high A game without a hit.
That's what he walked?
Correct. Walked, hit by pitch, and he stole 6 bases in a game without getting a base hit.
It's impressive.
But he plays for the Beloit Sky Carp. Some of the names of these minor league teams crack me up. They're in Beloit, Wisconsin, and their mascot looks like a flying goose to me. I don't know what it is. Their mascot's name,
Sky Carp.
Their mascot's name is Poopsie. That's their mascot, Poopsie.
Pretty good.
Is it a carp or is it a bird?
That's neat. As you can see, I am checked out with that part of the conversation.
Yeah, you are. Anyway, pretty impressive. Go ahead.
Look, Moser's got a new go-to, and I actually kind of love this. Moj, can you make this remember when catchphrases were a thing? Every old sitcom had a catchphrase. Yours should be, if you get a response like that from me and Vic from one of your stories, should always be this. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Moser,
really good.
the best thing that come out of your mouth today had nothing to do with sports, really. And it's something that's going to be relived many, many times on
I
this
hope
show.
my wife is not listening. I just beg that she's not. She can't be right now. She's got things to do.
Well,
we'll make sure she hears.
I'm sure it's coming up here in about 10 seconds.
Come on,
Nelly,
man.
our favorite part of the week. Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Great beers, great food. Check them out at one of those beautiful locations. Lariat Lodge Brewing.
Lariat Lodge really is awesome. I mean, the brews and the food are outstanding.
I just had
Get to one.
an amber ale of theirs. It's Angry Elk.
How good is
Delicious.
that? Yeah.
Angry Elf?
Elk. Anyway, drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly? I want to be on a flight, Vic, where I light up a cigarette. They give me an actual glass of whiskey, and I call the air hostess toots. Is it such an awful thing to ask for?
Welcome to Misogyny Airlines. We're going to be serving carved ham down the aisleway today.
I thought someone another whiskey over here, huh? I would love to do it. I'm just saying. Everybody, if I had a time machine, I go do something productive in the world. Nope, I just want to call an air hostess toots.
You should have been born in 1949. I
I'm
know.
gonna try that on the Queen.
Oh,
Call
my
her Toots
God.
and see what happens.
Thanks for the oatmeal, Toots. Really appreciate it.
Oh, my
All right,
God.
what's next? I don't know what that means. Oh, it was, you had the demons coming out again? Yeah, how was your...
Hey!
What was that?
Okay, got it. What is this show?
That was Vic barking. That's what that was. He barked in there.
Is this? What's
That
next?
was the best stuff out of your mouth. Again, the second best comment out of your mouth all week was that.
What's next?
That Four Nation thing they did in the middle of the season. I've been trying to get the NBA. You know, we got the All-Star game.
God, how good. This might have been Barkley's best appearance ever. He was great. Good job, Vic.
Bleepy bleep all-star game. I love
So
it.
good.
Yeah, what's next?
Morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Well, I keep pulling the ball a little bit. Other than that, it's great.
Justin, I've got a real over-the-top problem I can't fix. Go ahead. That's why I got Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
That is the best quick comeback of the week.
Witty.
Justin.
Witty from Justin. What's next?
You got to take it and smell the roses a little bit. Hey, get yourself some pine tar body
you're thinking of
wash,
number 9.
and you sit in that shower and you lather your butt up. Lather your all over you. Lather with your pine tar and sniff and enjoy life.
It is great. My pine tar soap is fantastic.
Okay.
Make you smell like a man. All right, last one. Go ahead.
Part of me, I would love to I would just love to poke the bear a little bit, right?
Listen, we all came into agreement. We leave our marital relations off the air when we do this show. You put that aside, right?
I cannot believe I just
Right?
stepped
I don't know
into that one.
what
I
you
cannot
got
believe
planned
it.
this weekend,
Yes.
whatever.
Listen,
You keep that to yourself.
Your private stuff with the family, we try to separate the
Yes.
two. We talk sports here.
How does a guy
Sports.
How does a guy with my experience walk into that? How do I do that?
I think we also all agreed
Well,
that
it starts by calling your wife the bear. I mean, that's
Yeah.
probably where it starts.
And I think we all acknowledge that we all on this show love to poke the bear. I mean, we love to. It's
And we've
kind of
all,
part of
on occasion, through discourse and
almighty.
arguments on this program,
Oh.
we have all poked the bear.
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
All right.
Ow!
Guys, have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit,
Ow!
right?
Avs fall 4-1 to the Vancouver Canucks last night in a game that, well, I don't necessarily think matters all that much. Coach Mike Sanford. They switch up the lines. Nathan McKinnon doesn't play, but it's all okay because tonight in Loveland at Blue Arena, Gabriel Landeskog is expected to play his first hockey game in 3 years.
Expected?
Expected to play. Tickets are like $600 a piece. I couldn't care less that you lose to Vancouver. You're not going anywhere in the standings. The Canucks had already been removed from playoff contention the night before because of a Minnesota Wild win. Losing that hockey game doesn't really matter. I know that Bednar he sounded a little bit peeved or pissed off there. I do like the fact that Bedsy didn't really go in on the postgame presser on his team's effort last night. I think as a head coach...
Have you ever seen Bedsy really go in, though?
There's been a couple of times where he's kind of hammered into them. You have to pick in place those situations as head coach.
For sure.
You know this very well.
Oh, yeah.
Where you play that type of card. I'm glad he didn't last night.
Well, it's very clear that our conspiracy theory that the superstars of the Colorado Avalanche were very distracted because they were making their Loveland weekend plans,
Yes.
making dinner reservations at Texas Roadhouse and Hooters up there in Loveland, which, if you like chain restaurants, this is the place for you. I'm telling you. You're going to be able to get whatever chain you want, Gabe Landeskog or Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and go support your guy and have a few cold sodas together, man. Be a team bonding experience for the ages. So, yeah, Bedsy probably a little frustrated that his boys were thinking more about what they're going to be doing in the small sleepy town of Loveland, Colorado, than what they were doing on the ice last night. But in this situation, Raj, I know you can make comparisons about a loss like last night versus what happened in the 4-game slide for the Denver Nuggets. Let's make this perfectly clear. These are two very different comparisons between the two.
Certainly, and if you guys are looking for a place to listen to the Eagles game tonight and tomorrow, both of those games will be held on our sister station, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. You can listen to that worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. When you go in there, open up the menu, hit the stations button, you can select AM 950 from there. You have a 6:45 pregame show and a 7:05 puck drop both Friday night and Saturday night for what we expect to be Gabe Landeskog's his debut in the American Hockey League, which is crazy to think of after what we've seen over the last 3 years. Coach and I are coming to you guys live today from Stadium Swim here at Circa Las Vegas for the Win viewing party for the Masters. It's golf's biggest tournament viewing party with authentic Masters fare, authentic Masters prices. We're going to get another double order of the pimento cheese and the egg salads, the ham on cheese. And you know what? It's a Friday, so the azalea cocktails will flow as well. If you guys are looking for something to do this weekend, hop on a Frontier flight like Coach and I did and get on down here.
You might be able to get here by the end of the actual show here.
It's gonna be 95 and not a cloud in the sky today. It'll be
just a cool, nice
delightful.
little 4 to 6 mile an hour breeze. You know what? It feels almost like spring, early spring in Augusta, Georgia.
Coach, you were behind enemy lines last night.
What do you think about the Vegas Golden Knights environment? It is bizarre.
You tell me.
I have heard Moser talking about this for years. The pregame antics that happen, it's like medieval times meets
the Excalibur
meets like a Vegas striptease, if you will. It's bizarre. It's weird. It's hokey. It's cheesy. And you know what? I was in a suite full of very, very naive, uneducated Vegas Golden Knights fans, and I'm not necessarily hockey, legend status like you are from a knowledge
hockey
perspective.
Okay.
But I needed to kind of wash my hands being around that Vegas Golden Knight fan base, man. I needed to put on my nice throwback here, AHL Colorado Rockies sweater here.
That is an NHL Colorado Rockies jersey.
Oh, it's NHL, yes.
So the Colorado Rockies moved in the middle of the night to become the New Jersey Devils.
Okay.
And they were originally the Kansas City Scouts before them, but that is a national.
So I could
sweater.
show up to a New Jersey Devils game wearing this, and I'd be like anybody wearing a Nordiques jersey to an Avs game.
Yeah, technically.
Right?
Because if you show up wearing that to an Avs game, you are technically, you're not wearing an Avalanche affiliate.
I'm a Devils fan.
I know. There you go. The colors are great. But like the Avs, if you notice the Avs' third jersey, the Colorado, like that mountain sea, it's different because they don't own the rights to that perfect logo.
They don't have all the little jagged.
They don't have the ridges.
They don't have. It's just a pure triangle. Am I right in that?
I think it's just a pure triangle.
Yeah.
I think it's weird looking, but yeah. Coach was behind enemy lines at the Vegas Golden Knights.
Very beatable team.
Seattle Kraken game last night. Yeah, they do feel beatable. Watched that game pretty heavily last night. Again, I'm not reading into what happened with the Avs and the Vancouver Canucks. I'm not going to read into what happens over the course of Saturday and Sunday against LA and Anaheim. Who knows who the Avs are going to play? The number one thing that you need to take out of Bednar's post-game presser is we have guys that are a little bit banged up, but they are right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And what I heard from him is we expect to be fully healthy by playoffs. And fully healthy not only means Nathan McKinnon, Sam Girard, Josh Manson, Jonathan Drouin, Marty Necas played last night for Colorado, but it means Gabriel Landeskog. And this is the first day where it feels tangible. It feels real that the captain is coming back, that he will be playing in Game 1 of the playoffs when the Avs inevitably match up with the Dallas Stars. He will be, come Game 3, playing in front of his hometown fans for the first time since Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final back in 2022. I had resigned myself to thinking it was never going to happen. A couple of years ago when people are asking me, I went on a bunch of shows. I went on a show in Seattle. I went on a show in Vancouver. People asking, do you think that Gabe is going to come back? And 2 years ago I went, I do. If you were to have asked me that question 6 months ago, the answer would have been a firm hell no. It's amazing where we are.
Do we have any real insight into what changed from 6 months ago to where we're at right now?
It feels like it's just time.
It's just a weird because when you get to the point of whether it's 36 months or 48 months or whatever it may be, like you get to the point where has it already run its course and has that ship sailed? And clearly it hasn't, which I find it's remarkable from somebody that you don't see return to play protocols very often 3 years later, and that's why I think the storyline's so incredibly inspiring, uplifting, encouraging, and it's why I have all of the hope in the world that tonight, if indeed Gabe Landeskog does skate,
he's actively at morning skate right now with the Eagles.
If he plays tonight, that it goes well, he comes out of it healthy, and the Avs as a franchise, and most importantly, Gabe Landeskog between his ears, he comes out of this with confidence that he can go do this.
And think about it this way. Think back to other championship teams. They don't have to be here in Denver, but other championship teams, whether it's in hockey or another sport, there is often an added storyline that boosts you over the top. I think back to the Ravens when they found a way to overcome and beat the Broncos in Ray Lewis's final season. There was something there. There was juice there with that player going out. I talked about Ray Bourque back in 2001. There was juice there with the Avs in trying to get Bourque to a cup championship. I think about Alexander Ovechkin and the Caps, all those years of knocking on the door and then finally getting through the Pittsburgh Penguins and getting themselves to a championship and that great summer of celebrations that followed afterward. This type of addition, not only is it's everything from an on-ice perspective if he's a top six forward, because there's no one in the league that added a player like that right now. No one in the league.
The second trade deadline acquisition of all acquisitions.
But it is the biggest
unofficial second.
It's the biggest emotional boost that we've seen in the NHL in a really long time.
And I would say that over the course of this year, have there not already been almost level up, power up moments for the Avs where there already have been emotional boosts, where you would get into the point earlier in the season where a lot of the skaters are looking back and who is between the pipes, they didn't trust those two players. And McFarland fixed it. Boom, level up. Emotional boost. Now we have the woodshed. Now we've got people that we can truly trust between the pipes.
See, I think that's an on paper boost. I don't know if that was an emotional boost. I do see that the team plays different in front of them, but
I think it's an emotional boost because you know that the ownership and the general managers got your back. And I think the same thing's happening with the Denver Nuggets right now. I don't know if you read the incredible piece by ESPN this morning, and we'll get into that, I'm sure, here later. It was almost everything that I was feeling and sensing, and it was a lot of sourcing that happened from inside the franchise. Was it anything major, catastrophic? Was there a fist fight and somebody choked somebody out? No, it wasn't that. But this is clearly a team in the Avalanche that I think had different steps along the way that they know that ownership has their back. Therefore, the product is continually improved. Now, this is the ultimate emotional because it's not just about getting a good player or solving a problem that you had on the ice personnel-wise. This is getting your guy back, man. This is getting that guy who wears the C. And you've been wondering, why are the Avs playing 3 consecutive seasons without the guy who wears the C? And yet here we are.
There's a reason why you didn't give it to someone else. There's a reason why that Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen when he was here. There's a reason why all of those players didn't want the C. And maybe they were like me, that they never thought it was going to happen. But there was something in the back of their minds going, if it does, it's unprecedented. If it does, nobody else has this type of boost. And I think that's the reason why the Colorado Avalanche, hands down, are the scariest team in the National Hockey League when it comes to a Stanley Cup playoff run. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Rydema. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 live from Circa Sports here in Las Vegas. We are at Stadium Swim for the Masters watching round 2. See if Rory can hold on to his round. He fell apart at the end of it. That's my guy. It's who I want to win this thing. And unfortunately, when I like players, well, they don't perform well. We'll get you guys the leaderboard update next. Nothing like that piano. There is nothing like Friday at the Masters, Friday at Stadium Swim here in Las Vegas. Circus Sports. It's the morning sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Let me get you guys caught up here on a Masters scoreboard update. Currently still in the lead, 2 under through 12 holes today. Justin Rose, the 2013 U.S. Open champion at Marion, followed by Bryson DeChambeau. He trails by 3 shots, 3 under on his round so far through 7 today. Sungjae Im trails by 4 at -5. Other big names on the leaderboard, Scotty Scheffler tees off in just about 1 hour from right now. Rory McIlroy 1 under on his round through 8. Xander Schauffele, 2 majors last season, tied at 17. He's 2 under on his round through 8, -1 overall. Sahith Theegala at -1 as well. The projected cut today is at +1. So you got to get in either +1 or even par to find your way to the weekend at Augusta. Coach, big names that are currently on the outside looking in on the cut line. Billy Horschel, 5 over, does not tee off for another 25 minutes. Adam Scott, Masters champion, is 4 over, 1 under through his round today, though, through 8. Sergio Garcia, 4 over, through 10, needs to figure it out. Phil Mickelson tees off in about 2 minutes from right now. He is 3 over, needs to make up 3 shots. Dustin Johnson, as well, is 2 over on his tournament. Even par today. He's got 7 holes remaining to make up 2 shots, as does Max Homa.
Right now we have 11 different angles of Masters coverage on the largest.
I don't know how I'm going to watch the Masters from anywhere else other than here. Like, this has to be a recurring thing for us.
The largest outdoor sports book in the world. 11 angles of Masters coverage. And Friday is for the strong players to make the surge. And I think the guy right now that I'm seeing making that surge just through 7 holes, Bryson DeChambeau.
That guy is a joy to watch, and it's amazing how much he was such a hateable figure in golf. Such a hateable figure. And then he gets on the YouTube golf thing, and people like me, again, I couldn't stand that dude. I can't take my eyes off him. Cannot take my eyes off him. The best rounds on the course right now. Sungjae Im, 4 under through 9. Rasmus Højgaard, 4 under through 9. DeChambeau, 3 under through 7. Rose, 2 under through 12. And then Matthew Fitzpatrick, the U.S. Open champion, -2 through 9. Coach, you mentioned the Ramona Shelburne article on ESPN that came out, a look at what happened between Michael Malone, Calvin Booth, the ownership group, and this team. What stood out to you from the article? It seems as though there are more and more inside sources that are jumping up with this is how it works. It's revisionist, right? Jumping up and out of the woodworks with it had been broken for a very long time, and this is why.
Yeah, it's a tremendous piece, and you can tell this isn't a speculative piece whatsoever by ESPN and Tim McMahon and Ramona Shelburne. If you haven't read the article, it's free. It's not behind a paywall, so click on the link at ESPN. And the word narrator came up a lot with regards to the role that Michael Malone played, and some of it very positive. Think the narration of 2022-23, nobody respects us, right? And playing as us against the world. And Michael Malone was telling that story in his pre- and post-game press conferences. He was telling that story on our very airwaves here on the Michael Malone Show, which was Dempsey and Company just a year ago. He has also been telling the story of the team, and I think there's been some problems with being the narrator and almost the sole narrator, the voice and the mouthpiece of this franchise, to the point where certain players believe, like, is he really telling the whole story, or is he just telling the story from his perspective? And so I thought that this narration conversation about Michael Malone was a really, really interesting one, and that's it's a dynamic role of the head coach. I've been around head football coaches in college where you're the GM, the owner, and the head coach at some of these college football programs. You have so much power. And you end up setting the narrative. And some of these coaches, they go so far out of the way and are so meticulous and obsessed with the narrative that in the process, you lose the locker room.
It did feel like when that post-Portland presser came in, and I didn't necessarily feel it this way. I thought when he kind of ripped into the team, he ripped into the team after the Trailblazers loss about how nobody watches film. No one's going to go back and watch their film.
Let me ask you, what does no one mean? If you're saying none of them watch film, name a couple players that includes?
It means the whole roster.
Which would include?
Jamal Murray.
And?
Nikola Jokic.
And?
Michael Porter Jr.
AG.
Christian Brown.
None of them.
None of them. Not one of those players.
How do you
is
think that
film.
sits? Because
it
words
probably doesn't sit great.
Words matter. Words matter a lot.
Right, hold on. But if you're going to say none of them, what is it smarter as a head coach to say, well, no one's going to watch the film, or nobody but Nikola is going to watch the film? What's the smarter way to do that? If you know that Nikola Jokic is the one guy on your team, and again, this is all speculative. I'm just for argument's sake. If you know that one player on your team is going to watch film by himself without having it force-fed down his throat, is it better to go, well, Nikola's going to watch it, but nobody else will, because then you alienate that player and shine a light on the rest of the roster?
The smartest way is to do that directly with the team, not with hundreds of thousands or millions of people.
Now, who's to say he hadn't?
Okay, that's a great point. But then the next thing would be when you are in front of the microphone and you do have millions of people as a captive audience and you have an open microphone, is instead of saying none of them watch film, or they're not going to watch it anyway, none of them are going to watch it anyway, all you say, you question, I don't know how committed this group right now is to basketball. I don't know how much film this group is watching. But you didn't say that. You said none of them watch film. None of them are committed. And that does include Nikola Jokic. It does. And you can't argue that it doesn't. And I wonder if there's reasons why Nikola Jokic's agent was here. And I know that had nothing to do with the firing of Michael Malone. That has been clearly established by anybody and everybody. And Vic Lombardi will talk about that. Don't try to tie those two things together.
Okay.
But was it a bit of a check-in? Just in general, a check-in to see, and the article does go into this, has there been any openness to a potential move for Nikola Jokic if things weren't solved?
It feels like the answer is no, but I understand the reason for a check-in, because it feels like it was easy to do this with Joker because of who he is. To take his happiness and it's not complacency, but his contentment with where he is, with the team that he has, and with his overall place in basketball, right? Like, there's always the conversation around, like, oh, does he really want it? Does he really need it? He's got enough money that if he retired today, he could go back to Serbia and hang out with his horses for the next 60 years and live the best version of his life. It's been taken for granted, I think, up until this point, that he's always going to be content.
If you read in there, I know there was a lot of stories circulating about Nikola Jokic's agent, and I'm not even going to attempt the name right now, but his agent had the Instagram post where it was a story. It was a fake story. That NBA Centel about odds. There were fictitious odds that were made up about Nikola Jokic going to the Los Angeles Lakers and being with his boy, and it is his boy. He loves him some Luka Doncic. They love each other. They love spending time together as Euros that just maybe don't have the six-pack abs per se.
Imagine if the Dallas Mavericks had done their due diligence and actually opened up that trade to other teams, and let's say the Nuggets win it somehow, and it's centered around MPJ, and in this fictitious world, you're able to trade the Jamal Murray contract. Imagine had you been able to make that move. Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, they're still here. They're still with that organization. None of this happens.
Or is there a chance?
This is my fantasy brain going off,
is there a
because
chance
I want
that,
Luka to be here.
Because players talk to each other, right?
Tampering's a thing, yes.
Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic probably have conversations.
Probably.
Maybe there was a world that existed where it was very established that what was happening culturally inside of the Nuggets franchise is nothing that anybody would want to be a part of that magnitude.
Joker talking to his buddy and going, dude,
not right.
Not
this ain't
now.
it. This
Maybe
ain't
later.
It. Yeah,
not now.
right now. This ain't it.
It's a good point.
Now, we also have to understand that Luka Doncic had no decision-making whatsoever. It was as big of a bombshell to him as it was to the rest of the world.
My brain is just trying to find a way to, like, Thanos snap that trade out of existence to make Luka go anywhere but Los Angeles.
How does Luka in Los Angeles end?
Wonderfully.
You really believe
Yeah,
so?
I think it's going to be very successful.
With the title?
At the end of his career?
His tenure with the Los Angeles Lakers yield the Lakers a title.
I think one.
Okay.
I don't think it happens when LeBron's here.
I don't either.
I don't think they win one over the next. Let's say LeBron plays this year, next year, and I'll give him one more somehow. I think it's this year, next year, and then he's done. But let's give him 2 extra. I don't believe they get one done together. But if Luka is Luka's the heir apparent, which is that's why you make the trade. You need to find the next superstar outside LeBron James to carry that mantle. If he's the heir apparent, elite players, Hall of Fame level players, superstars, win championships at one point. We've gone over this in the NBA. The Karl Malones and John Stocktons are very far and few between in this league. The Carmelo Anthony's very far and few between in this league. If you are an elite player,
are you a far and few between guy? I'm a few and far between guy. Anyway, continue, please. I digress.
I don't think I've ever heard.
I've never heard far and few between.
All right.
I've heard few and far between, but hey, neither here nor there.
Or
neither there nor here.
How's this? There aren't many of those guys that don't end up getting a championship in the NBA. More often than not, that level of player wins. And just from like a data standpoint, I think Luka eventually gets one in LA. It's not happening over the next 2 years, but he'll eventually get one.
I just don't see it.
He's too good not to. He's too good not to.
I just think there's always going to be a defensive issue with a Luka Doncic as the main figure, the main piece of the cast. There's always going to be a defensive issue because he does not like to play.
Well,
defense.
didn't we think that about Nikola Jokic too?
It's a little bit different. I mean,
he's gotten better, but he's
not. The thing about Nikola Jokic is that he's long, very long. Luka Doncic is not 6'11" with 7'3" wingspan. And so he's not a. I know Nikola Jokic is not
eater.
Yeah, Nikola Jokic is a space eater defensively and a pass deflector and a basketball IQ guy off the charts, so he can read and anticipate the potential next pass, and therefore he is a net positive defensively when things are running at optimal levels. But I think Luka Doncic as the central figure, you need to look no further than what happened in Dallas, and it's not like he played there 2 or 3 years. He was there for a long period of time. Title? The title show for it?
No, but they got damn close.
Okay.
They got
no
close.
title to show for
They
it.
got very close. They ran into a buzzsaw in Boston. But for them to get through the West last year, to get to an NBA Finals appearance with that roster, they made a run at it.
Luka's going to be – it's all about who he gets paired up with.
Right. It's the same thing with Kevin Durant, right?
Yes.
Elite scorer. Are you paired with either another elite scorer and a facilitator next to you, and then an elite defensive player? And for Kevin Durant, he had to go to a team that was already historically great to get paired up with the greatest shooter of all time and one of – I know you hate him, but, like, Draymond Green's a damn good defensive player, especially back then when they were winning titles.
Had the Nico Harris group botched this trade even more, and somehow, some way, they didn't get AD in return, they got 4 Los Angeles Lakers players.
Rui Hachimura.
They got Rui and
2 first-rounders.
Would they have automatically won the NBA championship if it would have been LeBron, AD, and Luka Doncic?
Oh, I'd have a hard time.
Because you would have that
I'd
figure.
have a hard time betting against him.
You would have that elite rim protector and the elite scorer and the
all-around player.
The all-around player that reads the court incredibly well.
And
LeBron
facilitator.
James.
LeBron he always has been, will always be a great facilitator
KJ,
in basketball.
Would that three-headed monster have won the championship this season?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good basketball team in fantasy land.
And really, is it that fantasy land with how badly the Mavericks did botch this trade?
Because the money would have never worked out. Like, that's the one thing that's the equalizer in the NBA is that you have to make the money match. You have to do it. You can't just overload one side of a deal.
Or Dalton Connect was a part of the trade with Charlotte, and then it just fell through. I don't know. Is Dalton Connect still a part of the plans with LA, or is he just a disgruntled employee? It's like, why did you try to get rid of me and you couldn't, and now I'm here and I'm just hanging out?
I'm sure he's still a long-term piece for them. He has to be. He's too young not to be. Denver and Memphis tonight, 7 p.m., 6:30 pregame show on 92.5. This game means so much when it comes to the standings. So much, because if you end up losing this, Golden State has a tiebreak on you. You worry about Memphis obviously jumping up, and now you've got two teams that have fired their head coaches recently, playing with everything on the line, 2 games to go. It was nice to win game number 1, and maybe that was the head coach bump that you talked about yesterday. It means way more to win game number 2.
This is the biggest regular season game
It feels
for the
like a
Denver
playoff
Nuggets
game, dude.
franchise since when?
Game 82 against Minnesota all those years ago when you end up losing.
A long time ago.
I think this is everything.
And I think it's actually a direction of the franchise game as well because of David Adelman. And I think that there is something there in the ESPN article that does have some sourcing, whether it's Kevin Demoff, whether it is a member of the Kroenke family, somebody inside. They look at David Adelman as a very viable candidate to be the permanent solution as the head coach for the Denver Nuggets. Tonight's going to go a long way in determining that.
You lose this one, Memphis jumps back up over you. You fall into a tie with Golden State and Minnesota. You would lose both of those tiebreakers against Minnesota and Golden State. This is a playoff game, man. You want to avoid the play-in? You have to beat Memphis tonight.
Today, as we stand here right now, you control your destiny as the Denver Nuggets. Control your destiny. It's right there in front of you. But you got to do it tonight. If you win tonight, you really control your destiny against a Rockets team that most likely is not going to have to play anybody. With a 3-game lead already over the Lakers for the 2 seed, there's really no skin in the game for what the Rockets do, right? Is there any purpose to play anybody? Tonight is the night. And so if you're a Denver Nuggets fan that has an opportunity to get your hands on tickets tonight at Ball Arena, it's at Ball Arena, correct? Home game. It's got to be.
Yeah, we gave away tickets on Tuesday to that game.
It's got to be an epic environment, otherworldly. Because you know why? This is one of those games. Think like the NCAA tournament Final Four. Every single possession is going to matter.
6:30 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. tip on Altitude 92.5. Coming up on the other side, Mike Palm, the VP of Circa Sports, will join us to talk about Nuggets championship odds. I'm going to grill him on the one odds. I don't understand what Vegas is doing with Nathan McKinnon and being such a long shot to win the MVP. I'm going to get the insider information next. Why does Las Vegas hate the best hockey player on the planet? We'll figure it out on the other side.
Good morning, Colorado, and ski season is not over. The snow is going to continue to fall. Yeah, the temperatures are up. Loveland ski area right now, 48 degrees, sunny. Tomorrow, 49 degrees. But Sunday and Monday, another system passing through to get a nice little coat of fresh snow. So make sure you go out and buy your season passes for 2025 and 2026 to Loveland ski area, and you will be able to ski for the rest of this year until May 11th. That's exactly 1 month from today. All those days will be free because of your pass next season. Now, next season, you'll have the opportunity for 30 different mountains across the country included in your pass. Go to lovelandskiarea.com. Buy your pass today.
Welcome back to Stadium Swim, live from Circa Las Vegas. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, the coach, Mike Sanford, and the VP here at Circa, Mike Palm. Mike, it is wonderful to have you on. First off, thanks for having us out. This has been a delightful couple of days to watch my favorite sporting event of the year. You've ruined the Masters for me now, so it means this has to be a recurring thing for us.
Yeah, you're right. Time for weather. March and April and October, the best months for weather, and you'd be glad you have a morning show, right? Mitch and Paul are over there from 1 to 4. It might be a little warmer this afternoon for their VSiN broadcast, but it's great. Somebody asked me this morning, in fact, Mitch Rosen's guys, do you get a crowd for Masters? Well, yeah, above all golf tournaments we do. And I mean, when it's 5:30 down in the book and there's people there to watch, that helps. And then Saturday and Sunday will be packed out here as well for the final rounds.
Mike, how much has happened with just overall trends in gamblers in terms of money coming in on live events? For example, just looking at the surge of Bryson DeChambeau and what the numbers are doing, what the money's doing on Bryson DeChambeau. Live bets kind of versus hedging your bets before the tournament starts.
Yeah, live betting has definitely been a trend in the last 6-7 years. But if you'd have asked me 5 years ago what sector of sports betting would see the biggest growth, I would have told you live betting, and I would have been wrong. It's props. It's props. Everybody wants to bet player props. We come from a daily fantasy culture. And that's what our charge to our people do is we need more robust live betting opportunities. But what we really need are props in every sport, on 3 or 4 players on each team, and that's really how it grows. Golf's a very interesting, obviously. You're betting live to hedge your pre-flop positions. You'll see a lot of, still in golf, the round-to-round betting and the matchup betting, but to people that have large investments and futures in this tournament will get involved in the live.
What is the best way for our Colorado listeners that are back home in Denver and in the greater metro area to look into the Circa Sports Colorado prop game? You talk about the props expanding and what you've done here with Circa, but how would you recommend as people start working with the Circa Sports Colorado app, and we've seen tremendous growth in Colorado with the app itself, what's the best way to engage in that world?
So I will tell you this, and admittedly tech isn't one of our great strengths, but if you go onto your app, in each game is going to be a prop button that you will tap to see what props are available on that game, both team props, specialized props, and player props. You can get an idea per sport by hitting any of the games on the sport, and you'll get a pretty good idea. We go a little deeper into the teams we sponsor, so Blackhawks, I mean, in Illinois last year, think about this. In Illinois last year, more money was wagered on Connor Bedard shots on goals than were wagered on a side or total in Blackhawks games.
Huh.
Think about that.
All right.
Speaking of prop culture. But we'll go deeper on the Cubs. We'll go deeper on the Blackhawks. Used to be Padres, but we've transitioned now we're A's, so we'll go a little deeper in those. Maybe a player or two more than we do standard, but that's the best way to find out is hit that prop button.
Let's keep it with hockey. I have been perplexed about this for the last 2 months. Nathan McKinnon right now he's the best hockey player on planet Earth. And he wins the MVP at Four Nations. He wins the MVP last year. He's leading the league in points now. He's tied with Nikita Kucherov at 116 for the Art Ross. But he is a massive long shot in most books to win back-to-back MVP trophies with the Hart. We haven't seen it in the NHL since Alexander Ovechkin in 2008 and 2009 to repeat that trophy. At plus 6,000 for a guy who, over the last year, I think if you ask many people around the league, like, who's the best, it's him, and he is performing at that level. But why such a long shot?
It's tough for me to answer that and give you a definitive answer why it's 60-1. I mean, you could understand 6-1 maybe, but
right.
60-1. I don't think his name was out there early in the race. And, Draisaitl's had a standout year, and Hellebuck, with as good as Winnipeg has been, and not losing any games when they've led after the first or second period.
It's amazing.
It's really amazing. Now, what will happen in the playoffs is something totally different. But the thing that there's no repeat. And spreading the wealth a little bit, I think voters tend to get that. I think it's the same way what you have with your basketball team. You've got the best player in the world, and he's having a tremendous year, and yet he's not going to win the MVP. And I think there's a lot of factors involved in that, but I think fatigue, and I'm not saying 1 year of McKinnon fatigue, but I'm an unders better in hockey. The player I fear the most when I play unders is McKinnon, that can generate offense out of nothing. When you can watch the flow of a game and Colorado's doing nothing, and all of a sudden, in 3 seconds, he can generate a goal.
Hey, not on the ice last night,
Yeah.
and they look very different when Nathan McKinnon's
Very
not playing.
disjointed.
And
They're very disjointed
Right, that's
without
what
him.
I look at those situations, like when guys go out with injury or when they are held out of games. And last night, Nate's not hurt; they're just getting him ready for the playoffs. When the team looks that, I'll use your word, disjointed, that screams, well, he's more valuable.
He is valuable. He's not going to win it this year, but I hope you guys should be more offended about Joker not winning than McKinnon not winning.
Completely agree with
right?
that. Completely agree with that. And that's something we talked about yesterday in visiting with Aaron Oster here. What do you think about the Denver Nuggets and their futures, say Western Conference and their numbers? It doesn't seem like there's been a lot of movement. Vegas doesn't know what to do with David Adelman per se as the new guy in charge. But at least from what I saw and the eye test of what the Denver Nuggets looked like, they looked like a team that was a little bit or a lot bit less disjointed, to use your term.
It's interesting. So here's what I've been asking people in the last few weeks. If we made a prop, you can OKC, Cleveland, and Boston is one, and the field is another. What's the price on those three? And you get a wide variety of answers. I think certainly those three would be favored. Is it 2-1? Is it 3-1? In the East, I don't think it's anything but those two teams. I don't think Indiana's good enough. In the West, if you asked 10 people who's the biggest threat to OKC, you will get 6 different answers. The West is very interesting, and maybe it's somebody out of the play-in that makes it. I have a theory about the NBA, and I'm not an everyday NBA bettor, but the NBA has always been about growth in increments. And you get a little further, and you get a little further, and then you get to a conference final, and eventually you break through. For OKC or for Cleveland, this would be completely going through a wall they've never been with young teams.
Question.
It just doesn't happen in the NBA, right?
That's what I see.
It just doesn't happen. I actually think Minnesota's very interesting in the West, but you could make cases for a lot of teams. Teams that can post, and I thought maybe OKC could get to 70. Obviously, they're not now. But teams that take the regular season seriously are few and far between. OKC and Detroit, that's it. Those are the only two teams that go out there and play hard every night, really.
So right.
And then the playoffs is a totally different animal. So, I mean, the Nuggets, they're 14-1 to win the West, then 20-1 to win it all. So, I mean, the odds suggest that OKC is just so formidable. They're much more formidable than Boston coming out of these, which is not true, right? I mean, it shouldn't be 14-1 and 20-1. 14-1 is too long in the West.
I think 20-1 is going to shift. If the Nuggets look fantastic tonight at home against the Memphis Grizzlies and eliminate any possibility that they're in the play-in.
Playoff atmosphere tonight.
I think that game could be a very telltale sign about what to expect for the Nuggets.
See, I draw now when you go through. So the Thunder are the favorite, minus 155. The second choice are the Warriors at plus 525, and then the Lakers at 6-1. I draw a line through both of those teams. The second and I don't think the Warriors or the Lakers have any chance to win the West. Right? I would rather have money on the Nuggets, the Clippers, and the T-Wolves. And people are going to say you're dismissing Houston and say, yeah, I don't think Houston is good enough, but. We'll see. It's very interesting. The Warriors are the second choice at 5. But, I mean, we're still Lakers and Warriors here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Those are still the two dominant teams. Because Lakers, from proximity, it's a Dodgers town, it's a Lakers town. But there's certain things of appeal. And I say this about these multiracial stars like Steph Curry and Pat Mahomes. They have this appeal to everybody. And we're like the Warriors are the second choice of Las Vegas, right? And even though Northern California isn't in other sports, right? I mean, the Giants or the A's aren't the second choice. These guys that have this appeal to that crosses cultures and to young people, it translates to the betting market.
Wow.
When Vegas inevitably gets a basketball team here, inevitably
I think we get a tip of an NBA regular season game before the A's throw a first pitch
okay.
here.
That would not surprise
right?
me one bit.
When you inevitably get both of those sports here and actually have a team here, does the city accept those teams as heavily as they have the Knights?
Well, if it's a brand new franchise, I think yes.
Is that the miss on the Raiders?
And the Raiders are Southern California, Northern California.
Right.
So, I mean, like, it's better to brought somebody from Seattle or Charlotte, right? Than to bring the...
I've always thought of the Raiders...
Don't tell your Seattle guys over there to steal the Seahawks.
I've always thought of the Raiders as Fresno/Bakersfield Raiders, man.
Yeah.
That's who they are.
Yeah, it's kind of a counterculture thing too. And remember, a lot of the transplants from Las Vegas are people from the Midwest, right? They're Detroit, a heavy amount of Detroit.
Look no further than circa
here, Chicago. But I mean, they're transplants from the Midwest, so not necessarily the ties to a team that you're bringing from a cult to culture, California.
That is Mike Palm, the VP here at Circus Sports. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on and for having us out here at the For the Win viewing party. It is golf's biggest tournament viewing party. Masters fare, Masters prices. We had the pimento cheese. I had 2 of the azaleas. I'm not working after the show. I'm going to have 3 today.
Oh, my
I'm just a
God.
little guy,
Hey, you know
man. If
what?
I have 3 of those things, you're wheeling me home.
You're either getting better or you're getting worse. You never stay the same, and I'm proud of you, Raj. You're getting better today.
Coach Mike Sanford, Mike Paul, Mikey.
Thanks,
Thank you so
guys.
much.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mike.
Thank
Fascinating
you so much.
conversation.
I like your abs in the playoffs, though.
All right. You guys heard it straight from the horse's mouth. We'll take a quick time out here. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Live from Stadium Swim here at Circa Las Vegas, Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, KJ Granderson back at our studios in Lone Tree, Colorado, hanging out for the Masters. It's the For the Win viewing party, golf's biggest tournament viewing party for the first major of the year. Masters fares, Masters prices, pimento cheese sandwiches, egg salad sandwiches, the ham and cheese on rye, the famous Azalea cocktail, all of that here at the largest outdoor sports book in the country. This place is nuts. It's my first time being here at Circa. Not my first time in Vegas. I've been around. I don't know how. If you come to Vegas and you're a sports dude or a sports gal, if you stay anywhere else but here, and it's not just because we're staying here and the fine folks at Circa are making this a delightful stay, I don't know how you stay anywhere else.
Raj, it has everything and anything that you would ever want I think just as a simple human being.
It's the coolest place I've ever been.
You've got all the
I'm
different
not
sports
coming
that you literally aren't going home. You're going to be on night 3? Let's go, man. I only get about 36 hours here. I'm gonna go back and be a dad.
There is no possible way I'm going home. I'll just send the wife home. I'll hang out by myself.
Tell you what, you can just make Cabana 5 your residence, man. You can just do your show. You do your show remotely, just like Brock Ewer does, man. My guy from Seattle does it in Colorado.
Did you see this story out of Tennessee?
Unbelievable.
In college football, Nico Yamalavea chooses not to attend spring practice on Friday. A complete surprise to his coaches, to his teammates, because he wants a brand new deal.
This is a incredibly predictable outcome of NIL. Holdouts.
I was wondering when they were first going to come.
And to be fair, there have been countless holdouts that have never seen the light of day, that have never become public information because the coaches ended up getting the money to the right players at the right time or talking a player off the ledge. Those things do happen. This is a bit different because Nico Yamalavea is somebody that has already been making millions of dollars and is one of Ia Maleava.
The day before the winter portal window closed in December, sources told ESPN that Nico's representatives wanted to renegotiate his deal in the $4 million range, but the deal was unchanged. He was expected to make $2.4 million this year to stay with the Vols.
2.4.
2.4.
Not enough.
Not enough?
Is clearly for him.
Oh, I thought you were making a statement.
No. I mean, shoot. I thought he was a good player, not a great player. I mean, you watch what happened down the stretch with Tennessee in very significant and meaningful games. Nico Iamaleava was, there we go.
I'm just going to say it incorrectly and say Yamalavea.
That guy, he just, is that a guy that's worth as much as Bo Nix is to the Denver Broncos right now?
Absolutely not. That's where this is broken. That's where, it just doesn't compute that you are being paid on a first-round basis. Like, what'd you just bring up? Bo Nix's salary, 4.6?
I mean, that's probably what Nico's camp is like. I should be paid like a first-round starting quarterback in year 2 of his.
Right, now, tell me, what Carson Beck is making this year. I bet you Carson Beck's making more than 4.6.
Which is ridiculous because I can't stomach watching him play football.
I guarantee Carson Beck is making more money than $4.6 million to go play
$4 million.
Miami. $4 million plus.
I mean, Bo Nix and Carson Beck are making same neighborhood of salary.
Those are the same guys. Those are the same court. That's the same talent.
They've accomplished just as much as each other. And Bo Nix has been a playoff quarterback in the National freaking Football League. Carson Beck has failed in big moments as a college football quarterback. There's got to be a difference between being an NFL starting quarterback and a college starting quarterback financially. And right now it's so off the rails that.
Well, the NFL is not going to you're not going to see Sam Bradford money anymore. You're not going to have that type of slotting. You're not going to have these guys having these crazy $80, $100 million guaranteed deals coming out as rookies. The NFL will not go back to that. So the onus is on the NCAA. And why would they? Because they're not checked right now. Why would they change anything? There's no reason for NCAA to change anything. I think it's crazy
The thing that's so different, like Shedeur Sanders was allegedly making in NIL money $4.5 million in 2024.
Okay.
That's different than what Nico Iamaleava is asking for. He's asking for collective money, straight cash money from the University of Tennessee and its donors. Shedeur Sanders was doing KFC commercials. He was doing everything in the intent of NIL.
That was the original intent.
That's what it should be. And Shedeur
Jeremy Bloom and Oakley.
Does Shedeur deserve that? Yes, because that's his market value with regards to selling products. Just like us selling Circa Stadium Swim to our listeners. It's the same thing. It's a great product.
If Shedeur had an extra year, what does Shedeur make this year?
8.
Just doubles it right off the bat?
8. Because he's probably the Heisman Trophy frontrunner. Is there anybody else that you would say that right now would be the Heisman frontrunner going into next season? And don't say Carson Beck, please.
I was going to say
don't say Arch Manning, please.
He's the starting quarterback of a really good, famous football team, so he should be.
Okay. What have you done for me?
Either one of those guys. I mean, what have you done? But he hasn't started. What could Arch Manning have done? Quinn Ewers was the starter. It's not like Manning started this year and underperformed or underwhelmed. He had a few games and he looked okay.
That's exactly right. He's looked okay in his time thus far as a quarterback in college football, with obviously tremendous athleticism. Probably his plus trait right now is his ability to run, which is shocking, right? You wouldn't think of that for a Manning, but don't forget he came from the Cooper Manning bloodline, where Cooper was a wide receiver, not a quarterback.
Early Heisman Trophy odds right now. Arch Manning leads the way at plus 700. Garrett Nussmeier of Louisiana State plus 850. Cade Klubnik plus 1,100 at Clemson. How the hell is Cade Klubnik still playing football? In what world is that guy still playing football?
Give me one of these wide receivers, though. These are the guys that I'm here for. Jeremiah Smith, a wide receiver from Ohio State.
Who's the kid from Alabama?
Well, he's not even listed on
I don't
here.
even see him. The kid from Alabama is the one that I would be heavily looking at right now. Williams. That's my dude that I'd be taking a peek at.
Yeah, those two players are going to be top. They're potentially top 3 draft picks, and I think they have another full year. They won't be draft eligible until 2027.
Yeah, they're not
Williams
draft
from Alabama and Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State, both freshmen last year.
Not draft eligible this year. That conversation with Mike Palm was interesting to me, where he mentioned, again, this is Mike is helping set the lines for the rest of the city, and he said there are a couple of futures that I have out, and Denver is one of those Western futures that I'm actually interested in. 14-1 to win the West, 20-1 to win an NBA championship this year because of all of the turmoil that's happening with these Nuggets. And he was intrigued with something that you had to say. If you're high on Denver right now and you think they can get this thing together and Jamal Murray comes back and is healthy and the energy boost that you saw 2 evenings ago plays its way into tonight, you might want to get on that train before this evening's game.
That's what it feels like to me.
Because one game of the coach bump can feel like an anomaly. It can feel like
how was that anomaly?
It can feel like it's fool's gold.
We had the interim head coach bump for a nice glorious day at Folsom Field, and then there were no other ones. This feels very different.
2 games. Is it enough to confirm it to you?
First of all, it confirms we already know that this is a good basketball team, and the core is a good core. And when it's functioning properly, which I don't think it's all that far off of functioning properly. I think rediscovering the joy of playing the game of basketball, that was already on display. And another piece of that article from ESPN.com this morning that came out was that David Adelman, he actually was intentional. He talked about it after the game himself, is that he does need to let the players breathe. He does need to let the players hear each other's voice as opposed to hearing just the coaches' voices. And so, yeah, I think that a lot of the pieces are in place for this to be a really special finish to the season. That's how I feel it. I see it.
From the article, Joker was quoted by saying, I think people in general, they always want more and more and more, but they don't know what they have. He would go on to say, I'm really happy we have one title. A lot of very good players don't win. How did that strike you?
Just, I'd say the ultimate stoic, pragmatic Nikola Jokic comment, which I think is very, very, he is exactly what he says. I don't think there's any hidden. I don't believe there's any hidden message.
I don't think there's a hidden message in. I'm happy with what I had here. Now it's time to go get it somewhere else.
Yep.
Or there's a chance that it might not happen.
What do you
again.
think it might mean then?
I would be lying if I didn't say him going, I'm happy we have one title, because a lot of people don't
feel
get
that
it.
he's content?
I wonder if he's like, if it doesn't happen again, it doesn't happen again. And I don't know if I love that. Am I reading into it too much? But that comment right there goes, if we don't get another one, it's all right. And I firmly believe, both the Nuggets and the Avalanche right now, if you don't confirm your title with a second one, something has gone drastically, horribly, irreparably wrong. You have to confirm both of those titles.
In the 11-13 post-All-Star break run, and particularly the final 4-game skid before turning it around against the Kings, we all talked about there is a lot of pressure and there's a burden in the surrounding cast, particularly the young surrounding cast around Nikola Jokic, because of the window that exists for a guy like Nikola Jokic. It was discussed in this article. By Nikola Jokic saying that in that quote, is that almost like a, hey, guys, it's okay. We have a championship. Let's go have fun. Let's go play basketball. You don't need to grip the basketball so tight. Christian Braun, you don't have to worry about missing the final shot of a game, and instead you kind of opt out of making the attempt for that shot at the end of the game. I think that's leadership. I do.
That's him removing pressure from the rest of the team.
Take away that strain. Take away that burden.
And that's what the whole move about Malone was for. We talked about this the day before the firing happened. We literally had the conversation. I dubbed it, this is the vibes conversation. And the move was made because of vibes. The move was made because of a Cold War that was happening with the coach, the general manager, and a toxic relationship that had seeped its way into the locker room and then onto the court. And you could see that lifted off in Game 1 against Sacramento. Now it's very different against Memphis. This is a playoff game. Mm-hmm. This is very much a playoff game tonight. You lose this thing, there's a good chance that you're in the play-in, and that's unacceptable. Now, will they play with the same type of freedom? The same type of, I've got the monkey off my back, I can breathe again. The same way that we saw Nikola Jokic grabbing the clipboard and taking complete control of what was happening in the game. I think that's the superpower that Adelman has and that he can wield. If he wants this job, allow those guys to breathe. Allow Nikola to become the player-driven leader that the league has turned itself into, right? Maybe that's the one thing. That's the disconnect that went from Malone to a younger coach and Malone to this team. Older coaches, old school guys, right? I'm the captain. I'm the captain.
I have this in my hand, and I'm not letting go of this.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's very easy for that message to get stale. That's how Adelman can put a stamp on this
I also
team.
find it really interesting because a lot of people say that's not Nikola Jokic's personality to lead. What did he look like when he was playing for Team Serbia? Did he look kind of passive?
He's a general.
He was the floor general. He was in charge. It was a different Nikola Jokic. Why was that? Because he was given that opportunity and that freedom to be that voice. And I think when Nikola Jokic, I think he respects authority. I think he respected Michael Malone, and he
loved him.
He respected the hierarchical position of where he, as the player, stood relative to where Michael Malone stood as the guy who was the head coach.
I can't wait to watch this game tonight.
What is the environment? What is the energy? And what are the vibes going to be like in Ball Arena tonight? Because this is different. This is very different. Michael Malone was the head basketball coach here for 10 seasons. As a Nuggets fan, you've watched Michael Malone rage timeout. You've watched some of the great moments of Michael Malone. What's it going to feel like in the building? I can't wait to. I'm going to be back in. I'm back in Denver tonight. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make it to the game in time, but I can't wait to hear what the environment's like. And we know that our guy Chris Dempsey and Vic and Scotty Hastings and Kaz, they're going to be telling the story tonight.
6:30 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. tip right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Over on AM 950, you can hear it. Gabriel Landeskog expected to play tonight for the AHL's Colorado Eagles. 6:45 pregame show and a 7:05 puck drop. We will speak with Kevin McGlue. I stumbled through that.
You good?
Kevin McGlue.
Have you had your first azalea cocktail?
No,
or
I
maybe
just,
have you had your second?
I just haven't finished my coffee this morning,
Okay.
Coach. Kevin McGlue, the play-by-play voice of those Colorado Eagles, will join us coming up at 11:30. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and Alex Wright-Emmy, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. We are coming to you live from Stadium Swim here at Circa in Las Vegas, the very best and biggest tournament viewing party for the Masters this year. I can't wait to have a pimento cheese sandwich. Where is my waitress? I am hungry.
Yeah,
I want an azalea
waitress
cocktail.
situation's a little different today than yesterday.
What is going on here,
I don't
Coach?
know.
Did you say
Apparently,
something?
I think it might have been our friends to the left from Seattle. I think there were a couple comments that were made that might have been out of pocket, if you will.
KJ, take it away. What's first?
Broncos star tight end Evan Ingram was on with former Broncos running back Benny Fowler in the DNVR crew yesterday. One of the things they discussed was how did Bo Nix help Evan Ingram see that this was the place to be. Here's Evan talking about his first visit with Bo and the Broncos overall.
Yeah, Bo was one of the first players from Denver to reach out. He was in the building when I was there. We had lunch together, got to know each other briefly. But my biggest thing was just watching his tape. Sat down, I downloaded a couple games for the flight. Sat down and watched some more with Davis in the building. He has everything that it takes to be great in this league. I think he was sitting down with one of the trainers and they were having a conversation about just his throwing progression in the off season and the little minor things that he's working on. That was music to my ears, just hearing the mindset, even just kind of as a fly on the wall. I wasn't really even in the conversation. I was just kind of observing him and his work ethic and his work process. I think when you put all those things together, there's something special there. And then obviously the rapport he has in the building, the way the coaches talk about him, it was something that really meant a lot to me as well.
You got your franchise quarterback, and the reason you got your franchise quarterback is because of what is the entire package of a great athlete, a guy that has enough arm talent. And that was put on display as a rookie quarterback. Was it elite, off the charts? Yeah, there were a couple throws that actually made you think maybe it is, especially the downfield touchdown throw to Marvin Mims Jr. Against the Cincinnati Bengals, or the downfield throw in the playoffs to start out on the first drive to score your first touchdown to Troy Franklin of that game. But it's more about the work ethic. It's about the seriousness. You have a quarterback who is a bit of a throwback in terms of how he goes about his off seasons. No drama, you're not going to find it. This guy's really special, and he's really special because of how hard he works, and he's so meticulous about his process.
You know what I love about this from Evan Ingram, too? The reason why Bo was such a fit with Sean Payton was he's a football junkie. We talk about that backpack, right? Sean Payton was in love with the contents of the backpack prior to the draft. Evan Ingram coming out being like, yeah, I downloaded 2 games and watched Bo Nix on the flight. Wasn't watching The White Lotus. Wasn't watching Netflix.
Wasn't on the hub.
What? Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
On the flight?
You never know.
That's a felony, brother. Jesus. KJ, what's next?
Pickles, as they call him.
Was that planned?
Oh my God.
Shedeur Sanders.
What am I going to do with you?
Oh my
With
goodness.
me? What am I going to do with you?
With either one of you two.
Shedeur Sanders was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams after his visit in Pittsburgh with the Steelers, and he talked about, quote, I understand the mindset and why they win a lot. And he also talked about Mike Tomlin preaching from the top down, just like his dad, and he voted his visit as a 10. How realistic or how much stock should be put into Shedeur starting to effort his energy towards Pittsburgh, trying to find a way to get him?
Man, it's challenging. We talked about those teams that we think that if you get past the New York Giants, if you get past the Raiders, there's a group of teams that we broke down yesterday. New Orleans is one of them. I don't see it happening, but I do see it happening with Pittsburgh. I see it happening with San Francisco, and I see it happening with the Miami Dolphins or even potentially the LA Rams.
I still don't think he's getting past 5, but Cleveland did just sign Joe Flacco to a 1-year deal, so that's another quarterback.
Welcome back, old man.
Exactly, just finds a way. Is Joe Flacco elite? Still finds a way to get himself
into the
NFL?
He's a different quarterback when he's playing in Cleveland for whatever reason. He's the only person maybe in the history of Cleveland Browns football that is 10x better in Cleveland than he is elsewhere.
Maybe that signing is, hey, we just had a conversation with Dion and with Shedeur. It seems as though they might not be too thrilled if we as the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders. So, you know what, let's go make sure we fill a hole with Joe Flacco. That's what that screams to me. We'll get back into the rest of NFL Notes in just a couple of minutes here because we are joined on a momentous day, on a historic day, a day that we didn't think was ever going to happen again. We expect Gabriel Landeskog to play this evening with the AHL's Colorado Eagles. You can hear that game starting at 6:45 on AM 950, joined by Kevin McGlue, the play-by-play announcer for those Colorado Eagles right now. Kevin, how are you, and how exciting is tonight?
I'm doing great, and I'll tell you what, the excitement here is palpable. It has been for days. There's just a buzz. I mean, there's not just a buzz amongst the fans. It's almost like a little jolt that's been sent through the locker room as well. And again, this is usually a time of year when teams are winding down. You're trying to catch your breath, getting ready for the playoffs. And this is a team that now just been reinvigorated, it seems like. And the excitement on the ice has been tangible. You could feel it out there.
Kevin, as a Northern Colorado resident myself, I want to get deep into the weeds about the third D pairing of the Colorado Eagles. Obviously, I'm just joking. The story of the night is going to be the most likely the return of Gabe Landeskog. Have you seen any signs, boots on the ground, in the either being at the Blue Arena, that tonight will be indeed the night where Gabe Landeskog is on the ice and playing in the game?
I can't confirm that yet, but obviously he took morning skate here this morning, and as he has looked the last few days, he looked fantastic. And again, that's just from my assessment, which doesn't mean a whole lot, but he looked fantastic out there and had a huge smile on his face throughout morning skate. So I guess we're going to wait and see. And I know that he was going to talk with the coaching staff and let him know how he felt after taking morning skate, but he was out there and he looked like he was having an absolute blast. So it was a cool scene.
Now, if he comes back and he scores tonight, do you have a locked and loaded goal call for the captain? Are you stealing Connor McGahee's "Oh Captain, My Captain"?
No, you know what? I'm going to leave that for Connor. That's his. But no, you know what? I haven't even really thought about it because again, just trying to get to this moment. I think that's what we're all hoping for. We're all looking towards, and then maybe you start looking at that down the road. But I'll tell you what, if this does come to fruition here in the next few hours, how exciting is that? And to see this journey take this next huge step, everybody here is just absolutely thrilled. And you talk to the players, they all say the same thing. He's a world-class human being, and you want to see him succeed, and you want to see this be that next big step that hopefully gets you to the biggest step, which is getting back with his team, with Colorado Avalanche, and trying to hunt down a Stanley Cup.
Kevin McGlue, the voice of the Colorado Eagles, and you're going to let it come to you tonight if indeed Gabe Landeskog does make the return and potentially a goal. I do have a couple recommendations. I would like either Cap and Crunch or the Cap is back.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Coach, I like it. I'm a huge fan.
I like it. I tell you what, maybe I'll try to slip that in if it happens. Wouldn't that be something, huh? If not only he did make his return, but found one in the back of the net. And obviously I know that's all the focus here is certainly on the return potentially of Gabriel Landeskog. But, for Eagles fans, for myself, for the team, it's a big game. You're coming down 5 games left, and you want to lock down first place in the division. I get a chance to finish first in the regular season in the Western Conference. So we'll take any goal from anybody we can get. And obviously it would be really, really special to see it come from 92.
Kevin, can you tell that there are already signs that some of the Avs faithful are going to be making their way, the pilgrimage, if you will, up to Loveland, Colorado? Do you feel any buzz around the building at Blue Arena, or has there been a different level of just overall feeling inside of the building itself? And what do you expect of tonight's environment?
Yeah, you do. You feel it, and I mean, you feel it from the people that work here every single day that help to set things up for the games and make everything possible night in and night out. I think they're all very, very anxiously anticipating this, just like everybody who's listening right now. But you know what? I'm expecting a lot of fans to come up from Denver. Luckily, we've had a lot of those fans who have made their way up here with the move to the AHL, the affiliation with the Avalanche, a chance to see some of the young prospects make their way up before they make their way to the Avalanche. A lot of them had a chance to see Logan O'Connor before he became Logan O'Connor, and some of the others that have made their way up. So I'm sure we'll see some new faces, but we always welcome new faces. And I think everybody who's here is going to have an absolute blast. I mean, you will not be able to find a seat in this building come 7 o'clock tonight.
You know what, Kevin, before we let you get out of here, I do like the call back to Logan O'Connor. For those who haven't been following the Colorado Eagles this year, who's the next Logan O'Connor currently playing in the American League for the Eagles that could find his way up to the Avs either at the end of this year as a Black Ace or in a bigger role next year? Who's been your most impressive piece that you've seen on the ice?
Oh, gosh, there are some that I think maybe fly under the radar. And again, I don't want to necessarily, pigeonhole a certain player or two, but there are guys who have been really, really impressive. I think that for some of the newer guys who have come along, I think Cooper Gay is going to be a really, really interesting prospect to watch this team. He is a big kid. He's 6'4", 215 pounds. He's got great hands. He put up 19 goals this year at St. Thomas, scored a goal in his first professional game here with us just a week ago. I think he's going to be somebody that's going to be fun to watch. It's been awesome to see Matt Steinberg get back to health, come back and play a game. I think he's ready to hit another gear after starting the season with the Avalanche this year and then suffering that pectoral injury. He's a guy that I think is going to be really, really special. And I know fans got a kick out of it, but, Ty Felleber, he had 10 goals last year with Milwaukee in the AHL. He's put up 21 already this season, made his NHL debut with the Avs. He is just a guy you can throw out there in any situation, power play. He's a guy that's going to contribute, and I think he's a really fun story. But you know what? I think that as you start to look at some of these prospects, Oscar Olausson, Nikita Prishapov, obviously Ivan is trying to get his way back to the NHL. Jason Poland is another guy that I think has started to take that next step and could really start to work his way towards that lineup next summer. So, again, there's just a lot of fun pieces to this team. This has been one of the best teams that Colorado has ever put on the ice here in Loveland. So, again, we'd love to see 2 points here tonight, and we'd love to see 92 out there. And like you said, we'd love to see him put one in the back of the net.
From 99.9 The Point, you can hear the game tonight on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. That is the voice of the Colorado Eagles, Kevin McGlue. We hope that we get to see Gabriel Landeskog and we get to hear his name called by you. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great call this evening. Go Eagles, go Avs, and most importantly, go Gabe.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Kevin McGlue of the Colorado Eagles. Again, 99.9 The Point. You can hear that game on AM 950 or worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Gabriel Landeskog at morning skate, expected to make his return to professional hockey this evening.
Big night. Big night in Loveland, Colorado. Kevin McGlue, who actually I just realized CSU Ram also
you mean
does.
Kevin McGlue.
You made the G very soft. Very soft the first time you said his name. But also part of the Brian Roth tandem of radio calls for the CSU Rams in basketball and football. So it's a big moment for guys like him. And this is what makes, I think, sports so fun, and particularly sports that do have minor league franchises. You don't get this in the National Football League. There is no build up to the reemergence in a roster.
Major League Baseball has it, right? Like,
yep.
and I remember watching I remember watching. We had the Syracuse Mets when I was in college, and they're the AAA affiliates of obviously the New York Mets. I remember seeing a couple of big time players, whether it was a guy like Jacob deGrom going and having a start up there, or when Bryce Harper was playing his minor league baseball, coming up with the Nationals, he showed up, and that was a pilgrimage that we went to go make to see those guys. Typically, it's a younger player making his steps up the organization. Very rare is it a guy who's missed 3 years.
Yeah.
Very rare. Can't wait for that game tonight. Again, 6:45 is your pregame show on AM 950. It's been 771 days since what? Coach will tell you next.
Colorado, how we're doing? What a day here at Circa Casino and Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. 90-degree temperatures, and it's been an incredible trip. My guy Raj, first time here at Circa. Last night, had a chance to see on the 55th floor where you can begin the golden hour. It starts at Legacy Club. What an awesome view of the Las Vegas Strip. Awesome cocktails, craft cocktails, beautiful views. You can grab yourself a stogie, and then next morning you can wake up and refreshen yourself at the pool at Stadium Swim, where you can elevate your pool game. Get out to Circa Casino in Las Vegas and get right now on circalasvegas.com to check out some great deals as you're in the best months to get out to Las Vegas, Nevada. Come out to Circa soon.
Wrapping things up here from Circa Sports in Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, the world's largest outdoor sports book. For the win, it's golf's biggest tournament viewing party for the first major of the year. Masters Fair at Masters prices. We got the green jacket party tonight up at the Legacy Club. Again, all thanks to our friends.
There?
Oh, yes, I will.
Did you get the invite?
I have the... Just change your flight.
I'm a loving father and a loving husband. I'm going to be home tonight. 2 nights in Vegas for me without my wife, man. It's probably not going to be. It's not an ideal
Come
scenario,
hang out
man.
with me tonight.
Hey,
be my friend.
I'm going to be celebrating my 20th wedding anniversary in just 1 month. Talking about days here.
It's not
soon.
Tomorrow. It's 1 month.
So I'm just telling you, there's a reason why we've made it 20 years, and it's because of decisions like this, Alex Ryanemi.
Coach, it has been 771 days since what?
Since none other than visiting superstar and phalange gun artist Ja Morant was a guest of an establishment in Denver, Colorado, where he held up a real gun 771 days ago. March 2nd, 2023 at Shotgun Willie's, Ja Morant made history, and he returns tonight. What will Ja Morant be all about tonight?
Well, Ja said Ja's now doing a new celebration. Ja's doing a grenade celebration where he pulls the pin on a fake grenade and then throws it. And people have been asking him, like, he got reprimanded for the finger guns by the league, and the league was like, "Hey, cut that thing out."
You don't think he has a bands and maker dance type of celebration?
I don't know, like that. You can't get in trouble for
he makes it rain.
You can't get in trouble for making it rain or doing a little OV like shoulder shuffle like this. You can't get in trouble for that. Adam Silver can't fine you for this.
So he's used.
This is the white guy dance. Just stay in your little box.
You got to bite the heck out of that lower lip too. Now you got to get that lower lip's got to be screaming in pain.
KJ's doing the same thing in the studio. I love it. My guy.
Ja Morant is back, and of course he's been back, but not often since the infamous event where he held up an actual weapon. Is not a laughing matter, but certainly made national headlines and put him in a fairly bad spot. As Rory McIlroy drains a putt. And
drains an eagle putt.
Oh, an eagle
putt.
Drains
an eagle. On number 13 on the par 5.
Wow, -5.
That is everything. He's 3 under through 4 holes on his second 9. Rory, after doubling 2 of his final 5 holes yesterday to finish even par, is 5 under, 3 shots back of the lead, currently held by Justin Rose at 8 under. He has 1 more hole left on his second round. That's a huge round from the world number 2.
Back to Ja Morant in finger gun celebration. He's done air bazookas, air grenades. What weapons are left for Ja to potentially have to do tonight? Does he have some type of remix between making it rain and guns, or does he go with something completely new? Like, is he throwing out ninja stars? Is he
throwing knife thing?
What is he? Is he like
pulling
Odd
out
Job?
A katana? Odd Job is a good one,
Yeah.
but the issue with Odd Job is...
Does he actually take his shoe off and fling it across?
Well, Odd Job throws his hat, not a shoe.
Oh,
Who throws a shoe?
Was that from Austin Powers?
From Austin Powers.
Yeah.
Who throws a shoe? Odd Job throws a fedora that has razor blades on the outside of it.
And that's like actual James Bond.
That's actual James Bond.
Austin Powers was his shoe.
Odd Job and Jaws, that's James Bond. I suppose you could throw a shoe. Now, for him to do the Odd Job celebration, he has to actually have the prop, and I don't believe you're allowed to play with a hat in the NBA. Now, the thing is Ja a headband guy?
I don't think he historically has
He's not
been.
really a headband guy, but if he wants to do Odd Job, he can throw a headband on and then launch the headband after he hits a 3. He'd have to go retrieve the headband, I would assume, so that's an issue on defense.
Any chance that Ja Morant had a late night last night at the Willie? He was hanging out at any chance he went back to that fine establishment?
I don't know. I haven't been anywhere near that thing since we switched studios.
Oh, so you have before?
I'm not saying anywhere near it. The old Altitude Studios were right across the right across the street.
Do you think that establishment has like a celebrity wall? Ja Morant's
Ja
like
on the celebrity wall?
Ja's like the massive picture. Like he's the Abraham Lincoln size picture, and everybody else says a little one.
We do have news. Jamal Murray has been upgraded to questionable tonight against the Memphis
and
Grizzlies.
not upgraded to doubtful.
Now, the question is here with Jamal with those
Did I call this?
anti-inflammatories.
Raj, did I call this?
You did.
Did I call this? Did I call this?
A spoonful of sugar just happens to be, Michael Malone being fired, apparently?
Mm-hmm.
What's behind that smirk?
Anti-inflammatories,
What's
man.
behind that smirk?
The anti-inflammatories,
man.
Those came in the form of real, genuine, authentic leadership that Jamal Murray is excited to play
So
for.
are you saying that the injury with Jamal Murray is it's an injury? It's legit.
Yeah, he's been hurt. I mean, because he's been playing following ACL injuries. So yeah, you're always going to have potential setbacks with soft tissue injuries when you have knees that have been completely reconstructed.
If Michael Malone's still the head coach, is he questionable tonight?
No. That's my personal opinion.
Why?
Because what I saw was a deterioration from afar of a relationship between Michael Malone and Jamal Murray. And I think one of the reasons was Malone going out of his way to play Russell Westbrook in extended minutes, have him in critical situations, and in addition, praising his defensive effort and going out of his way as the narrator, right? We talked about this whole Michael Malone narration piece. How often in the middle, early part of the season did Michael Malone absolutely glaze Russell Westbrook in his effort to the point where you're like, is that intended in a different direction?
Oh, as in like
I'm throwing shade at somebody else that doesn't play with that same effort
it felt
at
like
that same position.
It certainly felt like that.
I think that relationship.
But I was okay with that at that point because I did see a lack of effort from other players on the defensive side. I was okay with that from Michael Malone. But what you're telling me is that it went too far. It may have gone too far.
Can you not have those conversations behind the scenes and not in the media? And that's what I continue to go by. This word narrator. Narrator means that you're doing it with an open microphone. And I think that's where this thing went awry, particularly this season.
A Masters scoreboard update as we're out here for the win. Golf's biggest viewing party for the first major of the year. Your leaderboard looks like this through 17 holes in his second round. England's Justin Rose, the 2013 U.S. Open champion at Merion, leads Bryson DeChambeau by one shot. DeChambeau is 4 under through 12. He has one of the best rounds going on the course today, but the best round of the day so far, both Sung Jae Im and Rory McIlroy, thanks to an eagle at number 13, are both 5 under. They're also on their second 9 today.
As in Rory McIlroy, because
he's my dude.
You are in love with
He's
Rory
my dude.
I was trying to talk about the Nuggets or John Morant and silliness, and I see
staring down an
see
eagle
you.
putt.
You're like full Tiger Woods fist pump. You're like, yes, my guy.
I love that dude.
I'm like, do you and Rory kick it? Do you guys hang out at the Willie? You guys kick it at shotgun?
I'd hang out at shotguns with Rory. I'm not sure it's a great place for a
Rory McIlroy on the tee.
McIlroy had to call off he was going to get divorced, and then they called off the divorce. I don't know. It might
have been some of the antics that was hanging out with his guy Raj. Man, you never know.
Victor Hovland is 4 under, trails by 4 shots, as does Ludwig Oberg. Scotty Scheffler has just started his second round of the tournament, is at -4, tied for 7th. Other big names: Tommy Fleetwood 3 under, Xander Schauffele 2 under, Sahith Theegala 2 under. Players that are in danger of missing the cut. The projected cut right now has moved from +1 to +2. Phil Mickelson currently on the cut line at +2. Bernard Longer, in his final Masters as a former winner, is +2 right on that cup line. Both Brooks Koepka and Jon Rahm are at +2 as well.
What happened to my guy Freddie?
Freddie Couples. Where's Freddie Couples?
Probably not good. He can't find him.
Freddie Couples. Freddie Couples is 1 over through 6 today. Sorry, 2 over through 6. He is 1 over on the tournament,
Not
tied
bad.
at 39. He is inside the cut line right now.
At 65 years young.
And we just got confirmation from Kevin Shockey, our program director. It is official. Gabriel Landeskog is playing tonight in the American Hockey League for the first time in 3 years. For the first time, that's right, Connor, since Game 6 of the 2022 Stanley Cup Final. Gabriel Landeskog is playing professional hockey, and you can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950, worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. The captain is back.
Breaking news. It's what we do here on the Morning Sprint, and so join with us right now. Get your finger guns out and 3 pumps to the sky with some yeses because Gabe Landeskog is back. Yes!
We do it.
Yes! Yes! With finger guns.
Every single Friday, Coach, we're popping tops, and guess what? There's only one game to pop a top to. Maybe there's 2. I'm going to be watching Memphis and Denver tonight. I'm popping a top to the Colorado Eagles and the Henderson Silver Knights. I am dialed in to some American Hockey League action. We will have an emergency Between the Pipes broadcast on YouTube tonight with myself and Mark Springer. Popping the tops. Go Eagles. The captain, Gabriel Landeskog.
Oh, and it could get a little bit wild because Raj might have a few tops that have already been popped by the time he's doing that show here live from Circa in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm popping the top tonight. I'm watching myself some Jamal Murray because I think he also is coming back. And Denver sports vibes off the chains right now, boys. We're back. Gals, we're back. Denver sports. It's a great time to be alive.
For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, back at our studios in Lone Tree, Colorado. My name's Alex Ryan. Thank you so much to all of our friends here at Circus Sports in Las Vegas and Stadium Swim, the world's largest outdoor sports book. It has been spectacular. If you're looking for something to do this weekend, get on a flight, come on down here, watch the rest of the Masters, or if you can't, download the Circus Sportsbook app today. PhD is coming up next. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you at 10 a.m. on Monday.
One of the most historical nights in Denver/Colorado sports history will happen tonight in Loveland, Colorado at Blue Arena, where the Colorado Avalanche have announced that Gabriel Landeskog will be playing for the Eagles tonight. So I'm going to guess things went well in his morning skate with the team that, from all reports, looked pretty good. And while the Eagles are promoting a bunch of dudes, Jure Inola, Wyatt Emido, and Jack Achon, and I probably got all three of those names wrong. While a lot of guys will be moving up, other guys will be moving out of the lineup as the Avs have two completely meaningless games over the weekend. Completely meaningless. Very rare. All eyes will be in Loveland, Colorado, like I said, at the Blue Arena for Gabe Landeskog going tonight. As we projected, by the way, patting ourselves on the back more than a week ago when we sort of went through this exercise to predict. Fellas, what's your reaction?
I was thinking about this morning, listening to the morning show. Sold out arena. Tickets have started to skyrocket.
Jacked up.
And they hadn't announced it yet that he was going to play.
Yep.
It was just, everybody was surmising he was going to be there.
Selling Landeskog branded sweaters in the team store.
So I know now.
That was a lot of investments.
I guarantee you, though, there was from like 7 this morning when these people woke up till about whenever this was announced, noon or whatever was announced.
It's just come out officially about 10 minutes ago.
All right, so 11:50. There's people going, dude, I paid $400 for these tickets. I can't. What do we? Oh my God, what if he doesn't? I mean, could you imagine if he does? I wonder how many people don't show up, even though they spent all that money for those tickets.
Oh, I don't think you'd
spending that money. I think I'm showing up to that one.
Or if you don't want them, I'm sure you could turn them around if you wanted to.
If Landeskog wasn't playing, you ain't turning around for what you paid for.
Well, that's true.
Well, that's a fact. But they don't got to worry about that.
This stock market just went way up.
Oh yeah.
And you know what's interesting?
No tariffs here.
I was making the assumption that he's probably going to play tonight and tonight only because it didn't make a whole lot of logical sense to me that he would play back-to-back games in his first return. I don't know if Raj knows something I don't know, but I heard him saying it was a 3-game assignment. So, okay.
Well, there's 3 games you're eligible for.
Correct.
Right. Does that make it a 3-game assignment because you're eligible for 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's his choice. He doesn't have to play in all 3, but he's available to play in 3.
Yeah.
Because they play back-to-back and then they go on the road. He's not going to go on the road.
Right.
You would doubt.
It's not crazy that
I would doubt that he played tomorrow also.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but I don't think it's insane if he skates for 8 minutes tonight and 12 minutes tomorrow.
Sure.
That's not, that's reasonable. Those are just 2 really good back-to-back workouts. I don't think that's crazy.
Spend $1,200 to see the dude skate for 8 minutes tonight.
First time in 3 years.
Yeah, one of a lot, and one of the most beloved athletes in Colorado.
And if you're following in the documentary, Clean Sheet It All, you know what he's gone through. This is a monumental moment. Monumental.
Just with the documentary going on, this will be the most cameras up there to see these guys play.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Maybe has ever been.
It's a 7,800 seat arena. So wherever you are in that joint, the seats are going to be fine. More than fine. The atmosphere, I don't even know who they're playing, Dan. I know the game's on 950.
Yeah.
We got the Nuggets on 92.5, and we'll have the Eagles on 950. So whoever they're playing, the Saskatchewan Lumberjacks or whoever it is, look out. It's going to be a fun night. And then there's tomorrow, and who knows? I don't know. But tonight will be an amazing night up there in Loveland.
Should he get in a fight in his first game back?
That would be terrible. No fights for Gabe.
All right, well.
Now, the real question is how will he, feel during this time? And I'm glad there's a way for him to actually get in some real game play because there is no more practice for teams this late in the season. There is no other way to simulate this sort of action. It's impossible. This is the only way to do it.
We've railed against this playoff thing, how they set the playoff things. Like most leagues, you would kind of hope, and that goes football may be different, but you don't want 2 of your better teams, playing in the first round, right? Let's get them in the second or third round, in theory. Do you realize on the other side, I think it's the Kings and Edmonton are going to play each other in the first round? they played each other in the first round every year since 2022.
Is that right? Oh, that's that's
Jeez. So if you're a fan base, are you like going,
I don't know. That kind of makes it fun to me.
Can we get this out of here? Can I see Vegas?
I don't know. Actually, I think I would love that as a fan base. I mean, talk about a rivalry.
I stumbled on a little blip of a podcast that made me feel really good today, and it was a couple of Dallas Stars hockey guys, and they were just so depressed the Stars had to play the Avalanche. How about that? We don't think of it from the other perspective, but their take was we have a top 5 team in points, and we have to play another top 5 team. And I don't even know how that sort of sorts out. I'd have to look at the standings. But their gripes were, this is the reward for us having a great season. We have to play the Avalanche. That sucks. And that just made me feel like, oh, yeah, right. Kind of sucks for you guys too, doesn't it?
Right, yeah.
In fact, it may suck more for them because technically they've had a little bit of a better season.
They've lost 4 in a row, I think, now too.
They have done 4 in a row, including an epic loss to Vancouver where they gave up 3 goals in 1 minute and, was ridiculous. By the way, I was at the Avs game last night. I'm sorry for people who paid money for that. But it is what it is. It's last game of the season.
We're almost there.
You anticipate it's going to be exciting and fun, the whole thing. And Bedsy,
they got to pass out things, I'm sure.
They did the shirt off your back night to like 25 fans. So yes, 25 fans probably had no problem with it. And 18.
Wait, what does shirt off your back mean? What does that mean?
They somehow choose, don't ask me how, 25 fans, and they get to go out on a red carpet onto the ice after the game. And they have a little placard, Cale Makar, and Cale Makar will skate over to you and hand him his game jersey from that night to you.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they've done that for years and years and years. So that's what's going on tonight. The game last night was terrible. Jared Bednar, there's no way around it. Jared Bednar was grumpy, and I saw some people saying, "Oh, he's grumpy and this that." No. This was Jared Bednar telling us all, it's playoff time. This is playoff time. I don't talk about everybody's day to day. There is no 2 weeks, whatever. It's day to day for everybody for every single injury.
We got a day to day lower body.
That's it. Everybody's day to day. The end. I'm not going to give you any information about anything I don't have to, and I'm barely going to talk to you at all, and I'm going to pretend that I don't even know who you are, despite the fact that you've been staring at me for 7 straight months, because that, my friends, is hockey mentality, hockey playoff mentality. And last night, Bedsy was basically telling us, here we go. This is it. So I thought it was cool that he spoke for a minute and a half in his post-game press conference.
Wow. That seems familiar.
And we'll get some more of the Eagles and your thoughts and all that. Welcome back. Ramona Shelbourne will join us, who wrote an opus on ESPN. Who is it? Tim something or other?
McMahon.
Tim McMahon wrote it with Ramona Shelbourne. What details from that article did you guys see that were new to you?
If you'd asked me a week ago, I'd have said, wow, okay. If you asked me today, nothing.
Nothing.
Okay.
Today. We've kind of gone back and forth on what does toxic mean, right? And whose relationships were toxic. What was interesting to me out of that article is hearing them say everybody in that building is miserable, and
the degree of misery.
The degree of misery that's going on was not limited to Calvin Booth and Michael Malone. It wasn't just that. You had 2 guys that were miserable together that trickled down into the entire organization.
So you had to get rid of both of them.
Seems like you do. I mean, if you're going to do one, you might as well do 2. And like I said, and we talked about this too, I really do think they think this team, especially starting unit, can still do something this year. And, again, what I said, of what you're going to have to do inevitably, you might as well do immediately. Right?
One thing that caught my attention that, my eyebrows went out when you said it first was Kevin Demoff, our pal, who at least hadn't been mentioned aside from you and the ESPN article as being part of the decision-making process. That did not come out in The Athletic, but it did come out in the ESPN piece. Kevin's involvement with things. And it looks like he was one of the decision. Josh Kroenke, Stan Kroenke are the ultimate decision makers, but one of their consigliaries.
I talked to somebody about Kevin this week and said the thing that he is known for and is brilliant is managing structure and putting people in the right position to do the right jobs and get it taken care of in the right way. And highly crediting with what he did with the Rams and the cohesiveness that, from Snead to McVay and how well they work together.
So let me ask you this in theory. We'll have Ramona on here in about 7 minutes. The two rumored coaches that I've heard are Dan Hurley and now Nate Oates. College guys. Oates from Alabama, Hurley from UConn. Usually when college guys come into the pro football thing, it's not just to be the coach. It's also to wear kind of a general manager hat as well, because that's what they've been doing. They've been like a governor of a state. You kind of run everything rather than a senator. A little bit more responsibility being the governor than the senator, that sort of thing. I'll ask you this. Does that make sense if you had somebody as a GM like Kevin Demoff, who's more of an organizational communication guy, making sure everything is flowing the right way, and then you don't have a clash between your GM and your coach, because that GM coach is the same person?
Well, it's certainly the easiest way to avoid conflict when you've got a dude that is the dude. In theory, when you've got a GM and a head coach, you should still have a dude. Like even in a traditional format with a Calvin Booth and a Michael Malone, somebody's the default. We know who the default is with the Denver Broncos. Yeah, George Payton is the GM, but guess who's getting his way? Sean Payton's getting his way. And George Payton works for Sean Payton. That's the way that thing goes down. In the NBA, I don't know if it's always that traditional, but when you go directly to the coach, yeah, it gets rid of it. But my question would be, if the rumors were they were tired of Michael Malone being old school, if the rumors were they were tired of him being so hard-nosed and yelling all the time, we're really going to be interested in Dan Hurley?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd stay away from Dan Hurley. But if he's here, congratulations, Dan. You're my best friend. But yeah, he just that interview we saw him sit down with who's he with
60 Minutes.
Yeah, when he was sitting down with Ariamo, right? And
well, that was part of the 60 Minutes piece.
But like even Ariamo, who's been known to be one of those hardcore let's go guys, who I think has softened as the years have gone. Weeping, one of his favorite players this year, who graduated after winning a championship, by the way. Even he thought, you need to back it down about 3 or 4 notches, So I wonder if a guy like that who's used to playing 35 games, coached 35 games, and I said I've always had issues with college coaches from this standpoint. In college, you're the face of the program. You ain't the face of the program in the pros.
Let's talk to Ramona Shelburne about it.
And we got action going on at the Masters today. We got action.
Okay, let's put a pin in that because Ramona's on deck. She'll be on with us coming up next. Yeah, by the way, that has been announced officially that Gabe Landeskog will play tonight for the Eagles. Hear that tonight on 950. In terms of dealing with erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can lead you down the right path. You don't want to deal with ED. It causes stress in relationships, anxiety. It's just not great. Remembering the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, let's make that a distant memory. They've got treatment rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a TNPSA test if advised, a test dose. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, so get on board. Call them today at 720-440-7900. Have a spectacular weekend. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What was the celebration like in the locker room after the win? Did the team have a special water shower for you when you walked in or anything?
No, they've done that to me before in the past. I'm glad they didn't because I really mean this. We got 2 games left. So it's cool. I'm sure it's a fun story and everything, but that's not the story. The story is the Nuggets need to win, and we need to win Friday. And we got to bring it Friday. And we got to bring it Sunday. Me coaching the team tonight, what went on, you have to turn the page and you have to look at what's important. And what's important is us competing on Friday night. It's not about me or somebody else feeling better about themselves tonight or the teams, all that stuff. It's come together and let's do something cool and special with these last 2 games.
That's David Adelman taking over for Michael Malone. Ramona Shelburne, as well as Tim McMahon, wrote an opus on the drama with the Denver Nuggets at ESPN.com. In it, there's a quote, "Everybody in this organization was miserable," a team source says. That's what Josh felt, a bad vibe. You can't operate like that. He felt if he removed those 2 people, everybody could just focus on doing their job. Change needed to happen. Ramona joins us now. Thanks for being with us. What surprised you the most when you dug into this situation?
Maybe the sense of relief I felt when I was there in Sacramento in that locker room. I don't think anybody was delighting in this. Nobody hated anyone. People were sad that Coach Malone was gone. They respected him as a coach. I think there was a sort of, sadness that it came to this, but there was this relief. You were there, we were walking around there and it was like, you just felt like usually when something like this happens, there's it's real tense in a locker room, and it was almost the opposite. I felt like whatever, I usually don't like to use that many blank quotes in a story, but in a situation where people respect the 2 people who got fired, right? Nobody dislikes them or disrespects them. They all know they're both really good at their jobs. But because so people don't want to pile on and say stuff, but I think the resounding feeling both Tim and I had, because we talked to a lot of people, was that this situation had gotten really uncomfortable for everyone involved, and everyone was just very glad to be done with it.
Well, when not only in your article, but talking to all the people, this wasn't like it just popped up in the last month or so. This has been maybe going on for a long, long while, which may answer some questions for the past 2.5 years, right?
Yeah, and what's weird to me is I know both Malone and Booth really well. I think they're both great. I think they're really smart, and I don't know why they couldn't work together. I don't quite get it. I think there was a sort of they're both very. I think because they're both so smart and they're both really convinced of their way of doing things. Like somebody said to me, they just don't see the world the same way, and. They, I said, well, why didn't they just try? Could there be somebody who could bring them together and smooth out the difference? Because I've been in the NBA a long time. This is not new for a front office to want a coach to play the young kids and the coach want to play the vets. I put it in the article. Phil Jackson used to call rookies lower than pond scum. He had every line in the book about not wanting to play rookies, and that's a normal thing for a coach to rely more on veterans. And people just said to me, I think one particular person, really smart person, told me, I think both of them tried to work on their relationship, but neither of them was ever going to change. And I think that's a great way to put it. They're just not going. I don't know what you're like in your relationships. I generally feel like people only change when they have to and when it comes from within. And I don't think they ever got to a place where it came from within because both of them really thought what they were doing was the best path for the organization. I don't think it was about hating the other guy or anything like that. It was just they really believed in the way they were doing things and couldn't understand why the other one didn't. And then, there's a lack of trust, right? So I think the thing that jumped out at me was people said when Malone wouldn't play guys that Calvin drafted, right, or Calvin wanted him to play more, it created a sense within the locker room of oh, you're somebody Calvin wants to play, and players wonder is my playing time being affected by this? Is it usually it's a meritocracy, right? Usually it's whoever's the best in their position, you do what the coach asks you to do, but I think there was a lack of trust there, and then there's a sense if you're seen talking to one person or not or the other person, are you taking sides? Can you be trusted? once it gets to that level, it's really hard to turn around and come back from that. I remember I covered the Lakers for a lot of years during the sort of Cold War between Jim Buss and Jeannie Buss. You remember that?
Yep.
And I mean, coaches, players, everybody would tell me, like, you know, they would have to kind of pick a side. Like Byron Scott and I talked all the time, and he was like, I like both of them, but I feel like if I'm seen talking with one of them, the other is gonna feel like I'm disloyal, and that's awkward. You know, like that's not a good dynamic to have in an organization. And I put it to somebody very directly, why did you have to take out both of them? And they go, well, when things become factionalized, everybody has to lose because you can't pick one or the other. Because, okay, you pick one, well, the people who are on the other side, now are they going to go to the person they had been in the other faction with? Or are they going to wait for somebody new to come in and form a new faction? It's just not a good organization dynamic.
You know, I played for Josh McDaniels with the Denver Broncos, and there's no way to over-exaggerate the misery in that building. Coaches are miserable. Secretaries are miserable. You know, the strength staff is miserable. Players are miserable. And one thing that has surprised me by reading your article and others is seeing that there was quite a bit of trickle down. You know, it wasn't just the relationship between those two guys. It was affecting the entire building. Is that a fair characterization that this was just a full trickle-down effect from the top, bottom, all the way down into the locker room?
Yeah, I think so. I think they, you know, the players felt it, people in the building felt it, and this is something I don't know if people can appreciate, but when the Nuggets won a championship, the only guy who got an extension was Malone, and I don't think that's his fault. I think he tried to get other people taken care of. But when one person is financially rewarded and given security and others are not, it creates resentment. And it also creates a situation like right now where there's a lot of people in that organization who don't know if they're going to be here in a month, don't know if they're going to be there in 2 months because, A, their contracts are up pretty soon, and B, both the guys just got fired. And so it's hard to create a good culture in the building when you just don't know. Like all year long, assistant coaches, front office staffers, et cetera, they're all on these expiring deals waiting for either their deal to get taken care of or Calvin's deal to get taken care of. And so the rest of them can get taken care of. And people have families, people have lives, and like you're all caught up in it. And it's not just money or greed, it's stability and the ability to do your job and speak honestly when you're not sure that's acceptable.
Ramona, we understand you guys split. We understand you're busy, so we really do appreciate your time, and thank you for the amazing article for insight into what was happening behind the scenes. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm picking my friend up from a surgery, and she's ready to go. With her a dental surgery. You know, they come out with like all the laughing gas. It's going to be a fun drive home.
Well, hey, we know this because we watch the internet. Record your entire drive and ask her personal questions. It'll be a hit.
Great.
Thank you, Ramona.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, Ramona Shelburne, who wrote a exhaustive article with a lot of well-placed source quotes, which again, is
Porter was quoted directly.
He was, but he wasn't saying how toxic the relationship was behind the scenes, and those were the nature of actually quite a few quotes in that article. You're around the team as much as anybody. Could you feel that?
I felt something off this year. Yeah.
At what point did you start feeling that?
Honestly, didn't they have before they won 8 in a row or 9 in a row, didn't they lose like 3 in a row?
They did. They lost 3 on the road to Chicago, New York, and I want to say Milwaukee. It was somebody like that. The last game was against, it was Minnesota. It was Minnesota.
Minnesota started. They got hammered.
Yeah, they got killed. Then Chicago
came back and beat them.
No. They lost. They should have beat them. They didn't.
I'm saying Chicago came back and beat them.
Correct. And then you lost pretty soundly to New York.
Yeah, and then you won 2, right?
Then you won 8.
Well, I mean, you won 2 on the road.
Oh, you won your final
Philly,
2 on the road. In
Charlotte, and then 6 or 7 in a row back home, or 1 on the road.
Yeah.
It didn't feel right on that trip. Because we all talked about how big that game in Minnesota was, and it felt like, where is everybody? What's going on? But it did not feel the same this year. I would argue a little bit and she said in the article, or insinuated in the article, that it kind of fell off last year. Well, last year, they set a record in wins for a franchise. I mean, so there's a lot of dysfunction that was working, right, with 57 wins.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Did you know, let me ask you, did you know that upper management was feeling the same vibes that you were getting?
Ownership, you mean, or
Sure.
when you say upper management, I'm thinking GM and those guys.
Well, you got to go above that. Was there any indication that, or how about this? Were there little birdies chirping behind the scenes?
Let me just say this.
Were there unnamed sources talking, telling their truths?
There was more unnamed sources sitting there talking and more complaining than usual. Yes.
Okay.
But we talked about on the show when Mr. K sat on the bench. That should have been a big red flag for all of us.
Absolutely.
That was that Laker game where they had all the starters missing, and I think they still won that game, right? Denver lost by 3.
It was the crumpled up score sheet, throw it away. It was an embarrassment. It was a game where Bronny James, in equal amount of minutes through the first quarter, had more points than Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. combined.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, that's right.
Then things sort of straightened out. But yes, that's the way that game started.
And Mr. K was on the bench for that.
He was.
So should we have not probably said, I don't think he was just sitting there because the popcorn got to him faster.
How many times can we think of in the last 5 years that we've seen Stan Kroenke on the bench?
That would be, for me, that'd be one.
Yeah, just that time. Yeah, that was the only time.
I mean, even near the court, even like I know he watches up in his box a lot, but I mean, he's not a Cuban. He doesn't hang out down there by the court.
I had never seen, not that it hasn't happened, but I had never seen it, at least in the past 4 years.
I haven't seen it. Now, they used to have seats like row 1, 2, or 3 somewhere in there, kind of semi-close, but
on the bench,
they might like behind it, 3 or 4 rows.
He was on the bench. Let me put this
on
way.
The bench.
He was on the bench by himself. He wasn't on the bench with somebody else. It was him. That's it. He wasn't there with Josh. It was him by himself. I'll never forget it because I'm looking at like Stan Kroenke and like Deron Holmes, and I'm like, does Deron Holmes? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so that might have been probably the first red flag. Listen, I really do feel that ownership believes that there's something more to this team, and if they can still salvage something out of this season, win these next couple and hold on to 4, win your first round series because you have home court advantage, maybe get an upset in round 2 because you'll be on the road in round 2. Then you know what? It was probably a great decision.
Let me ask you this at this point, and I know we're just a couple days removed, but life moves fast. The article's great. I'm glad they wrote it. The Athletic article was great too. I'm glad we understand it. Do we need to know any more details at this point? Do details matter?
I don't know. Like what details are you missing?
Well, I think you'll just get different regurgitation
of the same stuff.
Of the same details. You probably will go about 6 months now without getting any fresh information. But I promise you, enough time goes past and you do hear stuff. People start talking again, and that will be interesting then. You'll probably hear more specific details about, very unique situations that popped up. But those situations really don't matter. They all lead to the same destination.
Well, here's what I think we're going to hear more of. Favoritism towards Russell Westbrook, not playing the younger guy, specifically Jalen Pickett. Favoritism where it shouldn't have been in terms of playing time. It wasn't a meritocracy. The misuse of Zeke Naji as a 5 when he really should have been a 4.
That was an interesting stat you put in that article, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which we've said he's a 4, right? We've talked about it
on
the show.
Backed
he's been
it
better
up
at 4.
And I won't bore people with the specific analytics, but there are specific data analytics to prove that he's a much better 4 with an effective 5 than as a 5 with a 4. To the degree, the analytics are to the degree that it makes no sense to even try it the other way.
Right.
And Zeke
plus 100 to minus 113.
It was kind of ridiculous. Yeah. And now I think Zeke is probably going to be where he's going to be for the rest of the year, and that's on the bench, not playing at all. And yeah, if Calvin Booth commits to that kind of contract, holy cow, you got to be kidding me. You're killing me by not playing this guy the right way. Westbrook,
Well,
Guys,
but Booth has no say in him playing. You mean it may be killing him? Then why aren't you?
well, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Westbrook should have been playing 17 minutes off the bench this entire year and not closing games, period, the end. That's it. The end. And that is definitely not what happened. The use of DeAndre Jordan was mysterious, and the acquisition of Saric was a disaster. And then you had no financial wiggle room to do anything at the trade deadline. So you can see where, yes, there were good things that Calvin Booth did. You can see where they did not communicate amongst the two of them. And you can see where Michael Malone didn't help anything either. You really do get it. That's why I wonder, what else is there at this point?
Yeah. I don't think much, if anything at all.
Mark Moser wants to give us his 2 cents on Gabe playing up with the Eagles. But
we do have a fantastically exciting day going on with the Masters.
That's
today.
why I put the exciting music on.
Yesterday, Justin Rose came out to a huge lead. And the others that you were looking for kind of hovering around there. Rory didn't have a great first day, although really was swinging well. Just put one in the water on a little chip shot that crushed him. Rory McIlroy is making a freaking run today. -6 on the day. Dude is lights out. He eagled, I think it was 14, if I remember correctly. Bryson DeChambeau. 13, okay. Bryson DeChambeau hold one out of the sand bunker. That was early on. I think it was on 4, if I remember correctly. Bryson DeChambeau is 7 under on the day. No, excuse me, 4 under on the day, 7 under on total. Now he is 1 spot back from the leader, Justin Rose, at -8.
It's not the biggest story of the day, though. Biggest story of the day is the frat kid from ASU whizzing in Race Creek.
That's funny. I thought he was from Spain.
Sure, but
he's from Spain, but he played at ASU.
Yeah, he's
also
a senior at ASU.
Also getting
Amateur.
crushed for the hat that he wore.
The Sun Devil backwards.
Upside down.
Okay.
Backwards? Was it backwards?
Okay. It was something like that.
Yeah.
His hat. And urinating in Race Creek. Or specifically the tributary leading to Race Creek.
Yeah.
In full view of thousands of people. You couldn't find a blossoming azalea? You had to pee in the creek.
That's got to be like a lifetime ban. Look, we all pee in a bush.
He's
on the
in
golf
second.
course.
Hey, he's in second place as the lowest scoring amateur right now. So if he makes the cut, he could be wearing a green jacket on Sunday afternoon.
Well, they just get they don't get a green jacket. They get a medal.
Well, whatever they get. He'd be sitting right there with the winner of the green jacket. He'd be in Butler cabin.
This year, instead of a medal, he'll get a urinal.
Great story.
That would
Small
be pretty
urinal
funny.
statue.
Give him a custom-made porta potty.
I'm not sure Augusta has a big sense of humor, though.
The thought, and it had to be a kid from ASU, actually kind of makes sense. We'll hear from Mark Moser. Gabe Landeskog returns to hockey with the Eagles. Mo's take on it coming up next. Guess who's back? Gabe Landeskog.
Rory's back.
At Blue Arena tonight in Loveland. And Mark Moser joins us right now for his reaction. This news came out about an hour or so ago. Moj, what can you tell us?
Not a lot. I guess he's going to play tonight. It's good news. I mean, it's exciting news, is it not, gentlemen?
Yeah.
I think it's incredible.
Are you going to drive down there to catch it?
Drive down. Well,
no.
Drive up.
Scotty, Scotty, I'm just arriving at Signature right now. We're going to L.A.
Oh, no one's going to watch that game. Gabe's playing.
Okay.
Moj, you guys are?
Right,
are you?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell Matt. Matt. Hey, screw it. He's gonna hang out here. Not going to L.A. Sorry about that.
Don't you wish though? But seriously, I'm being serious. Don't you wish that you flew out tomorrow? I mean, if you guys weren't flat out right now, would you not be there in a heartbeat?
I would, yeah. The game tomorrow in L.A. it's at 1 o'clock L.A. time, so it's early. That'd be impossible. But that being said, I don't know what to expect, guys. I mean, this is the first try in almost 3 years. So, I mean, can he play a game? Is it a shift? As far as he's going to be playing against men. These are not kids. These are guys who make a pretty decent living, pretty damn good living playing minor league hockey, and they have families. Nobody's gonna take it easy on him because he's Gabe Landeskog. They want to win too, so he's going to be hit. He's going to be wrenched on. He's going to be all this stuff. I guess my position, gentlemen, is I'm nervous. I want it to all be good badly, and I just hope that it is. But this is I guess the try, the ultimate try here, and just see if his body is okay.
Do you think he'll play tomorrow also?
That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, look, here's the thing. I mean, he could play one shift tonight and say, you know what? Doesn't feel right. Or he could play 20 minutes and say, I feel great, or anything in between. I mean, this is why it's a conditioning stint. There are so many unknowns for him, for his body, for everything. This is, as far as I'm concerned, guys, this is fairly unprecedented in the history of the league. Fairly unprecedented.
Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, Ross Colton, Jonathan Drouin, Josh Manson, Ryan Lindgren are not even on the trip. They won't be on the airplane when you get on there, Moj.
Party bus. Party bus up to Loveland.
That's where I was going. Do you think those fellas will be up in Loveland tonight? I think that would be pretty amazing if they were there to support Gabe.
I don't know if they will, but they love that guy. I mean, he's the captain. He's their number one, and that would be really cool if they could.
Yeah.
If they could be there. Again, guys, I'm just so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed about this. I've always been hesitant to even sort of consider that this could happen because I know what this. I mean, and you've seen it on the video, but I know what this guy's gone through. And I know what he's had to endure and what his body's had to endure, just physically, mentally, and everything else in between for almost 3 years. And it's just, I just want it so bad for him. He's worked so damn hard. I don't want there to be disappointment for anybody. I want it to all be really, really good. So I'm crossing my fingers big time, boys. This is pretty damn cool.
Yeah, I've said a few times, and if I'm wrong, please just correct me. But I've said in order for Gabe to play in the playoffs, all he has to be really is a better option than, say, Jack Drury. Am I missing something there? Is there another guy that he would replace, or how would you see him fitting in if he were to come back for the Avs in the playoffs? At whose expense?
Jack Drury's a centerman, and Gabe's a winger, so they wouldn't mix up that way. But DMac, I don't know because I don't know where his percentage is. And I'm sure.
Well, hold on. Let me explain something of my thought. Never mind the position itself. I'm just going down the laundry list. You could move somebody else to fourth line center, Moj. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's other things you could do there. But so if I'm wrong on Jack Drury, but like, who else would it be for? Like, you're not taking Kivi Ranta out, right? You're not. Are you taking Parker Kelly out? I mean, what are we doing?
Well, you're not taking Miles Wood out, are you? he's been playing like crazy the last 4 games. I mean, listen, I don't know, and which is why it's so crazy that you have these healthy. Hopefully, you have all these healthy bodies. DMac, I would say, look, if he's 100%, let's say he plays tonight and he's 100%, and he's as fast as he was, and he can take whatever he took before and so on. Well, hell, then he's the first line left winger with Nathan McKinnon, right?
Whoa.
I mean, I don't.
Wow.
Well, you know what I mean. It's like
Okay.
if he can play at that elite level, if his body will let him, and he's that fast and good and strong and badass like he was, then that's where he played when he got injured, and when he won the Stanley Cup. He was a left winger with Nate, so I don't know. I mean, would he play with Nelson? Would he play down in the third line with Charlie Coyle as his center? And then he's banging in front of the net. You got some killer big bodies on that line. I wish I had answers, guys. I don't think Jared Bednar doesn't have the answers. Gabe Landeskog doesn't have the answers. His body doesn't have the answers. I just want to kind of caution everybody that we truly don't know what he's getting into tonight. Again, this is unprecedented, uncharted waters.
Let's go that everything comes out tonight and it's perfect. Like you say, he's 100%. I know you like to dwell on the negative too much, but let's go positive for a second.
I don't want to, Scotty. I want to be positive.
Okay,
baby.
good. So we're going to dwell with the positive. Everything's great, and this is unbelievable. And they're going, oh my gosh, and it is brand new, and here we go. What would that do? Adding a Landeskog to your playoff roster as far as your depth?
Oh, it'd be huge. I mean, when he got injured, or when he finished up the Stanley Cup run of 2022, he's one of those preeminent power forwards in the NHL. He's a big, strong, tough, talented, up and down the wall winger who can win puck battles, go to the front of the net, and defend like crazy. I mean, he's just that guy. Big, strong, tough. And Scotty, you know this, and you've played with some incredible leaders in your career, I'm sure. His value to the team is more than just what he can do on the ice. His value is more than just how many goals he can tip in, or assists he can dish out, or hits he can lay, and all that sort of thing. His value is who he is as a human being inside that room as well, and what he means to the actual organization overall. It's significant. So his value is for a guy like Gabe Landeskog. There are guys, it's like in the NBA, hey, how many points can you give me? How well can you defend? I don't care what you do in the room because that's not your role. This guy, he's all-encompassing, and that's why a guy like Gabe Landeskog is so important. That's why you don't replace him as captain even when he's injured for almost 3 years. That's why the emotional boost and the everything that comes with it is going to be significant should he be able to ever play at an elite level again.
All right, Moj. By the way, I'm getting messages. The game will be on 950, AM 950, our radio station, our sister station here tonight on the radio. But also I'm seeing something from
doing that. He's great.
Flow Hockey, which I've never heard of before. But I'm seeing that Flow Hockey will have the game basically on YouTube for free. On Facebook and YouTube.
Wow.
Whatever Flow, FLO Hockey. Never heard of them?
There you go. You can check in from California.
So there's a potential that you could watch it for free on Flow Hockey, a commercial for Flow Hockey, and I know nothing about them. But, that's what I'm hearing.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm totally in. Hey, by the way, guys, Scotty, you'll love this. We stay right there by Crypto, right? Right next to it, Scotty. You know where I'm talking about.
Yeah. Nice hotel.
So we're like, hey man, let's go to, Scott, you'll know this. We'll go to Yard House or Tom's Watch Bar. We'll just kind of post up there, right, for the night, that kind of thing. Yeah, well, the friggin' Lakers are playing Houston tonight.
Oh, jeez.
So, DMac, I don't have to tell you guys, the infestation of Lakers people in that area is
it's unbelievable.
It's sickening. And even for the people who don't have a ticket, and there's plenty of those degenerates, all they do is roam around and get loaded in the street. It's good Lord Almighty, help me. I pray to the Lord. Just let me have a cold one to watch a game, please.
Well, maybe you could get a small ballroom and get the fellas together and watch the game on Flow Hockey. I don't know.
Yeah, just walk down real fast to Five Guys, grab your burger, and get back to the room.
Yeah. Full Hypes, baby. Full Hypes tonight. Yep, good call.
All right, Moj, have a great call over the weekend on games that don't matter whatsoever. And we'll see you back here for the playoffs next week.
Well, they matter, just not in the way you want them to matter.
How do they matter? I'll give you 10 seconds. Tell me why they matter.
Well, if I'm there.
Okay. All right. It's PhD on 92.5.
Payback.
Yeah. There
Payback.
Hey guys, if you've been looking for a new vehicle, I'm sure that you are not naive to the fact that they're looking more and more expensive. That's why you want to call my friends at Phil Long. Go check out their lot today. They locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before they started to get more expensive. That means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. Guys, with over 1,000 vehicles, don't go anywhere else this weekend. Just go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find a beautiful vehicle. You're going to get the best price. I've been a customer for life since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back because they take care of me. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. The same thing's going to happen to you. They have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
It was great having Ramona Shelburne on with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We'll get to the Nuggets here in a second. Great to have Mark Moser jumping on the plane with the boys. And quite a few are not going on the trip. I tell you, we, again, talked about this a few days ago. I applaud the decision. We will not have Cale Makar on the trip. We will not have Ross Colton, Drew Ann, Nathan McKinnon. They're not going on the trip. It's fine. No need. We're ready to rock and roll. It sets up a fascinating situation. Boy, tonight, that is going to be one hell of a game to be at up at Blue Arena for the Eagles against the Henderson Silver Knights, which I assume are out of Nevada for the Golden Knights. So do you think, guys, just spitballing here, those who aren't going, the superstars of the Avs, do you think they'll get a party bus together and head on up to Loveland today?
I mean, it sounds really fun in theory, and don't get me wrong, it'd be incredible to see those guys, especially knowing that we can actually watch this on YouTube and everything. That's cool, and I will check in for it. In reality, I don't know. I mean, look, these guys got families. They got kids that they don't get to see very often. They got a rare off night where they don't have to travel. Family usually takes priority, even when you love a dude. So I have no idea. I know it'd be really fun if they could make it.
McCarr's not married.
I know he is. He had a big mountain wedding this past summer.
Oh, there you go.
Well photographed. He was singing AC/DC to some sort of band, kind of hammered a little bit, wearing a bolo tie and a cowboy hat. No, he's married.
Okay, well, no kids, though.
No kids.
How about McKinnon?
McKinnon's got
no kids helps.
He's got a serious girlfriend, fiance, but no kids.
You
want to go through it? Ross Colton, Jonathan Drouin?
Well, no, but I'm
Josh
just thinking
Manson?
of guys that have been, like Gabe has been here McKinnon's entire career. So
Can I say this?
I'm thinking McKinnon, I'd be surprised if McKinnon doesn't show up.
I will be surprised if they're not there tonight. I won't blame them. I wouldn't be angry or call them out. But it is so absurdly unique. Like, the timing of this is kind of ridiculous. The fact that they have, well, that game last night didn't even matter. But these two games literally don't matter, despite Moser's opinion that he's there. And then you have Gabe coming back on a night that you actually could go see him? Come on, guys. This is like out of a, dare I say it, a Hallmark movie.
But then again, if they've been practicing and skating with him for the last 2 or 3 weeks, they may, we know he's going to be fine.
Well, then again, they got to look at those ticket prices. Those ticket prices are going up. They're paying $250 to get in the building.
It's a fair point that maybe Nathan McKinnon couldn't afford tickets.
And I mean, God forbid they give him a free one.
Well, that's not going to happen. I mean, everybody for themselves at Blue Arena.
Do they have suites up there?
You're asking me? How would I know?
Because is that the only venue in the state you haven't been to?
No, I've been lucky enough to see my kid play hockey at every hockey venue in the entire state, including that one.
All right. Did they have suites?
I don't know. There was like 30 parents there. We were just all drinking beers and sitting down low.
Oh, they do.
No clue.
So maybe find a suite.
They had beer there. It was the Budweiser Event Center when I was there.
That's the last time I was.
I don't know what comes with Blue Arena. Maybe
they do have
Blue.
suites.
What is Blue Arena? Yep. What does that stand for?
I have no idea. It's a miracle I even know the name of it.
Maybe it is Labatt's Blue.
I have that was my beer of choice in the Buffalo days. It's hard to find a Labatt's Blue these days.
That was a pretty crisp beer in the summertime.
Yeah, I'm sure they sell it somewhere, but I don't see it on the regular. Well, it sets up a unique situation tonight, that's for sure. What do you expect? Do you expect a bounce back where he can propel himself to the playoffs, or, just to keep it real, a Peter Forsberg 2 games and I can't really do this sort of deal? That's what happened when Forsberg came.
Well, I don't know how to answer that question, but I'll tell you what I expect tonight. And now, the more that I think about it, he actually might play tomorrow as well. Because we'll probably be very, very limited tonight, whether that's 10 minutes, whether that's 8 minutes, I don't know. What I expect from tonight and maybe tomorrow, if he plays tomorrow, probably 0 action. Probably nothing happens. Probably gets a couple good passes in there, gets out of Dodge, and tries to stay healthy. So there's probably going to be very little for us to actually analyze from whatever games he does play in.
We appreciate you listening on us to the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Better event in Colorado tonight. The Eagles against the Silver Knights or the Nuggets against the Grizz?
Better what?
Sporting event in Colorado.
Nuggets versus Grizz.
Listen, this is exciting that Landeskog is there. But the team that's, right there chasing you, I mean, you lose this game, you go from 4th to 7th. So for what it means, this is a much bigger game.
Okay.
Yeah, we still got storylines coming out the wazoo for the Nuggets. So it's not like there's a lack of storyline or interest for the Nuggets.
I just saw a thing on ESPN that said 15 playoff positions are still in play in the NBA at game 80.
Wow.
So while it will be cool to see Gabe, it won't matter as much as the basketball game tonight.
Yeah, I think the cool factor goes to Gabe. The importance factor goes to the Nuggets.
And then the real humongous story with Gabe comes about him being eligible for the playoffs, where he would triumphantly return after 2 games in Dallas, because that's who we're playing. We'll be playing Dallas. After 2 games in Dallas, boy, help me out. If the playoffs start on the 19th, you play on the 21st, you got a day off, 22nd, maybe 23rd. April 23rd at Ball Arena. Maybe April 24th, something like that. April 24th is the same night as the draft, as it turns out.
What time's the Eagles game?
7 p.m.
7 p.m. Okay.
Oh, are you thinking about it?
Oh, I'm just planning the night here a little bit, seeing what you can turn on at what time. No, I'm not thinking about going.
No, that's what I was asking.
No. I think you got to try to watch it. I mean, if you're an Avs fan, now I hope you put that on your laptop or whatever it is, because it's on YouTube and you're watching the Nuggets at the same time. Because I don't know if there's been a bigger game 81 in the history of the Denver Nuggets. Well, probably go back to game 82 and you lost in Minnesota in overtime.
Got some help last night, didn't you, by Minnesota just stomping Memphis?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I was told by Minnesota you got to worry about because they hold tiebreakers on everything.
Okay. I was seeing somebody breaking down all the permutations and playoffs, and it was making my head kind of spin. I'm not going to lie. I think the simplest way to look at it is if the Nuggets just win,
you're fine.
You're going to be at the worst in 4th place, and if the Lakers poop their pants a little bit, you could move up to 3rd.
Well, the problem is all these teams have good games. Like the Lakers play Houston. Houston's good. They ain't playing nobody. They gave a game away the other night, and their whole starters sat down and didn't play. So I'm hoping they'll play tonight and then rest on Sunday.
Okay. Fine by me. I mean, they got nothing to play for, by the way.
No.
Houston has 0 to play for. They're locked in at the 2 spot, and there's nothing that can be done one way or the other. They're it. The Lakers are 1 game ahead of the Nuggets. There are 2 games remaining. There is a possibility that you could literally pass the Lakers. You have the tiebreaker over the Clippers because, well, you're tied with the Clippers, but ranking-wise, you are ahead of them. So right now, if the playoffs were to start, the Nuggets would be hosting the Clippers. I love it. First round matchup. You got to play somebody.
Yep.
We're hosting the Clippers. Sign me up. Sounds good. Second round will be Oklahoma City. Okay. I mean, you're going to have to deal with that probably at some point anyways. However you slice it, you're not dealing with Minnesota.
Right.
Unless Minnesota finishes in 8th place and they're giving Oklahoma City hell, which that sounds good to me too. So if the season stopped right now, if this is the way it lined up right now, who wouldn't sign up for this if you're a Nuggets fan? I like this right now.
Yes, yeah, you do, and you couldn't ask for anything more optimal. But there is a piece of me that's like, let's go Minnesota. Let's go
Minnesota.
Yep. With the team where they're at right now, like I don't think this is about like the easiest matchups. Jokic talked about it yesterday, waking up the beast. Hey, nothing wakes up the beast like the toughest matchup you could possibly get.
Well, listen, the Clippers are the healthiest they've been all year and are playing great. That ain't going to be easy either.
Minnesota's, they got Brooklyn and Utah.
So they're going to win 2 games.
They are going to win 2 games.
Maybe you can just get Tim Connolly to swap out his polo.
You know, when we looked at Minnesota's schedule, we were like, oh, my God, they may win every single game left.
Right.
But they did drop one to Milwaukee where they collapsed, losing 40-13 in the fourth quarter. And they should have won that one, too. They're on a tear right now, and they're going to cruise past Brooklyn and Utah.
Yeah.
And they need to win those games. They're 1 game behind the Nuggets.
Which means you have to win.
As is Memphis. And those teams, Minnesota and Memphis right now, believe it or not, only 1 game behind the Nuggets who are in 4th place. Those 2 teams, 1 game behind, are in the play-in. It's crazy.
Well, 15 teams still in play. 15 teams are still in play in the playoffs in game 81.
The degree that this game matters in the regular season is as close to a playoff sort of thing as you could possibly imagine. And you have the new look Nuggets with David Adelman making his debut. And for the local media, I know there were some overachievers who were getting on planes to Sacramento, but in general tonight will be the first time locally that Adelman will address everybody. What do you think his message will be?
Same thing the message was at the post game when they beat Sacramento. It ain't about me. It's about us winning Friday and Sunday. That's the only thing that matters right here. Not who's here, not here. It's Friday, Sunday.
How do you think they'll shape up?
Well, I think it'll be a tough game. I mean, you got a guy that can go for 60 on Memphis, and they got a couple other guys knock the heck out of threes. You got a great defender. And
by the way,
Jackson.
John Moran is keeping the what do you say? The hand grenade celebration.
No. You missed the explanation. He's speaking his words. He's throwing them into the crowd, and he's blocking out the noise.
I did miss that. You're right. I just saw the.
It's not a hand grenade.
It's
why would you think it was a grenade?
Gotcha.
Because that's what everybody's calling it.
Oh, well, people are crazy.
So it's clearly not a hand grenade.
He's speaking his words, throwing it in the crowd, and blocking out the noise.
And how's he doing that? What's the actual gesture?
He bites the words.
Bites the words.
Throws the words into the crowd.
Not a pin.
No, those are his words. That I'm not sure why he's biting his words, but that's what he's doing.
Biting his tongue, maybe.
Biting his tongue. Throws those words into the crowd that looks very similar to an object that might be similar to a grenade. And then he covers his ears to block out the noise.
Okay. Well, why is he screaming fire in the hole?
Oh, that part I can't explain.
We have a Masters update.
Maybe he's got a venereal disease.
That is one of the most unique things ever in the history of the Masters. And should there be a consequence? What will the Masters do? Details of that story next. Now, I'm not exactly sure how you say his name, so I'll go to you golf hounds for clarification, but Jose Ballester? How am I doing on that? Jose Louis? Josie? Ballester? We just going to go with that?
Yeah,
all right. Well, he's 21. He is the U.S. amateur champion. And he's a senior at Arizona State. Now, I do not know. Yeah, to me, it looks like he's got a Arizona Sun Devils hat where the Sun Devils is backwards, not upside down, but maybe something's upside down. I don't know. Oh, maybe it is upside down and backwards.
That's the new thing is
it is.
The,
you know what?
The writing on the hat upside down.
It is upside down and backwards. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea.
It's got to mean something.
Okay.
I mean, they are the
Got me.
shocker. The two. Never mind.
Anyway, he decided to urinate in a tributary above Race Creek because he forgot that on 13 there were just porta potties like 100 feet away. And when nature goes, he needed to make it flow.
How bad do you got to pee if you're at the Masters? I mean, certainly I don't care, college kid, repping the Sun Devils, fresh out of the frat parties, all those sorts of things.
Sure.
How bad do you really have to pee if you're willing to pee into a bush at the Masters?
Well, let's hear him.
You got to pee.
Let's hear him explain it.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13th tee.
Yes, correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go, and since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the claps that I really got today, like really loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
Yeah, because what's the difference between the Masters and like a happy hour urination in the street off Mill Ave in Tempe?
Or Lone Tree Golf Club.
Right.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
You don't think, hey, right now it's 80 degrees out.
Yeah.
You think golf courses are full right now?
You know what?
How many guys are peeing across the metro area?
Listen, he said if you got to do it again, I hope he does it again.
Yeah.
Stick to your guns, young man.
Yeah, when you're at the Varsity and it's 900 degrees in Tempe with the mister on in the balcony, you just whip it out and just take care of business there. What's the difference between that and flowering azalea or Amen Corner?
Or Chinese fur. Well, don't
Chinese
bust
fur.
it out on Chinese fur because some people might think that's inappropriate.
Sure. Do you think there'll be any ramifications for this? Do not forget, the Masters banned Gary McCord for life for saying on TV the greens are bikini waxed. This guy weed in Rays Creek.
Well, the difference is player versus announcer.
Amateur player
versus announcer.
He better be some hot up-and-comer. I mean, he must be the legit deal.
He's a U.S. amateur champion.
That's probably enough to get him back.
Mm.
Well, that's what got him invited this year. So,
well, and then the Masters makes a big deal about their amateur players.
Listen, he's got something going for him. It'd be interesting to see. I'll bet he's not the only pro that's or golfer at Augusta that's done that. You know what else is unwritten rule there? You don't wear your hats backwards. They don't let patrons wear their hats backwards.
Not fans, the patrons.
Patrons.
I know. We were talking about it yesterday. You were traveling, but I was saying the Masters to me is my favorite sporting event that I also find absurdly obnoxious with so many things. Right. But I do love it. However, I can recognize the goofiness and the roll your eyes nature of things.
Well, you know, another thing they do is but they don't crush you on, like if you go there and food, like hot dogs like $1.50, beer, sodas like $1. They haven't raised any of their prices.
Yeah, well, you only paid $15,000 to get a ticket, but you know.
How much was the badge to get in for the weekend? To become a patron?
They say there are 0 tickets available for Friday, or Yeah, for today. So this was yesterday on the secondary market. 0.
Yeah. It's like that.
The tickets are hard to come by.
Yeah.
And if you get them, no one's reselling them.
No. So good for their dollar hot dogs.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And dollar beers.
For like the most privileged class of people in the absolute world. Maybe?
Maybe.
Give me a snootier event than the Masters.
That Met Gala.
The Met Gala. Sporting event.
Oh, sporting event.
And Met Gala invite only too, by the way.
Yeah.
I learned that because I'm boning up on Fire Festival too.
I'm sorry?
I'm boning up on Fire Festival too.
Interesting word choices.
Boning up? You've never heard boning up? You've heard boning up, haven't you? Sure.
I guess not. No.
I mean, studying means, you're I'm looking into Fire Festival too.
Got it. Turning into disaster. Mexico doesn't want him.
I have heard that. So I'm hesitant to pull the trigger on my Fire 2 festival tickets quite yet.
Well, I mean, you can go somewhere in the world.
There is
with
a
them.
history of not getting your money back with that thing. So you might want to be careful.
I am. The reason I bring that up is they had a side business where they were trying to sell tickets for the Met Gala. The Met Gala is invite only. You cannot buy tickets for the Met Gala, and they were trying to sell tickets. That's all. And going to the Masters is another, I'll never be able to do that ever in my life sort of thing. We do have some sound from the golf course that is following young Mr. Ballister around. This is Ballister off of 12. It's in the hole.
Hey, another example is why you never drink water downstream.
We're all looking for ways to avoid pressure. What better way to relieve pressure than peeing on the course?
He doesn't even seem bothered by it.
He's a Spaniard.
He's a college senior.
Yeah.
At ASU.
Oh, he's going to be... He knows how proud those kids are going to be of him when he gets home.
He's going to be a hero.
He ain't going to have to buy a beer his last semester at ASU. His last month or so at school.
He's good. He'll be fine. All right, well, there's Masters. Anything else you want to...
He'll have that going for him for the rest. If he never becomes a big-time golfer...
Doesn't matter.
I peed in Race Creek.
I peed in Race Creek.
I mean, that's kind of... I
mean, how many people can say it?
How many people can say it?
I so am rooting for him to be the low amateur, to be there in Butler Cabin, being interviewed on Sunday. I am crossing all my fingers and toes.
Do you guys know he's getting as much heat for the hat he wore as he is for peeing on the course?
So what's the deal with the hat?
Because I bet you people have peed in that before.
In front of thousands of patrons? I bet you
He can't be the first, dude. You tell me John Daly never took a leak on that course?
I'm going to say actually no. I do not. I think people have a certain reverence.
He drinks 18 Diet Cokes during the round. You got to pee at some point.
Did Vic Lombardi pee in Race Creek when he played there 3 weeks ago?
You missed an opportunity.
What's the deal with the hat?
I don't know. I mean, people are
what's wrong with
they're
it?
infuriated by the hat.
Who's infuriated?
They're saying there should be punishments for the hat.
Why?
Because that's an unwritten rule. You are not allowed to wear a backwards hat on the.
He wasn't
grounds.
wearing the hat backwards.
Backwards lettering.
No, well, then that should be okay. That's the new trend. That's all over.
Yeah. What?
I'm just telling you. I mean, don't be mad at me.
Who should I be mad at then?
People.
Who? Like an owl.
Bob. It's always easy just to blame Bob.
Bob,
If
just
anything
blame
goes
Bob.
wrong, just blame a Bob.
The big news today is that Gabriel Landeskog is back. Are you surprised?
No.
Hold on. But go back like 6 weeks ago and pretend you didn't know about the documentary, pretend you didn't know all this stuff. We were all at a point we'd given up on it. And if anybody says any differently, I'd probably call him a liar, because I certainly remember the conversations that were going on our show, that were going on this station, and they were certainly not optimistic about Gabe Landeskog returning this season.
And that is true, but once the announcement came out, there's a documentary on it. To me, I'm like, okay, what's their ending?
Exactly.
Yeah, but remember,
what's the ending?
Remember, even when Altitude got their one-on-one with Gabe Landeskog, what was the report that came out right beforehand? The report that came out right beforehand, that they wanted to calm down, because this is where people's minds were. this is not a retirement announcement. That's what they wanted to quell before they even got to the interview, because that's how low the optimism was.
True, but I'm going to roll with the documentary thing on this tip. Him retiring is a lousy ending to a documentary series.
Right.
That just kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's like, why?
It's not a good story. And when he started to do a little media surrounding it, again, it wasn't about retiring. And as long as it's not about retiring and this documentary is going on, it only seemed logical that at some point he would have to give it a shot. Now, I'll tell you this. This documentary is incredible because there's very few people that are involved with it. So you're getting some intimate behind-the-scenes moments. This is not like Paul America with Jake and the other dude there, which I'm watching, by the way. I'm such a sucker.
I almost turned it on today.
I'm 3 episodes in. I don't know if I'll get to episode 4, but
Is this where they're trying to be WWE fighters?
They're trying to be the Kardashians, is what they're trying to do. They're bringing in crazy dad, mom, the speed skater girlfriend of Jake Paul, swimsuit model of Logan Paul, and he got her knocked up and he's about to have a kid. It's Kardashians. The fact that they wrestle and box is just part of the, whatever.
Are they any good at wrestling?
Yeah. Logan Paul's really good at wrestling.
Oh.
He's really good.
He's not built like his brother, though.
He's bigger.
Is he?
His brother.
No, he's not. He's way more
taller, bigger. I mean, Jake is shorter and more stocky, and Logan's a taller, very fit dude. Whatever. They're both in good shape. They're Really? Am I going into details now about the whole documentary?
Well, how much WWE stuff have you watched with him?
But now
people do rave about him in the WWE. They say he's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's a tremendous athlete. Listen, I'll give all those guys the credit in the world when you're doing backflips and jumping off ropes, and that's athleticism to do all that stuff. I mean, that's not fake. It's a little rehearsed, like you're in a musical, but I mean, it's whatever.
Moves.
Yeah, you still got to do it.
Right. Still
got to have a partner. You got to figure it out. Nothing I can do that. I could jump off the rope, but I'm not telling you how it's going to land. It's not going to be pretty.
Greatest marketers in the history of mankind. I'll tell you that much.
Anyways, that documentary, everything is so contrived and fake and phony. This Gabe documentary, it's just Gabe and like a friend of his filming him. So it's way more raw. It's way more honest. There's not one phony shred of anything in the Gabe documentary. So to me, it is...
Because he goes through his highs and lows.
Oh, my God. Yeah. But even if you're putting this all together, you're going to want to try to have some sort of cool ending.
Of course. So let me ask this. You said you're 3 in. How does it start from the beginning to the end as far as, there's no chance this thing's over?
Oh, my God, dude. You got to see it. Like, in the beginning, it is like, this is over. And the accident was so freak.
Right.
It was Kale just falling down in the corner. His skate you're so protected as a hockey player. To think that you found in that millisecond an area that is not protected on your leg, and like a hot knife through butter, the skate blade went through his sock and his protection and whatever. It just found the one little weak spot. It is absurdly unlucky this happened. And it goes through his surgeries, the doubts, his time away from his family, sacrifices, his checklist of things I'm doing, and then falling back and having to climb the mountain again and again and again. It is heartbreaking.
How many surgeries in total has he had? Does it go into that?
Well, at first, he just kind of patched things up so he could play in the Stanley Cup Finals. Then he had a procedure after that. He went with that for quite a while, hoping that that's all he would need. He relapsed, and that kind of went south, and then he got some other injuries. You get one injury, right? Here comes another injury because you're overcompensating other parts of your body. Well, that's what was happening to his knee. So there's at least, I want to say there's at least 3 major times that he had to go into the hospital and get things cleaned up and rehab. And every time he had to rehab, it was like going almost to 0. I mean, he couldn't walk up and down stairs, guys, for months. Walk up and down stairs was a big deal. And then, to this point, listen, not that you need more explanation why this is remarkable tonight, but if you were to watch Clean Sheet, you'd have tears in your eyes seeing him on the ice tonight. That's why I think there's a very strong chance that Nathan and Kale and those guys, because they'll be aware of all of this.
How awesome would it be if they're right on the glass?
Oh, it'd be amazing.
But them just being there would play well for the documentary.
Oh, heck yeah.
It'd be unbelievable. This thing is playing out like a Disney movie right now. I'm telling you. It's a Swedish documentary. Swedish Disney movie. It's Aladdin from Sweden.
Aladdin with meatballs.
It's Aladdin with meatballs. It's the Disney IKEA story.
Not the IKEA meatballs. Not those. Those are not good.
Yeah, you are anti-IKEA meatballs.
Oh, I'm anti-IKEA.
Right, that's true. That's true. I'm
definitely anti-IKEA meatballs.
I don't have another strong Swedish reference in terms of furniture companies. I'm happy to go with
Chocolate?
whatever you want.
Timepiece?
That's Switzerland.
Knife?
Swedish knife?
Oh, well, in the same area.
What?
Swiss Army knife. Sweden,
Swiss is Switzerland.
I know, but it's close enough.
It's not that close.
It's kind of close. It's right there.
I mean, not really.
They both start with an
Norway's
S.
close. Finland's close. They're connected.
Well,
But
by an S.
It's separated by water and land.
They're both neutral. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No dumb questions on Twitch, on Twitter, Three-Eyed Raven, whatever you got. We'll have that for you next here on PhD. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the best when you're dealing with the issues of erectile dysfunction. Why? Well, they've been dealing with this with thousands of men for the past decade. And remembering the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom is not a good memory. You probably laughed it off. ED is a horrible condition. It causes stress, anxiety, undue hardships. So let's get things going in the right direction. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That visit's $99. A T and a PSA test is yours if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations, so call today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm looking at the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. And in honor of the ASU senior, the amateur champion who whizzed in the tributary to Rays Creek, on the text line, Champ Mazda text line, I am amazed this has not come up. Dudes, have Hastings, wants a piece, tell the story about the time he peed off the Swilcan Bridge in Scotland. Swilcan Bridge in Scotland. I mean,
do you know what the Swilcan Bridge is?
Sure do not.
Do not.
You don't really?
It's like at St. Andrews or something?
Yeah.
Is it the bridge that you cross over at St. Andrews?
On the 18th hole.
Very, at St. Andrews, right?
I know the bridge.
Yes,
one of the most famous bridges in the world.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we got in the lottery once, so we driving up all day and all night.
We is who?
It was a boys' trip to
Scotland
to go. Yeah, well,
Wow.
we were in England because we were going to go to the Ryder Cup. We went to the Ryder Cup.
You're doing a boys' trip to watch the Ryder Cup in Europe.
My guy was my good friend was a pro, and he won tickets from the PGA of America. Whatever.
That's a hell of a boys' trip.
And he was single at the time. He goes, "Hey, I got an extra ticket, flight, boom, boom, boom."
The last time Dan was on a boys' trip, he had an inflatable doll at dinner. But go ahead with your boys'
My
trip.
guy took me to England.
Okay.
To England.
All right.
So we got in there late, boom, boom, boom. Had no idea where to go. Found a bed and breakfast that was literally up a block and two doors down from the 18th green at St. Andrews.
Sounds amazing. Probably a small room, but still
it was
sounds
small,
amazing.
but I mean, he didn't care. They had its own pub in the bottom of it.
Perfect.
We sat there and had a few Guinnesses. Okay. And so we go, hey, let's go. We got to walk on St. Andrews. And it was real reverent. So we go over to the course. No security or nothing. It's just right off the street there, and boom, 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 walk on.
Let's go take a lap.
We all took a knee and kissed the ground before we walked on it. I mean, it was a reverent thing for us. Went down there, walked up the Swilcan Bridge, sat there and smoked cigars.
Lovely.
Had some cigars at sitting on the Swilcan Bridge, and we've been drinking all night. And I got to take a leak. So
and
stood up on the bridge and
right into
peed in the creek.
That's how you assert dominance over the Irish.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I shot a 74 that day. Next day.
What? Come on.
Just 74, 75.
Oh,
That's pretty damn good right
You're
there.
playing back in those days. Wow. That's nice. Now, I'm going to guess, based on the heritage of my people, and the Hastings crowd may be in that same vein, actually.
Well, that's got my neck of the woods.
I got you. That is not the first time somebody has peed off that bridge.
No way.
In fact, I wonder if
that's like a bucket list item, actually.
Right.
Like you unintentionally achieved a bucket list item for a lot of men.
I wonder what happens more often: people summit Mount Everest or people pee off the Swilcan Bridge.
But if we're being honest, like I used to at my old house, I used to have the most beautiful pee balcony of all time.
That's awesome.
I mean, right into the yard. Like, actually, it was right into the mulch. Didn't even have to worry about any acid going into the yard, anything like that.
Yeah.
My favorite thing of all time was peeing off that balcony.
My wife never understood why I enjoyed peeing off the balcony more than just walking the 20 steps into the bathroom. And
she'll never get it.
She just didn't quite understand.
No, she'll never understand that.
No.
That is a liberating feeling, peeing off the balcony.
It's a liberating feeling.
Yeah.
Is that the end of the story? It's a good one.
Well, yes.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right.
Well, yes, but yeah.
Yeah.
I got a question.
All I can share. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Tyler.
How hot is it right now?
Oh, well, let's see what Steve Jobs has to say about that. I can.
Supposed to be a high of 82 today.
Steve Jobs says it's 78 degrees in Lone Tree right
78.
now. That's what Steve Jobs says.
Beautiful day, right? So, how hot in theory could it get indoors right now? Say you don't have AC.
Okay.
Well,
if you have sun exposure, I suppose it could get a little toasty.
Non-reflective surfaces on the roof, like if you had a black roof, you'd think it would probably make it an oven in here.
An oven?
Yeah, it could.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you implying?
I just got an email from my kid's school.
Okay.
First off, CMAS is dumb anyway, so I don't really care about this. Hi, parents. 4th grade will not be taking CMAS today due to the high temperatures in our classrooms. We just had CMAS canceled on a 76. My watch says 76.
God, I'm sorry because I'm not a
76-degree day.
What is CMAS?
It's a statewide test.
See where the schools are doing as far as teaching the kids.
In theory, it kind of tests the teachers and stuff. It's stupid. It's stupid. It takes forever.
It's a stupid test.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
It's a stupid test.
And they can't do that because they're having the stupid test and it's too hot.
Okay, let's go on the high end, what you said. 78 degrees. Open up a freaking window.
Well, I didn't say it. Steve Jobs did.
Open a door. Something. How hot could it possibly be in that classroom right now?
What temperature would be acceptable to you in terms of the limit of...
To cancel?
87.
Like what
would cancel class?
90, 100.
100 degrees?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with inside the room.
So if it's 97 degrees inside that room, take the test.
Yeah, forget the temperature outside. Let's say temperature in the room.
Because that's what matters. It's where the test is being taken, not the outside temperature.
Correct.
I mean, there's a world where
I'm going to say it's got to be mid to high 90s.
Mid to high 90s. Okay.
100.
Scott's saying 100. So at 97 degrees, you'd be like, take that dumb test.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tyler, you're a little softer.
I couldn't care less about them canceling the test. I'm just shocked that on a 78-degree day.
No, I understand. I'm curious. The baking of the children in the classroom. Where do you guys set your limits at?
Look, now you're concerned. Look at.
I'm not concerned.
Now
I'm not concerned.
Now you love the kids.
I'm not concerned at all. But I'm just curious from your point of view as parents. How warm do you want your children to bake in?
I walked 5 miles to class.
Uphill?
Uphill both ways.
In snowstorms, yes.
My days. Back when school ended in June. I remember one year getting out at June 3rd or something like that. And it was an old building built in the 50s and no AC. You just had to crank those little pull-out window things.
As long as you're not dating yourself with this story. Go ahead.
Well...
Yeah,
I'm sorry. We live in a poor, small community. We didn't have clay tennis courts in our uncle's backyards.
That was
Did you have a boat?
I didn't own a boat.
No, did you have a car?
Yeah.
Did you have a dog?
How would you tow your boat if you didn't have a car?
I was 6th grade.
Okay.
But dude, it was 100 and some outside in June 3rd.
Yeah, and
we were in there.
I really want to know what the temperature inside the room is.
Yeah, you should ask.
I'm really curious.
Yeah, because I want to know what your threshold for acceptance is for your children to be in hot rooms. Because there must be some sort of standard that you think this is ridiculous. What don't you think is ridiculous?
90% of the kids probably wore shorts today.
My kids wear shorts in the coldest days of the year.
Okay, is that your question? Are we?
I mean, why do you act shocked? Yeah, I told the story.
Okay,
yeah.
Dan, do you got a question?
I was at the Avs game last night.
I'm sorry. So was I. I'm sorry for myself.
And they do the birthday wishes, on the scoreboard that goes around the whole arena.
Yeah.
There was a 2-year-old happy birthday wish that came up. Happy 2nd birthday, little Johnny, or whatever the name was.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they doing that for 2-year-olds?
Well, they're doing it for the parents to take a picture so they can show their kids later on. I really don't have a problem with that. Because it's not just one kid, nor did they stop the game
DMac is
for it.
overcompensating today. Yeah. He is extremely overcompensating for his last 48 hours.
When you got home.
No, hell no.
Big time.
No way, man. Because it's like, happy birthday to this kid, happy birthday to that, ba-ba-da-ba-ding-a-ding-a-dong-a-ding-dong. The way that works is you take a picture, you take a video, it sort of gets recorded forever, and that's fine. That's not stopping anything. That's not going overboard. That's contacting the Nuggets, whatever, day-to-day operation
the kid can't
thing.
read, right?
They will later on, and they can see as a little picture for you. Here you go.
For me when I was 2.
Yeah, there you go. It's a little baby book sort of deal. I got no problems with that if that's where you're going. I wish
Dan had a problem with it.
Do you have a problem with it,
Yeah,
Dan?
I think it's stupid.
Okay, talk to us. Why is it stupid?
The kid's 2. They can't read yet.
All right. Do you guys think it's stupid?
It's cute.
Okay.
I mean, give the kid a cupcake.
Hey, with the way that game was played yesterday, don't you need some cute moments up on the jumbo?
Hell, you needed something. You needed toothpicks to keep your eyes open. I'm sorry, bro. Like, it just was what it was. And Bedsy was all ticked off about it. Nothing you could do. Nothing you could do. Here's what I'm convinced after watching the Avalanche over this last 2 weeks. You cannot manufacture urgency. It either exists and you play with it, or it doesn't. You cannot manufacture it. And players are smart. Players know what matters and what doesn't matter, and there's nothing on the pro level a coach can do. Maybe at the college or high school level or something like that. Like that rah-rah crap does not work in the pros. They know the difference. You seem to be transfixed by something there, Scott.
Your Ballester guy was just hit an approach shot, and I just was trying to look at his hat.
Oh, so he's on TV right now.
Well, that's not him, but
No. But he's like
he
he's
was just
playing.
on TV. Yeah,
We can watch him perhaps, at Amen Corner again.
Yeah, just came out of a porta potty, hit a little flop shot up to about 10 feet. So he's good.
So he flopped it out, then he flopped it up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Then he flopped it back in.
He flopped it back in?
And zipped it up.
There we go.
Wow, nice.
Let's go up to 12. Oh, it seems like Ballester is on 12. Oh, look at that. Good flow. And no drip. Excellent hole.
Do you ever want to know?
He must do
you ever
Kegels.
want to be a pro golfer?
Yes.
Would that not be the best life if you're good?
I've never been
because,
good. I've
because
never
you
been
can
good
still
enough.
make millions of dollars in your 60s.
I mean, if you're shooting 74 at St. Andrews, there may be a little.
Well, what about Fred?
Does anybody
Fred
else want to call
Couples just
BS
shot
on Scott
71.
shooting a 74 at St. Andrews?
74 at St. Andrews.
75, 74, 75.
I'm trying to be respectful here, but I really want to call BS on that.
What was your low handicap then? If you're shooting 74,
5.
Really? Wow,
that's pretty good.
That's damn good.
I was given my last putt, my par putt on 18.
You think you could beat Brett Kane at Raccoon Creek tomorrow?
No, I haven't picked up a club since
Really?
July 13th last year.
So Kaner's the best golfer here at the radio station?
Better than Vic?
Not sure. Better than Moser for sure.
Well, that ain't hard.
Really? So there's no doubt you could beat Moser.
Oh, right now, no, I can't beat anybody right now.
Okay.
I've only played one guy in a head-up match-to-match or head-to-head matchup.
Match play.
Don't give up.
I've only played
Never
one
give up.
guy in match play at the station, and I did win that.
Who was that?
Vic.
Really?
Wow, really?
Yeah,
There
back
you
when
go.
he used to have the Avid Golfer tournament.
So he's a lot of talk.
No, I don't think he was. He wasn't a member of Rolling Hills at the time.
Oh. That was before the TV money kicked in?
Before the real TV money kicked
Should we
in.
get Vic on the phone to describe hole by hole what Ballester may urinate on coming up next?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
We have the big story of the day, and that is Gabe Landeskog skating at Blue Arena. Gabe is back. Details next.
Take all the other stuff about like going through adversity or seeing it through or like all these things that I firmly believe in. Like this is just a moment of weakness where I'm like, I just want to be done. And the fear of failing. So I'm scared to let people down and like if I can't get through this.
That is Gabe Landeskog, emotional in the documentary Clean Sheet. And tonight, it's a remarkable night at Blue Arena in Loveland. The game on 9:50, that would be the Silver Knights of Henderson against your Colorado Eagles. Meanwhile, on 92.5, it's the Nuggets against the Memphis Grizzlies. That'll be happening at the same time. So a double dipperoo, as they would say, with hockey and basketball tonight. In a remarkable sort of occurrence where Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Jonathan Duran, Ross Colton, Josh Manson are all staying home as well. As would announce, none of those fellas are making the trip because the games against the Kings and the Ducks mean literally nothing. So there are a few call-ups, and the Avs will just sort of plow through with those two games, and hopefully nobody gets hurt. But it does set up a potential remarkable night where the core members of the Avalanche, who have been the closest to Gabe Landeskog, could be available to witness it in person. His comeback tonight up in Loveland. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the possibility at least exists. Fellas, how do we frame what's about to happen with Gabe Landeskog tonight?
We've never really... Trying to think... In the history of Denver sports, have we ever had someone as beloved as Gabe Landeskog go through a long-term injury where you thought, yes, I guess we had like Forsberg. Any other sports you could think of where we could think of something similar where an absolute stud was out for years, yet you were still crossing your fingers and hoping and praying that he'd come back?
This long, I cannot remember.
Even an extended absence. I mean...
Well, in this serious of an injury, first of all, had we ever even heard of this injury except for Gabe and Ball?
No.
As far as athletes go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just the standard you're out, you missed a year. Maybe in Jamal's case, you missed a year and a half, that sort of thing. I mean, no, I cannot think of anything like this. Forsberg was...
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying Forsberg was beat up a little bit. Obviously, was out for a while, but he wasn't off this long.
No. I guess you know where it really leads me? Maybe we all need to take a deep breath here, okay? We're putting a lot of freaking pressure on this guy right now. We are all making a lot of assumptions. And yes, I think the assumptions are fair. The assumptions being he's coming back, right? That's a fair assumption because they've told us that. Jared Bednar has been about clear as he could possibly be. The second he's available, he's going back on the ice. He's back on the squad. He's just part of the team. But maybe we really do need to back off a little bit in terms of realistic expectations. It feels like we keep talking about this Disney story type of thing. We still got some hurdles to clear, man. And I don't mean to be Debbie Downer. I'm not, because I'm excited. I'm going to watch tonight on YouTube. I'm going to tune in. I'm whether it's 8 minutes, 10 minutes, however much he skates. But realistically, are we just adding extra pressure to a situation that is pretty up in the air?
Well, let me just...
I don't know if you can put more pressure on what he's put on himself, though.
Yeah,
well, that's true.
And if he was to ever come back, which we were all rooting for, there had to be a first game at some point.
Yeah.
Which was inevitably going to come with the appropriate amount of pressure.
And this game tonight, him playing in, is hopefully, let's think on the positive side, shows him that he can. But let's be honest, and you've mentioned a bunch of times, Darren, that there's going to be somebody going to sit off the playoff roster, because you got to make your roster before the series, then you have to stay with that roster.
Who's it going to be?
Until the next round. So someone's going to be off that roster.
Is it going to be Parker Kelly?
And are you willing to do that for 7 games if he can only play 1 game or 2 games in the whole series?
Well, I think Jared Bednar said yes. I mean, we've heard him speak. He's just too valuable. He'll be a part of the squad no matter one way or the other.
It is remarkable thing if you're, say, Jack Drury. This guy who hasn't played in 3 years is more valuable than me? Okay. I mean, I understand what we're talking about, the last guy on the roster, but still, and we're a little bit limited because Gabe is a forward. He's not a center. Drury's more of a center, but, Parker Kelly could be your fourth line center, and Gabe Landeskog could go play forward on a different line. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can figure that out.
Right.
So you got to think about who normally would be that last guy because he's not playing now. Is it Miles Wood? Wood was a healthy scratch for a bunch of games, actually, relatively recently.
But again, remember, in the playoffs, you set your roster, and that's your roster for that round. Now, you can reset it round by round, as I understand. But so you play him, and then he only plays the first game, and then he can't play anymore. That knee's not good. So they got to make sure from a depth standpoint that he can play and hold up for an entire round.
Tonight comes with a lot of drama, real life drama. We heard from Aaron Schneekloth. Wow. I mean,
nailed it.
A for effort. He is the coach of the Eagles.
Well, there you go.
And a couple of sound bites from Mr. Schneekloth.
Nailed it.
Anyways, here's
Scheffler.
Aaron.
Yeah, obviously, a real exciting time for our organization and especially for our players to, get a close-up view and opportunity to see how a player of that stature approaches every day and, his habits on and off the ice. So, obviously, we're here for support and to help in any way possible. And obviously, it's a big deal. Without being heavily involved, but we're all aware of his journey back to get to this point, and we're excited for him, and it's an inspiration for a lot of people to see that dedication and hard work that he's done to get to this point, and we're playing a small role in it, but we're happy to be a part of it.
Schneekloth is a legendary Eagle.
Oh, there you go.
He had a
now,
journey.
this isn't part of their playoffs. This is still trying to get to the playoffs.
Their regular season.
This is still their regular season,
It is their regular season.
We've all pretty much well dismissed the idea of Gabe Landeskog going on the road with the Eagles. Maybe he will. Like the more
I think it's somewhere in Ontario though. It's some sort of horrible journey.
It's a plane. It's a plane, and it goes up and it goes down.
Not if it's a commercial. It's not a plane.
Oh well, that's fair. I have no idea what they fly. That although we flew on commercial planes, that's what we flew on.
Really? You're lining up in Terminal B, like Gate 42?
No, but I mean the actual plane itself was just a normal plane.
I think the Eagles are probably lining up at Terminal 42.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, my point is though, Scott, you were just bringing it up that you can't change the lineup once the series begins, right? You got to be damn sure. You got you got to be confident, right? And especially if we're going to do limited minutes, which makes a whole lot of sense. Probably not seeing Gabe Landeskog go out and play an entire game tonight. Say you get 8 minutes tonight, you go 12 minutes tomorrow. Is that enough? Is that enough time to know? Do you need the full 3 games of that 3-game assignment?
I actually think it is enough to. My opinion is it will be enough to know because I know what Moser says, and I've rolled my eyes a little bit. Gabe ain't jumping on the top line with McKinnon. What are we talking about here, fellas? Gabe is, if he's coming back, he'll be a bottom 6.
At least initially.
Yes, of course.
Oh, sorry. Real quick, interesting. They're pointing on the text line. It's Ontario, California.
Oh, that's a big difference. All right, so I was right and I was wrong. A mile long, 3 inches deep. That's me. Well, that's a significant difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot easier. Thank you, text line. Not surprised you're much smarter than I am. Here's who Gabe will be playing with tonight, according to Schneekloth.
Listen, at the end of the day, like we're here to help him. We're going to have conversations with him about what he wants to see and accomplish tonight. So we'll put him with obviously guys that are going to complement him and make the game easy and give him some experience and some speed and skill. So TJ Tynan and Oscar Olausen will be his line mates to start, and we'll see how he feels and see what he wants to do in terms of workload.
Well, those are 2 guys with, NHL experience. That'd be cool. That'd be relatively comfortable.
Well, it's still hockey. I think he'll be comfortable. The key is Can you stop? Can you cut? Can you stop and get hit at the same time? Can you deliver a blow?
All of it.
All that stuff. Can you turn and stop and get a shot off? I mean, all that's going to be. Are you going to stand in front of that net? Are you going to go for a puck in the corner where you got that knee first hurt? There's a lot of stuff going to go through his head. I just hope he's healthy. If he's healthy, then who knows? Let's see.
What do you think the butterflies are like for him right now?
Like it's his first game in the NHL.
Can you, with all that experience,
yeah,
and you're sitting up in some motel, no-tell off of 25 off Loveland.
You might want to think about skating with a piddle pack.
I'm sorry, huh?
You might want to think about skating with a piddle pack to start that game.
What's a piddle pack?
Well, if he has to go to the bathroom, he didn't want to have to get all undressed,
I think that's called the catheter.
Well, they have piddle packs.
Are you talking about a diaper?
No, piddle packs.
I don't know what a... Huh?
Nobody knows what a piddle pack is.
Well, if there's any pilots out there, feel free to call.
I mean, are you just talking about
is
some
it a catheter?
Form of diaper?
It just fits over the end. Boom, 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 boom. It's not an inserted catheter. It's like a catheter, I guess, but it's not.
Why wouldn't he just go to the bathroom?
Because he's in the middle of the game. He wants to play.
Scott, why do you have so much knowledge about a piddle pack?
Because I got a buddy who's an F-16 pilot, and he talks about his piddle packs.
Buddy. Real convenient.
I think if you're strapping on a piddle pack to play a hockey game, you got bigger problems.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's going to be nervous, though.
Well, all right. I think you're going to get
you know how many layers they got on? Just go,
look,
man.
Look,
just go in your pants.
Just go.
Seriously. What's the difference between that and sweat?
Look right there. Piddle packs.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. I'm telling you, it's a greasy business being a hockey player anyways. You could just go. Nobody would know the difference.
That might be true.
Have you ever seen
Mark
hockey?
Schlereth.
That's right.
I had a teammate, Robert Gallery. He would pee his pants every single pregame warm-up intentionally.
And you can see right through those football pants. Like the hockey guys, they got the
surprisingly, you really couldn't tell the difference. It just looked like a sweat stain.
You're not going to notice it on a hockey guy who's got all those pads on anyways. They got their bloomers on. They got bloomers with pads on it.
Maybe that's what makes the hockey room smell so bad. Maybe they do go to them.
Dude, I'll tell you this. First of all, the facility at Ball Arena is phenomenal. When I first started covering hockey, I was with the Buffalo Sabres at the Memorial Auditorium. Old-ass building. There was nothing more repulsive smelling than an NHL locker room, dude. No. It was like gag-inducing how bad it smelled. It's all fancy now, and everything's aired out, and everything's fine now.
My
dude,
first venture into an NHL hockey locker room was when the Avalanche clinched and won their first Stanley Cup in Miami. It was in Miami.
Oh, in Miami. Okay.
So we go down there, and I'm going to go in the locker room, get in with the celebration. I'm down there, baby, Bill. I walk in there 2-3 minutes. I'm going, dude, I can't stay in here. I walk my butt back out in the hallway. Didn't get any sound or nothing. I'm good. I'm good.
I don't know if
what's worse, hockey locker room or our back restroom.
Depends who's. Well, today it's not too bad.
Today's great.
Yeah.
Actually,
there's danger though.
There is.
We're not danger free here today.
No.
Really?
No.
No.
One of you two?
No.
No.
Just think a little. You can figure it out.
I know there's a limited amount of people here, but we're not danger.
There's only two that I know that are.
We're not danger free.
Oh, okay. So one, yeah.
We'll come back. Let's football go. Dan Blitz, Quinn Stainer coming up next. Okay. How could you not be a little bit embarrassed getting caught taking a leak? I'd be embarrassed. I mean, I've peed out in public a million times. I'd still be embarrassed to get caught. I would never intentionally pee in front of like 10,000 people.
Oh, well, you don't know the feeling of liberation then.
I guess I don't.
Or exhibitionism.
I guess I don't.
Yeah.
Dan Buds Quince Tanner does. I mean,
hold on. I have technically peed in front of 77,000 people before.
Okay.
Got on the sideline.
Yeah.
Had to go.
Yeah.
Did not have was not playing for the Broncos. Didn't have that little bathroom right there on the sideline.
Didn't have the piddle pad.
You know what I did? I had a couple trainers come over. They held up a couple Gatorade towels.
Yeah.
And I peed into a bottle.
Okay. Just flopped it right out there and
slid it right in that little
carry your
on
business.
top of that Coke bottle.
That's a pretty big hole, Scott. You know.
Hey, there you go. This is a big Gatorade
Big
jug.
Coke
You know, it wasn't a little Coke bottle. It was the big
little Coke bottle.
Nah, not Tyler.
Little
Big
32
jug.
little 32 ounce
Got that
Coke
wide
bottle.
mouth.
Yeah. What's the first story?
All right, guys, let's hear from new Broncos tight end Evan Ingram.
Oh, great.
He was on with the guys over at DNVR, and apparently Bo Nix had a pretty big role in bringing in and enticing Evan Ingram to choose the Broncos.
Yeah, Bo was one of the first players from Denver to reach out. He was in the building when I was there. We had lunch together, got to know each other briefly. But my biggest thing was just watching his tape. Sat down, I downloaded a couple games for the flight, sat down and watched some more with Davis in the building. He has everything that it takes to be great in this league.
Okay, so thoughts on Evan Ingram basically saying what enticed him to choose the Denver Broncos was he thinks Bo Nix is legit and has a chance to be really special in this league.
DMac?
Oh, he's right. You should be excited to join Bo Nix. He's a smart guy.
And you got a coach that historically loves the tight end.
Listen, Evan Ingram, the Joker, is going to be, you want to talk about a guy who's going to get every opportunity. Are you kidding me? We'll see what they do in the draft. But Ingram is going to be one valuable dude.
Well, I saw today that, and I don't know the legality of the timing of when he was released. I have no clue, but he did say within 30 minutes of getting released by Jacksonville, he had a call from Sean Payton.
There you go.
So Sean was all over it the second that he was available, or at least somebody in the channels that might have made it legal. I'm not entirely sure. But they were all over him the second they possibly could, and he was coveted. He was being chased, and that feels good to be chased, especially when you're an older player, when most people are telling you you're on the downhill. It feels good.
Next story, Dan.
All right, the one of the biggest questions with the NFL draft is once Travis Hunter gets drafted, how much is he going to play on both sides of the ball? Here is Devin Hester on how he thinks Travis Hunter should be used in the NFL.
Of course, I'm going to say I want to play offense because I want the ball, So if I play 20 snaps a game on offense, but I start on defense, but I touch the ball 8 times, that's really what I want. I don't want to play 50 snaps on offense. 50 snaps on offense and touching the ball twice is a waste of time. You know what I mean? So if he can play 20 snaps on offense and touch the ball 8 times, that's perfect with a guy like Travis. Because touching the ball 8 times a game, he's going to at least score twice a game.
All right, do you guys think that's the recipe that we'll see with Travis Hunter, about 20 snaps on offense?
He's not wrong, man. And sometimes
Who
as a wide
that?
receiver, you get
Devin Hester.
You get stuck just doing a lot of wind sprints for no reason. It's like a big conditioning day for you. He ain't wrong about that. If it's a waste of time, why is he out there?
How about 20 snaps on defense? He touches the ball 2 times. And then go get you.
You have no idea.
I'm sitting here thinking about it. If the goal is to touch the ball, I wouldn't think I'm taking all my snaps on defense.
Yeah.
That's not where I'm going to get to touch the football. Now, I guess if deflecting the football is your goal, I don't think that's the goal. I think Travis Hunter wants to make plays. And Devin Hester had the best of both worlds because he got to touch the ball all the time as a returner.
I would say if you're 100% on defense, it's a lot easier to control what you do on offense. That sounds to me like it makes sense. You can be out on defense every snap, right? Like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes for you. But, you don't have to be out there for every single snap on offense. You really don't need it. 20 snaps
but you got to be out there enough that it doesn't have tendencies.
Okay, so what's the number? If it's 60 snaps a game, what's that magic number that you got to be out there for?
Well, first off, I would flip it. I would go full-time on offense, and then I would go part-time on defense, and I would utilize them in the most important times. I'd utilize them in nickel and dime, but I wouldn't even have them full-time on nickel. I'd utilize them in priority situations because I agree with that. There's a reason why wide receivers are getting paid right now because they get to touch the football and they get to score touchdowns. So I'd want Travis Hunter to have as many opportunities to score touchdowns as possible, and that's on offense.
Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, after patiently waiting behind Quinn Ewers for 2 seasons, Arch Manning is finally set to take over as Texas's starting quarterback for the 2025 college football season. Manning told local reporters in Austin yesterday, discussing his time on the bench and readiness to lead the program, Manning acknowledged the difficulties of waiting and not going into the transfer portal. He said he wanted to stay committed to Texas, but he also says it was tough. It's tough in this age, talking about not entering the portal, but I hope it pays off. There's nowhere else I want to be. I want to be at Texas. I've got friends here. I love this place, so I want to be the quarterback at the University of Texas. Firstly, are you guys surprised that Arch Manning did not enter the transfer portal? And do you think he comes out for the draft after the end of the next college football season?
I think the Mannings are an extremely loyal family. I think they've showed that wherever they've been. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. And don't look past the friends and the college thing, too. He might even have a girlfriend down there. Who knows? That means something to him. So no, I'm actually not surprised because it's not all about money for the Manning family. They've got plenty of it. I know you want your own money, but he's making NIL money, too. It's remarkable that he's shown this much patience. He could have been a day one starter on so many high-level teams. It's kind of crazy. To sit basically for 2 years is remarkable. But I like the long game he's playing, and I think it'll benefit him.
Well, there's another angle. Maybe he needed to sit down for a year or two.
Maybe, sure. Maybe he wasn't ready.
And the family knew that, right? So, hey, let's not rush this thing. There's no reason to get out there before you're ready. I don't think, personally, I don't think it's guaranteed that he's one and done in terms of playing 1 year and then he's out of there. Probably.
See how it goes.
I mean, probably.
No rush.
But look, man. He's far from a completed product. We're just assuming it's going to be a completed product the second he gets on the field because he's a Manning.
There's zero reason he has to rush through this process. If it makes more sense for him to stay his second year, he'll be a top 10 pick either way. He'll be in the NFL either way. So you might as well go in as ready as you can be. Why rush yourself?
Once you've set these 2 years, has it been 2 years he sat there? Got a little experience last year.
A little bit, yeah, sure.
Started a couple games.
Yep.
But once you've already said it, is it a surprise he's back? No. Because he's making millions already at Texas.
As a backup, by the way.
You're playing for a school that's going to probably be in the playoffs for as long as he wants to play there.
Sure, it's big time football.
Program.
Big time stuff.
So does it surprise once he's already set for 2 years that he stayed this year? No, not at all.
Yeah, I say good for him, man.
What do you want? You want to start at Texas or start at CU? No knock on CU. You want to start at Texas? You want to start at Arkansas?
Sometimes I know it's staggering because the money that goes around is kind of absurd, and I'm never going to deny money matters. Sometimes it's about where you're happiest. How you doing in life? You happy? And if you've never really needed money, and you can take your time in life, isn't that a lucky place to come from? So good for him, man. I'm wishing for nothing but success for him. And if he wants to go back for another year, hey, man, cool. Go for it.
Well, weren't there reports in his freshman year that he refused to take any NIL money because they were saying he didn't want to take any money until he was a starter? And then last year, I'm pretty sure he ended up taking it.
Well, probably got ridiculous, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Hey, Arch Manning, man, it's cool. I'm rooting for him.
Speaking of NILs and everything else, I was told this weekend Cooper Flagg is definitely coming to the draft.
Okay.
Which makes sense to me. Did you guys see the NIL story that popped out about the Tennessee quarterback?
Mm-mm.
Okay. In hindsight, I'm shocked he's the first one to do this. Now that he's done it, get ready for a wave of it.
Okay.
So Tennessee quarterback Nico, wow, that's a tough one. IAMALEAVA. Go ahead, DMac.
Smith.
Okay. Nico Smith.
Nailed it. Thank you.
Did not attend spring practice Friday. Sources told ESPN that Nico Smith absence came as a surprise to coaches and players, according to sources. He is missing practice because he is holding out, wanting more NIL money.
Of course.
This is our first ever
holdout
in college football. Usually they just leave. They just bounce. Fantastic. They just get in the portal and they bounce.
Yeah.
Now he's holding out in his own program, and
That's
reports
amazing.
where he was making over $2 million last year.
That is fantastic.
Well,
good for him.
Best
of luck.
I listened to Sanford and them this morning, and basically the NIL, they're thinking it was, go out and get yours. You could free advertisement, sign your name on whatever. That's what it's supposed to be. Now all of a sudden it's turned into schools are having to come up their own money, having these groups and all this different stuff like that. The collectives. That wasn't what they assumed. It was going to be, you go out and get yours. But now the collectives started in here. Well, I was told this weekend that the NCAA, I don't know if this is viable or not as far as legal or not, or whatever, is about to put in an institution where you're only allowed $22 million in NIL money per school.
A salary cap.
A salary cap on the
NIL
schools
salary cap
at $22 million for your entire school.
I'm all right with
Okay,
that.
well,
I'm good with that.
If you're doing that, that means you're paying the players directly from the university, which would control a lot of anarchy. I don't think it should be universal like that. I think it should be different based off conference, based off your own TV money, and I think you should be in charge of your own salary caps based off whatever conference you're in. But I am an advocate of something along those lines because you know what that does? Now once the university is paying these players directly, you've signed a contract, you got money. It's not some behind the scenes deal. You got money from that university. Say you got $500,000 to sign at CU. Well, now when you try to bounce, I got to pay back $500,000. That is a contract to that university.
Well, it's per year, and you give them 1 year.
Listen,
true.
A salary cap instituted by the NCAA. Welcome to the SEC breaking away from the NCAA completely and just doing their own thing. Because you don't see that happening.
For the record, I believe a part of that deal, though, is that NIL is still on the table. You can still make NIL money on top of what the university is paying.
If you got 16 teams right now in the SEC, how many more do you need just for your own conference? And you tell everybody else to pound sand, and we're just going to do things our own way. Well, what do you need?
4 maybe.
4 more? I mean, the NFL has, 32?
Ooh.
Right?
Think about that, yeah.
I mean, why don't you just go up to 32?
16 more?
Why not? Just join with the Big Ten.
Big Ten and you guys. And
that's it. Yeah, really, seriously. If you just combine with the Big Ten and the SEC the way it exists right now, we're not all just watching that the same we would. Why would we need anything else?
And then you have a tournament.
And the rest of you, the rest of you can deal with the NCAA. We're leaving the NCAA. What stops them from doing that? Not much. I mean, you're going to put a salary cap on us? Pound sand. We're going to do our own thing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, why would the SEC agree to a salary cap that is universal? Hey, we got our own TV deal.
I got it. It's a very complicated sort of thing. Hey, by the way, I want to throw in something because I'm seeing another football note here. And we didn't mention this, but I feel like we should. Drew Lock, it looks like he's going to sign another deal with the Seahawks to go back there. Did you guys catch that his dad passed away, Andy Lock?
No.
Yeah.
What happened?
Do not know. I could not.
He's young.
He's my age. He's exactly my age. And Andy I was kind of pals with Andy, pick up the phone, could call him, chat with him, that sort of thing. And I wasn't the only one. He actually developed that relationship with a few different media members.
He reached out to me a few times.
Okay. And he had that with a bunch of people. So we weren't unique. He did that. Very unique, though, that a dad of a current player would be in that sort of active contact with media members. But let me tell you, man, it was cool just talking to him about our kids who are the same age. And obviously they're going through different things, but still, it's a guy your own age. You're talking to him. I was really taken aback by that, man. I don't know what happened with him. And I just felt really sad for Drew, man, to lose your dad at such a young age. And I know a lot of people have weird things to say about Drew. I like Drew Lock. I did. I liked him as a person. He wasn't the answer for what we had going on here, unfortunately. But he wasn't a bad guy. He was a good dude. And his family was great, too. And I just want to pass that along. So I hope Drew Lock, first of all, I feel terrible for him and his family. And I wish him success wherever he's going. Because I think he's an interesting part of the Broncos lore and, should be regarded as such, not in a negative way.
Mm-hmm. That's
Anyways,
terrible.
Just want to pass that along. So there you go. Don't mean to be a downer here, but that just happened and we hadn't mentioned it yet. When we come back, fascinating game tonight for the Nuggets. And a story about Jokic that will blow your mind. He ain't retiring anytime soon.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, that's for sure. Details next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. I've been there before. It's a bad feeling. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online and you tried some options. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. How about you just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration? Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes me, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you'll have the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is a top-rated physician. The entire staff at Advanced Hair is the best of the best at what they do. And what I love about Advanced Hair, they believe in what they do so much, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee right there. That's a comforting feeling. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. Stop wasting time. Commit to get your hair back. Call Advanced Hair, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Check them out online at advancedhair.com.
I mean, I'm not going to say what Josh told me. So, I mean, I knew a little bit before everybody, and he told me, like, we made a decision. So it was not discussion. It was decision, and, you know, he told me why, and so I listened and I accepted. You know, it's, I'm not going to tell what he told me. I'm going to keep that private.
Well, something that's not very private, and we have some very interesting news about Gabe Landeskog and his game tonight. So hang on. We'll give that to you just in a couple minutes. The extension for Nikola Jokic that they'll be working on here soon and getting done. Whew. It's an extension. So he has to play through the torture of his $50 to $60 million time that's left. But after that, 3 years, $212 million.
Yikes. In 3 years?
70 per.
Wow.
Wow.
So does that put to bed any of the conversations about Nikola Jokic is going to be out of here next year?
Yes. I mean, unless money does not matter, because he can't get that number anywhere else. That is one of the benefits about how the NBA has their contracts with teams that, you know, you're on. He just is not allowed. Yeah. It's the most you can possibly get. It's just a mind-boggling amount based on, well, contracts and the cap and everything else that, you know, but that's the number.
And that's with 2 years left on his current deal.
Okay.
I believe.
Something like that.
So meaning it wouldn't kick in for another 2 years?
Correct.
Because it's an extension.
Correct.
So we'll have him of at least 5 more years.
Or either 2 years or at least 2 years, I think.
Which would put him at 35 years of age, which would be, what, a 15, 16-year career, which is long. A 15-year pro sports career is a long career.
Yeah, it is.
Period. The end. You don't have to play till you're 40. Because he started at, what, 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So he started young.
Yeah.
So the whole thing about, he'll leave, that's not a short period of time. So the thought that one of the stupider stories I saw was about Jokic's agent putting out the odds that he would be with this team or that team or the other team. Dumb story.
Well, you know the account that he retweeted was that NBA Centel.
Okay. All right. I didn't even catch that.
It's a fake account.
Nah, that's right. Dumb story, stupid. Nikola Jokic will be here with the Nuggets for his entire career. Period. The end.
I agree with that.
And this is mind-boggling money at 70 per coming down the track.
Yeah, the funniest thing, I'm with you. He's unhappy here. And I said something in the game the other night. I said, boy, sure didn't look like he was unhappy being here the way he was, as active as he was and talking to players and everything else.
Here's the difference. And we've said it a million times, but maybe people don't catch it. I don't know. He views this as a job, and he's a professional at a job. He is not overly emotional about things that have to do with his work life. He separates his work life from his personal life. And maybe that doesn't make him the biggest rah-rah guy in the world, because he sees things as a beginning. He clocking in, clocking out, doing the job the best that he can. And he doesn't understand or struggles to understand other people who don't treat it as such, because sometimes we get into like middle school gossipy crap. And that's what was going on with the Nuggets, obviously.
Yeah, because unlike a lot of people, they clock in, clock out, they do it disrespectfully. He gives the job the respect that it deserves.
Sure. He is prepared for the job. He's ready for the job. And he excels at the job at all times.
Listen, I tried to describe this in that Sacramento game. I've seen it before, but let's be honest. You got in town after a hectic morning here, another hectic morning there. There was an article that Josh met with the team after shoot-around and day of the game. Okay, so, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, right? We're in a game. I don't know, we're shooting a free throw. He's shooting a free throw. Doug Christie over there calling a play. He turns around and tells the other four guys what the play is. And I'm like, when did you have time to remember the calls of their plays and know what they're doing? And I saw him do it 2 or 3 times. I'm like, what's in the cranium? You know what I'm saying? That he already knew what those plays were and what was going to be run.
Right.
I was like, That's Peyton Manning type stuff.
It is.
Right? That's Peyton Manning seeing a coverage and know exactly who's coming, what's going to go on. That's Peyton Manning type stuff. And when I saw him calling out, I mean, he's at the free throw line. He's looking at Christie. 4-4-7. And he told him what the play was. I'm like, I thought that was, I ain't never seen nothing like that.
He was mentally as stimulated as he's looked in a long time. And he's always stimulated, and he's always involved in the huddles. But
he was getting frustrated.
Yeah.
Hey, was there a sense of relief as you guys were coming back? On the plane, on the trip, coming back, got the win. The whole stress is over. Was there somewhat of okay. All right, let's go.
Why did we spend the night? Why we should already be at home just waking up or, whatever like that. No, no, I don't think so. I thought David Adelman won the pregame presser.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he won the postgame presser. And when you saw the video in the locker room, because he, do they give you a shower bed? He goes, no.
That was different.
Our job ain't done. We got 2 more games.
We went over the whole post-game speech, like in detail, like how different it was. Like no DPOG.
Now that was that professional?
Yeah.
Did it sound pretty professional from
you?
you?
It was like you guys got together, you did it on your own. He did not read numbers off a stat sheet.
Christian, break us down, do something different.
Yep. Didn't do family, just whatever the players want. Real emphasis, like this is your team, go for it. It's not about this.
It's not about me.
It's not about me. The DPOG, for example, our comment was, hey, cool idea. Like the big hat with the abs, cool idea. It has its time. These things.
But it also might have been a mess of, hey, I'm going to give it out because you finally someone decided to play defense.
Yeah, but you don't think Adelman's bringing that back. And like, listen, hey, they stopped playing all the small things of the Avs games. I mean, some things just, are cool. They have their time, and then you just move on. Speaking of the Avs, there's a road trip that's happening. And I don't know who's packing the snacks, but as reported by our pal Adrian Dater, Nathan McKinnon and McCarr are expected to be at the Eagles game tonight to see Gabe Landeskog. And they could be coming with Ross Colton, Jonathan Drouin, Josh Manson, and Ryan Lindgren, who are all not on the trip.
Well,
I guess Taves drew the short stick that he has to go play in the game.
Well, McKinnon and McCarr played their entire career with Gabe. I know he hadn't played in the last couple of years, but they've been in the Avalanche, and he's been there the whole time.
Tell me this game just got even a little bit more interesting.
Yes.
I can't wait to see where they're sitting. I hope it's not up in a box. I really do. I hope they got front row. They're up there on the glass. They're banging on that sucker. How freaking amazing would that be?
We're all wearing their Landeskog sweaters.
The sky blue one.
Oh, I hope they're wearing a Landeskog sweaters.
Would that be a riot if all those guys are wearing Landy sweaters?
That would blow up virally for all Avs fans across the country.
How cool would that be?
That'd be awesome.
Not in your suits with your little toques on, because it's not really that cold. The Canadians love to wear.
They'll probably be wearing toques.
Maybe they will. They can't stop wearing the toques. But you got the Landy sweater on, and you're just having a beer. You're cheering on your pal. How freaking cool is this?
That would be really cool.
You know what? Knowing how these reality shows work, documentaries work, they probably got them a party bus. They probably got cameras on that bus. They're going to document the entire thing.
I would say, boys, you have the weekend off. The playoffs don't start till next week. Have some fun. Enjoy yourselves, guys. You've earned it. You deserved it. I think it's a riot.
Hey, announcing dressing tonight will be Cale McCarr playing with his brother.
Taylor McCarr's there too. I didn't even think of that. That's right. That's right. I mean, he's supporting his brother too. That actually, God, we should have thought of that the first time. I think this is what, a Muggle friend reached out to me and they're like, we could go see Adelman at 5:15. Just get in the car and drive to Loveland and watch Gabe. We could be back at Ball Arena for the postgame. I'm like,
oh, you could.
Damn, you could do that.
You wouldn't make it in time.
You could watch the first period easy.
Yeah, but if you got there and saw it and Gabe looked good, wouldn't you want to be in the
for the post game?
Because he hadn't spoke, but he's supposed to speak in the post game.
You're correct about that.
So you would want to stay for that.
But I could monitor how things are going.
That's still pretty compelling being there for that too.
Should I just go for that? I hadn't even thought of it really.
Leave your car at Ball Arena and just drive up with your Muggle buddy. Drive up with Brendan.
Yep.
We do continue to have people asking if there's any way to watch the game tonight, and the answer to that is yes.
Flow Hockey,
which is on YouTube.
Yeah.
They will be broadcasting the game free, so you can watch Gabe Landeskog's return on YouTube tonight.
Oh, I think I got to do it. Why not? If I'm out, I'm out. Who cares if I'm on the road? Even if I'm on the road or I'm eating a media dinner, just staring at nothing. Why not?
Why not?
Seriously, why not? I got a credential.
You got a credential for the game?
Yeah, because we got one just in case. Just like, you never know. So got one. Yeah. Got parking pass. I got a parking pass. Right? Why not?
You already talked into it. Just go.
You know what? If I have my other Muggle friend drive me, I can just have drinks just like those guys. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. That's revitalize-health.com. Scotty, Friday.
All right, just something to hit me right now. You just, not to be a downer, but you talked about death of a father, young. My dad died when he was 58, so I know about young fathers passing away. We're talking about Gabriel being able to play maybe, and some assumed he wasn't ever going to play. So if right now, this minute, right this second was your last breath on earth, how would you be remembered? What impacts would you have? And luckily, hopefully, all of us have time to maybe make some impacts in a positive way over the next day, week, hour, month. So why don't you be more positive?
And
like kids.
If you got to pee.
Yeah. Pee on Raise
Always choose Raise Creek.
Nate and Andy coming up
Or
next.
Chinese
y'all.
fur.
Well, whatever.
Drink downhill.
Okay.
All right, welcome into the show, everybody. Happy Ska Friday to all who celebrate, which should be everybody. It is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. We are with you today until 6 p.m. Guesty Friday. Chuck Coyle going to stop by today, 5:30-ish. Tony Jones wrote the first behind-the-scenes expose this week on everything going on between Malone and Booth and the firings and all that good stuff. That was all we got today. We had ESPN's version. Ramona and Tim McMahon wrote that one. Our pal Bennett Durando of the Denver Post wrote his. Everybody, it is an economy based on what really happened with the firing of Malone and Booth, which, spoiler alert, they didn't get along.
Oh, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
They didn't get along, and everybody told them to knock it off, and then they didn't, and then they got fired.
What I've been amazed by with all the reporting, though, is, the stories are consistent.
Everyone's doing a great job on the reporting on these stories. Like, I'm learning from every single one of them, Andy. Like, I'm getting nuggets of things. Literal
on the nuggets,
I suppose. But I'm getting information that I did not, like little gripes here and there, and microaggressions that happened along the way between two guys with massive egos that didn't like each other and blamed each other for one another's issues. All these reporters are doing good work on this story. There's a lot. And this is what happens, by the way, after firings, right?
Yeah. Well, you and I knew.
Yes.
We were like, now we're really going to find out what's been going on.
Exactly, because everything that was said in code up until Monday is now just being said aloud. And the sources are talking, and the sources from various camps are talking. And again, it speaks to, and I swear to God, all right, when I say this, I know the name on my paycheck, all right? But also, like, it does scream to something did have to be done, and Josh Kroenke did. Now, it's fair to debate whether it needed to be done now with 3 games left to go in the regular season. And did that do right by Malone, by the team, by the organization? All of those things are absolutely fair to debate. You cannot debate that they had a better effort the other night against Sacramento. That's for damn sure. But yeah, it's right now. What we're finding out is something had to happen. Should it have happened sooner? Probably.
Right.
I think Josh Kroenke would be the first person to tell you that something should have been done sooner. But it screams to, hey, Jokic is about to turn 30, and we can't be dilly-dallying around with this.
Here's where, and again, I know the name on our paycheck, so send me the text that we're all company men. We're going to get them no matter what we say anyway. Here's where I will defend Josh Kroenke on the timing right now, because, look, in Ramona Shelburne, she had the source that said, you don't do that to a coach right now. Well, you know where I'll defend Josh? If this is now the 3rd time that you've had to decide whether to do this or not, and all the reporting's been consistent that he wanted to do it back at the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And they got let's be honest, not only did they get on a heater, but the heater came against bad teams. It came against 2 games against the Pelicans and 2 games against the Trailblazers and 2 games against Portland and games like that. And I just think Josh thought, I'm not going to give you a chance to win your way out of this again because it keeps coming up, so I'm done. Because we all know that once Jamal gets back, there is a possibility that they go on another run. Now, it's a possibility it all just completely craps out, like I said, and everybody truly deep down just wants to be done with the season and done with each other and get away from the situation for a while. But the effort the other night would suggest that's not the case.
Doesn't look like that. No.
And frankly, I think if I'm a player right now, with all due respect to all the players on that team, it has been made clear, in case you didn't know, and I don't know how you wouldn't know, but maybe some people are a little thick. We are worried about how Nikola feels about things, and we want Nikola to feel good about what's going on around him. And I would make sure, now Nikola's effort on defense was better the other night, but I'd also make damn sure the rest of you are giving the effort as best you can, because he's probably going to have, you'd have to imagine, I don't know if he'll give an opinion, because he doesn't seem like, I don't think he wants to be GM coach. He don't want to be LeBron, right? Mm-hmm. He just wants to play basketball, but he wants to play basketball with dudes that know how to play the right way and will play the right way.
Something that I thought I've been thinking about this a lot. I have been both having just information missiled at me, and I've been thinking about a lot of it. And this question popped into my brain upon watching the way that they played on Wednesday. All right, which was better?
The effort was there.
The I would say both the effort was there, and you saw a performance that honored a plan.
Sure.
Right? It honored a game plan, and it was executed by the players. Something that I wondered about, and we'll never know the answer. This is just one of those bizarro
Till the next
sports
round of
questions.
stories.
Right, exactly. We'll never know the answer, but here's my question. Would they have played this way anyway? Not on Wednesday necessarily, because things are clearly but it's also the end of the regular season.
You mean they would have turned it on and go?
By the time they got to game 1
of the playoffs?
Of the postseason, with a group of players that are championship proud, championship proven, with that medal, that this group would have shown an effort again that was more in line with an actual game plan, actual preparation, taking it seriously, a sense of urgency. Would they have just gotten to that place anyway simply by turning up the dimmer switch on postseason basketball?
They might have once Jamal returned, because then they could have.
Yeah.
But that game 1 might have been in the play-in. They were not in a good spot. And look, here's the other thing. Here's the other reason why I know I'm not quite positive. I don't know that they would.
I'm not positive about it either. It's one of the things I wonder about, of like, was this team just completely, and I say this about the players, this doesn't change all the dysfunction. That still would have existed. But what was this group just merely on fumes, and they needed a real incentive that playoff basketball provides.
Yeah, but they were on first off, but here's the problem. The last couple of games, you're trying to avoid the play-in.
And I'm not defending that.
So that should have been, they were on fumes. All right. I want to make it clear. I understand when you watch both sides of things why both guys got fired. Yeah. I do. Okay. And again, we'll pull out the couch, but all I can do is tell you the reason why I'm sensitive to some of the stuff that I saw is just a little bit of my upbringing. I lived with parents, one in particular, that ran hot like Malone does. And even though they love you and nothing abusive took place, yelling and anger and tension and uncomfortable feelings. I told you, I'm straight up about things. Right at the last couple of years of my parents' marriage, miserable to be around. All you were doing is trying to not set off one of those explosions. And frankly, from my own personal experience, when I watched Malone walk out there 2 minutes into a quarter, muttering to himself, face red, looking like he just had 4 bourbons at the bar, looking like he wanted to spin the damn chalkboard through the first chair he could find. That is not a comfortable existence. And yet, guess what? If I'm doing the best I can, and I believe some of the players were doing the best they could, because you and I have talked about it, this team is not a top-seeded team without Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic.
Right.
They just aren't. And they haven't had a lot of that together down the stretch here for various reasons. So I do think they're probably giving what they could summon for you. But if you're always going to be pissy about it anyway, then what the hell is the point? So yeah, I think they were on fumes, but I think they were on fumes because you're mad about everything, man. It doesn't matter what we're doing. Your rage timeout and everything, you're challenging stuff for no good reason, and then it costs you later in the game, or I'm sure some of them. How many times against Indiana did Marlowe and Hastings have to mention, well, you kind of could have used your challenge for that, or you kind of could have used your challenge for that.
Sure.
But no, you wanted to go and use it earlier because you were hacked off and you felt the game slipping away. So I just think it was a bad time. Ramona Shelburne said it. The new thing. Every little article gives us a new thing. Here was the new thing from Ramona, in my opinion. Even Nikola was sick of it, and everybody said it was just, I've not heard everybody unanimously, like the article laid out, said it was as toxic as hell. I did not think it was that bad. She unearthed a new level of what exactly the feeling was in there that I frankly was a little surprised by. And there's been so many stories about it, I didn't think there was anything left to surprise me. Does that make sense? So no, I don't think they would. I think the change had to happen or we wouldn't have seen the other night. I think we would have seen the same old the other night. Now, again, is this change going to carry? Is it enough for the feel-goods to get you to the second round? I don't know. There's still flaws on this roster. It's why I also know why you relieve Booth of his duties. It's a flawed roster, Nate. They don't have a 3-and-D guy. The three-point line is wide open like you've been complaining about all year.
Mm-hmm.
That has not changed. Whether you feel good about where you are now or not, maybe the bickering and the fighting and the yelling isn't going on so much. It does not change that you do not have all you need to probably compete to get to the finals. Unless Joker goes on a heater, which I will never count him out for doing. There. You happy rhetorical question, Justin Fields?
Boy, Scott Friday got pretty emo there.
Well, you asked. I answered. I don't think the other night happens without the move.
Do you need to go do some journaling?
No, I'm good, brother. Like you're not, man, the times I'm telling you about are 30 years removed, 40 years removed from my life. I'm fine. Some may say I'm not fine. I'm okay.
No, I'm just comparing it to basketball 30 years later.
Do you not get, again, the guy was literally grinding his teeth before he had to talk to the team. You could watch him pulling the Serenity Now Mr. Seinfeld thing before he dressed him in frankly, it probably wasn't good for him. It'd be 10 minutes into the game, 10 minutes into the quarter. Joker's out for 2 minutes, and you had to know it wasn't going to look great because it's never looked great when he's out of there.
Should we put on a dashboard confessional record?
Bro, why does this make you so... Did you just live in the perfect neighborhood where nobody had divorced parents? Now I wonder about your upbringing. I think you were in perfect little suburbia. You were in Pleasantville. That was the movie. You were in Pleasantville. You lived in black and white.
I'm uncomfortable with feelings. This is a little much for me. Let's...
Well, you asked their feelings and how are they going to feel. I'm telling you, they wouldn't have felt any different. They'd have been worn out. It would have been another road game. What told you it would have changed? What evidence do you have that it would have been different if they not made the move?
Oh, I don't. I was just hoping to talk basketball. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
You know what? I want to get into you.
There's a reason I keep that suitcase zipped up. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are with you here on a heavy
It's
Friday.
a Scott Friday. Calm down. Golly, they're going to go play basketball tonight. You know what? I think they're going to win. Did you watch any of the Memphis game last night?
I did. Yes.
So I'll admit I recorded the abs to watch some of the Memphis and Wolves. And because mainly when I found out, when McKinnon's out, it's like, all right, I'll watch this game, but I know what I'm going to get, and I got what I thought I would get.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis can shoot that three. They were making some threes. They would get on these three heaters. So I was like, man, if they bring this to town tomorrow night, this is going to be tougher than I want.
They could be throwing grenades tonight. Look out, everybody.
No. Did you hear his explanation?
Oh, it's
not a grenade, Nate. It's not his fault.
Is it a water balloon?
That you took No, it was his words.
Pop
the top.
A word grenade.
I'm throw my words into the crowd, and then I'm going to not listen to the haters.
I've had too many word grenades today. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
You set me up for another one. I'll throw another one your way, pal.
We're going to get some hugs here in the break. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back, and we'll try to... We'll talk about sports the rest of the way on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes, Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dan Hyatt coming up at 3:45.
We do have a lot of guests today.
We are. We're guesty. Jeff Legwald at 4:20. Tony Jones at 5 o'clock from the Athletic Deep Dive on the Nuggets with Tony Jones. And Charlie Coyle will stop by at 5:30. He had an assist last night on the Devon Taves goal in a hockey game that was played and didn't really matter.
Bednar looked a little frustrated leaving the bench, though. I know it doesn't matter.
He can't quit coaching. That's the thing about the
I feel
coaches.
him a little bit.
They can't quit the coaching.
Dude, the guy that I'm a little worried about, not like overly worried about, but you know who just needs to see it go in is Arturi Lehkonen. That dude has had some
robbed last night.
John Elway steakhouse type chances, and he can't seem to get one home.
By the way, Kiefer Sherwood had 2 goals last night.
What is on with that guy?
You
know he's a former Av?
I did know that.
You know why I was worried you'd forgot? He never scored for the Avs. Now every time we play him, he can't not score.
Is that the only Kiefer you've ever heard of besides Sutherland?
Well, I mean, we call Kyle Kiefer, but the actual given name.
Yeah, Kiefer as a first name.
That's a great call.
Yeah. How many other Kiefers are out there?
Okay, now I got to look. Is that actually the name?
Is there a third Kiefer?
Because, again, it's hockey.
Yes.
Did he just decide
to change his name
so
legally?
So you can't go to Keefe. I'm just going to go by Kiefer, and everybody will know it that because it's either IE or ER, right?
I think that's his name. I think that's his given name on the birth certificate. Kiefer Sherwood. I don't. Now is Kiefer Sutherland? Is that his stage name, or was his real name like Tom Smith?
Hold on, Kiefer. Yeah, Sutherland. He was the older guy, right?
Kiefer Sutherland, Young Guns, 24.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking of. No, wait a minute. Okay, I'm confusing him with Emilio Estevez, who's related to Charlie Sheen, and Estevez has a stage name, correct?
Same generation of actors. Brat Pack, 80s. For you right there that Kiefer Sutherland came out of.
How does Kiefer Sutherland, is he the KIE too?
Same spelling as Sherwood. Also Canadian, I did not know that.
Because I put in there the 2 E's thinking of Kyle Keefe going Kiefer.
Right.
and Google has corrected me. I guess that's it. I'm not seeing that's not it. Is that a family name? Listen, I don't know. I love our friends in Canada. I really do.
Sure.
Because I love indoor ball. I love indoor lacrosse. You know the name I dealt with last week?
What's that?
If I told you a guy's name was spelled Kiel, what pronunciation are you giving me?
Keel.
Thank you.
Was he Kyle?
Yeah.
That was the spell.
Kyle. And then to make matters worse to our friends in Buffalo, if a guy's going by Kyle, but it's spelled Kiel, how would you correct it in the pronunciation guide, do you think?
I would just write Kyle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Or Marty Cesario, our buddy, suggested, why not or like Pile? But instead, the pronunciation I got was Kigle, and I was supposed to get Kyle out of that.
Kiggle?
I was like, what? Kyle, and I just was like, Keelden? Because I already thought it was Keel. I went with Keel. And normally I know none of this matters, but when the ESPN people are like, no, it's Kyle, you're a moron. Oh, really? I'm the moron.
Kiggle?
Kegel. That's what I was like, what are you trying to spell with that?
That's good for your prostate. Yeah.
Kegel. That's the bell. Isn't it? Right?
It is. That's kettle. Yeah. You're thinking of kettlebell.
Isn't there? Oh, no, you're right. There's Kegels.
Yeah.
What are those?
Yeah. Those are the little.
Is that the Suzanne Summer deal?
No, that's the Thigh Master. The Kegels are
Doesn't that do the same thing?
You know who's an evangelist for Kegels?
Who?
Okay. First off,
DMac.
They're no, of all people. This is the person that's the sound of DMac doing a Kegel right there.
You two got into a conversation about things going on below yesterday, and I was like, how do we get into this?
No, Kegels, it's a pelvic floor exercise.
Right.
It's good for pregnant women to do. It's good for men to do as well.
Men to do. I remember
it's good for urinary health. And the person that was the biggest proponent of Kegels that I've ever spoken to, that was like, you've got to do this every single day, Terrell Davis.
What? Okay, of all the people.
Of all the people on the planet.
Yeah, we ought to listen. Man ran for 2,000 yards.
In a conversation that I had one time with TD, he was just like, you should do 10 Kegels a dozen times a day. He was like, I do it when I'm just driving in the car.
Right, you can just sit there and basically clench and let go, right?
Yeah.
Would he do it during the show? Could you ever tell?
I'm literally doing it right now.
I know. Now we're both doing it.
Because the moment somebody brings it up, you start doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good for you at all times. Uh-huh.
Well, I'd have to work that into the next Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic commercial.
Gabriel Landeskogel will make his
No,
debut.
Landeskog Friday.
Landeskog,
It's a true Landeskog Friday.
It's a true Landeskog Friday.
He's coming back.
That's right. Has not played a hockey game in 1,020 days.
All right, what?
1,020.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of days as the Eagles will take on the Silver Knights of Henderson this evening at Blue Arena there in Loveland. While the Avalanche will go off to Southern California, Gabe Landeskog will hang out here. According to reports, sounds like McKinnon and McCarr are gonna go and support their guy, Gabriel Landeskog, this evening. So that's very cool that they're gonna watch the game. Let's hear a little bit from Jared Bednar. Jared Bednar on Landeskog suiting up tonight to play for the Eagles of Northern Colorado.
I wish I could be there, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm excited for him and his family. Obviously, it's been a long, hard road, and to finally get back on the ice in a game situation, I'm just thrilled for him.
You know, Andy, he's right about that. More than anything tonight, and we have no idea what the future holds for Gabriel Landeskog.
Yes,
hopefully this is an awesome rehab assignment and it's a part of a ramp up, and he's skating on the third or the fourth line in the opening round against Dallas, and he looks like some semblance of his former self, and the guy is able to reconvene some version of his hockey career, okay, and return to be the captain of the Avalanche. What it all looks like, we have no idea. But just the part right now where he has overcome an injury that no hockey player has ever overcome before, cartilage replacement surgery, that we have been sort of observing this thing from afar for the better part of 3 years, that there has been good days and bad days and setbacks and reports of it's never going to happen with Gabriel Landeskog. That it's even happening today, I think is a great moment for an all-time Avalanche legend.
No, I'm with you. I'm very happy for him. Let's be honest.
It's phenomenal.
People can go back over countless podcasts of the last 3 years and find quotes of you and I saying he's not going to play again. I don't think it's going to happen.
I had no optimism
so I am
for
thrilled,
it.
thrilled that he's out here to prove us all wrong. And if he gets out there and survive, he can turn and just, I told you all, no matter how this goes tonight.
And let me tell you the biggest thing about it, okay? Because again, like I do think that we're sort of conditioned for everything to be linear. Right? There's a linear recovery from injury. There is a linear improvement in a player. There's linear growth with a young roster, all those kind of things. And it almost never happens, right? And there's peaks and there's valleys. And again, when you're talking about a guy that's coming back from something that he's never dealt with before, this is where there's a ton of credit that goes to him. Because how many times was that guy probably sitting on the floor, unable to move, can't play and chase his kids around, and wondering to himself, what the hell am I doing here? What am I pushing my way through this thing for, thinking that I'm going to be a hockey player again? I would just like to be a normal person again and have my life. That's awesome that this guy stuck through it all, because you got to have a mental strength on the level of something I know I could never understand. I can barely do kegels.
Yeah, I'm wanting to see if Spring can find it, because hearing him say it's incredible. You know, I don't know. Did you catch the latest clip from A Clean Sheet of Ice, his documentary going on, where he went out on opening night in the suit? It's incredible because he gives insight. Everything that you said you would have felt, he felt that.
And he couldn't.
He felt that.
He couldn't take it, basically, right?
Yeah, he walked out. If we can find it, Spring will play it for him. If not, he walks out in his suit. And you know what? This is what makes me love Gabe and hate my job sometimes, because you and I are paid to give an opinion in the moment. And in the moment for the last 3 years, I saw a guy where I thought to myself, I've just seen too many athletes try to do what you're doing and they haven't pulled it off.
Yeah.
So I've expressed that I didn't think he's going to pull it off. So I'm glad he's going to get out there and pull it off tonight. And to just see, for him to allow the human side of an athlete to be put on film, to be put out there for us all to see. He said he went out there in his suit, opening night of this year's opening night, went out, got the round of applause, and he goes, here it comes the pity applause from the crowd for the guy who's just going to keep. And then he He's walking, they're following him. He's walking along, and he said he was on the ice. He's in the box, all the stuff. They're doing the anthem. He's like, I've got to get out of here. I cannot stand here anymore. I cannot endure this anymore. And he was just he said he didn't want to go up to the box where, the players all watch. He didn't want to be around anybody else because he just, whatever it was, the wave of emotion of what am I even doing basically? Is this ever going to work? Am I ever actually going to play again? Hit him. And he got into one of those side hallways you would recognize because we take them all the time, as the back ways around Ball Arena. And he literally broke down crying. And he just says the moment, and he's trying to tell the camera, I don't want to let anybody down.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to work out. And here we are, what is that, 6-7 months ago. These are literally the emotions he's dealing with. And if nothing else, tonight, he gets to put on the full hockey pads and take the ice.
Eric Johnson, the Condor, one of Gabe's closest friends in the world and his longtime teammate, spoke last night after the game against Vancouver and gave his perspective on the return of Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah, I mean, I think self-explanatory, as you all know, what type of player he is. And, he hasn't played in 3 years, so at the same time, I think expectations have to be tempered for him. He's 32-ish now, so not a young guy anymore in this league. So, and then missing 3 years, I think, are we going to see the same guy that we saw in 2022? I think that's probably unfair for him, but to have him back in any capacity is huge and just a huge boost to our room and our team on the ice. And just to have him back in general will be huge. We're really excited for him, and hopefully everything keeps going well.
It's a great point by EJ right there. Again, he doesn't just pick up exactly where he left off. Okay. And yes, he is 3 years older, and he's also, coming off a major injury.
I do want to talk about that. Let's get through some of the audio, and then I'll ask you the obvious question on deck.
Aaron Schneekloth is the head coach of the Eagles.
I'm glad you said that. Say that one more time.
Schneekloth.
Very good.
Did I get it, Spring?
You nailed it.
I felt good about that. Schneekloth. But he spoke today because he's Landeskog's coach for the weekend.
How about that?
That's pretty cool.
That's on the resume.
Here we go. Schneekloth on the return of Gabriel Landeskog. He is the Eagles head coach.
Yeah, obviously, a real exciting time for our organization and especially for our players to, get a close-up view and opportunity to see how a player of that stature approaches every day and, his habits on and off the ice. So obviously, we're here for support and to help in any way possible. And obviously, it's a big deal. Without being heavily involved, but we're all aware of his journey back to get to this point, and we're excited for him, and it's an inspiration for a lot of people to see that dedication and hard work that he's done to get to this point, and we're playing a small role in it, but we're happy to be a part of it.
That's a pretty massive role, actually. This is the guy's first hockey game in 3 years. I'd say it's a pretty damn big role. Typical, Canadian self-effacing, beautiful stuff right there. Aaron Schneekloth, coach of the Eagles, also was asked how he will utilize Gabriel Landeskog tonight in the lineup.
Listen, at the end of the day, we're here to help him. We're going to have conversations with him about what he wants to see and accomplish tonight. So we'll put him with obviously guys that are going to complement him and make the game easy and give him some experience and some speed and skill. So, TJ Tynan and Oscar Olausson will be his line mates to start, and we'll see how he feels and see what he wants to do in terms of workload.
Those guys have played up with the Avs, by the way.
Tynan, Olausson, Landeskog. Pretty good line right there.
By the way, if you're the coach, man, then coaching Gabe Landeskog at the Eagles or managing Jordan in whatever minor league team that was, harder job?
It was, wasn't it Tito Francona?
Was it?
Yeah, I believe it was. Was his minor
very
league
good
manager?
Memory by you.
Thank you.
Had
very
Tito
much.
not been to the bigs yet?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
No, yeah, Tony Francona.
Look at you could have won a beer at a bar tonight.
Hey, there you go. Sign me up.
All right, I got to just ask you the question: what do you expect? Because really, I think it's fair. I'm glad that Eric Johnson put it out there.
Terry Francona, by the way, Nate, you idiot. Continue.
But I thought his nickname was Tito.
It was, but I called him Tony.
No, I thought you said Tito.
Tony Fernandez, Terry Francona, mixing it all together.
Nuggets and 6.
80s baseball
Jake
names.
Driscoll. Seriously, what do you expect tonight? I'm trying to figure out. I want to temper my expectations. I I don't know if he's – look, you see him fly around the ice in some of the practice videos that's made it to X and social media. You know, it looks like he might be ready to look at least something akin to himself, but I don't know what to expect. I don't know how many minutes do we get tonight. And I think you and I have talked a lot about this because we both covered Terrell Davis. To me, almost the bigger moment may be tomorrow morning when he wakes up and see how it feels again.
Yeah, I think it's that. It's, the first hit he takes.
Exactly.
The first hit he delivers. Yeah. All of those things are
trying to steady yourself. You get the old cross check.
Yeah, exactly. Like the first time he's battling for position in front of the net. All those things are. That's the tricky part of the entire conversation right there. Gabriel Landeskog returns tonight. Listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950 tonight with Kevin McGlue on the call, the voice of the Colorado Eagles. And then Spring's going to be on Between the Pipes tonight after the Landeskog debut, which is very, very cool. I believe the game can be viewed via Flow Hockey, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Facebook, YouTube, the whole deal.
There we go.
You're all creative. You'll find it.
Speaking of the internet, our next guest has been kicked off of Twitter.
What?
Why has Dan Hyatt landed in Elon Musk's crosshairs? Let's find out next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, look, you could try some Kegels per our earlier conversation if you'd like to get things up and running again. But let's be honest, if you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you probably need a little more jump than just a few Kegels as you take your ride down I-25. The people that can help you do more than just Kegels, and you can get back to feeling your old self, they're over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic not only can help you with erectile dysfunction, but the important thing is they can help you find the right treatment for what you're dealing with, and that's really the big key. You don't want just an all right experience. You want the grand finale back in your life. And don't let things like ED harm intimacy or have a negative effect on your relationship. Not when there's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic available to help you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for well over a decade, or for nearly a decade, I should say. So schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First visit's $99. It does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. So they could have you back to feeling your old self, minus the Kegels, the next day. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including up north in Fort Collins and down south in the Springs. Just give them a call today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, we got the Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight at 7 o'clock. 2 games remain in the regular season. Denver, the 4 seed to begin the night. Memphis on the second night of a back-to-back after they lost against Minnesota last night. Joining us right now is NBA statistician extraordinaire, and he's not on Twitter. He is Dan Hyatt. Dan, how are you feeling about your social media banishment?
What'd you do?
This really actually couldn't be much funnier to me because I spent 14 years not being on social media because the networks didn't want me to give out statistics before they hit air. They were protective of it. And I said, great, it's one less thing for me to have to worry about. I finally decided in February, let's do this thing. I'm not too old to jump on. And then there's the heaviness of I get a good tweet out there and I got to follow up. I'm the next day, I'm oh, now I got to think of something else. I wake up, I hear that the Malone news coming down the wire, through some back channels. It's not like I'm super connected, but I hear the rumblings. And I jump on there, and it says my account's been suspended. And I've violated the rules. And I'm looking back at the last couple of things I put up there. And the last thing I put up there was that the Cardinals have a top 10 offense. The St. Louis Cardinals have a top 10 offense in the history through 9 games, and they have the top 6th worst pitching in the history of their organization. And I'm unless John Mozeliak, the GM of the Cardinals, really got upset about that, then I don't know what else I did here.
I don't know what to tell you, Dan. Government efficiency was not going to be attained unless you were off of Twitter. So take that, my friend.
Did you upset the Sklar brothers? Maybe the Sklar brothers got in on the act.
Yeah, well, the other thing I was putting up there was our show after on Fridays we'd talk.
It could have been us.
Post those up, yeah. So something might have gone squirrely.
Yeah, oof.
It clearly was us.
You picked the wrong allies, Dan. Let's dive into it. 2 stats you need to know, 1 you don't. It's been a week for those Denver Nuggets. I would say Dan Hyatt, Malone out, Booth out, Adelman in. And they beat the Kings the other night, which was certainly good to see. Small sample size to be sure, but once you delved into the numbers, what was the biggest difference in the Nuggets' game plan and execution the other night against the Kings versus what we've been seeing?
Yeah, you guys asked the best question, which was, would Wednesday have happened either way? And again, the Nuggets have had really good success against Sacramento this year. But when Jokic is doing all these crazy Jokic things and putting up 40-point triple-doubles and taking 35 shots a game, they've lost. And that's the stat, is that, they're 4-6 when he scores 40 points or more, and they're 7-0 when 5 guys score 15. So the stats that I was diving into, because my opinion on Malone and Booth and the behind-the-scenes stuff doesn't matter to anybody. I do the numbers. That's what I look at. And if you look at the way that the ball was handled, they've had games like this throughout the course of the year, more often than not. But Wednesday was a perfect example of what this team wanted to get back to, which was instead of 285 passes, it was 270, meaning that guys weren't hesitant to shoot. It was Jokic had 68 passes received from his teammates on the course of the season, but on Wednesday it was only 57, which means he's dishing it out and they're taking shots. Pickett was shooting well. MPJ was shooting well. And I looked at numbers like, was Porter getting more open looks than he did against Indiana? No, he wasn't. It was the same amount. He was just making them. So you talk about the efficiency that they have as a team. It skyrockets when Jokic is able to get other guys involved. But it's not about Jokic getting them involved. It's about them involving themselves and not distributing back to him. So the numbers on Wednesday were perfect. They're all around, the efficiency, but mostly the defensive stuff. They were able to get stops when they needed to, and then they were able to go create offense out of that. So would Wednesday have happened anyway? I don't know, but they got back to the thing that was most successful for them, which is that Jokic gets the ball, he's the distributor, but other guys aren't hesitant to step up and help.
By the way, speaking of those other guys, when Michael Porter, and you had this in your notes for today, when Michael Porter makes 4 or more threes in a game, they are 16-3. When he makes 3 or fewer, 32-29. That's a nice indicator when Michael Porter is actually producing and hitting his shots from the outside. All right, let's talk about the home court for the Nuggets. They're the 4 seed. As we sit here today, they can win out and they can claim home court advantage, at least in the first round. Only 25-15 at home this season, Dan. How important is home court for the Nuggets?
Vic has continued to say that especially on the heels of last year's playoff loss, where all these losses happened at home, does home court matter? And you look at the 25-15 record, 15 losses is the same amount of home losses this year as the last 2 years combined. They've had a lot of losses at home that you're just not quite used to seeing. And Denver actually, over the course of all of their playoffs, has one of the worst home court advantages, which surprised me when I saw that. What does that mean for this year? I don't know. But ultimately, home court has meant less over the course of time in the NBA. In the 80s, 90s, it was 67% of the time. I know two out of three wins were at home. As recently as a decade ago, it was 65%. But these last 10 years, which includes the 6 years straight for the Nuggets, you're at under 60%. And my guess, again, I don't know. I'm just a guy who looks at the things and watches the game just like everyone else. But you started with 16, to 18 3-pointers per game back in those days. Now you've got 35. And you can see a really bad team like the Wizards win games they shouldn't because they're just hoisting up 53s. I think that plays into it, but home court matters less, especially for the Nuggets, who don't rely on the three-pointer. They've got their game plan. That being said, the only season in these last 6 that the Nuggets didn't make it out of the first round was the year they didn't have home court. So I still look at home court as being something that they do need. I think it's valuable for them, especially if they can, like Wednesday, get back to the thing that they do best, which is get other guys involved. It's not all on Jokic. And, Christian and Michael and Jalen, they're not afraid to take the ball and create.
So you're saying home court's overrated? Huh. Heard that from Spring yesterday. Interesting.
I still believe that they've got a better shot of beating anybody if they have home court advantage. They have not proven that this year. They've done better on the road against better opponents when you compare them to the other top teams in the West. But if you look at their history these last 6 years or so, they still have a lot more wins than losses at home when you've got home court advantage, especially that first round.
Yeah, I believe the title run 10-1 at home, 6-3 on the road.
Yeah. Nate got to do in the paint after the one.
I did. Yes, the only home loss. Good times.
Cool call.
Yeah, exactly. That's 2 stats we need to know right there. Give me a stat we don't need to know. David Adelman, the interim coach of the Nuggets, 43 years of age, getting his first real crack at a head coaching job in the NBA, son of the legend Rick Adelman. How does his inexperience play itself out in this postseason?
Well, the bonus stat you don't need to know but will raise your eyebrows at, and I kind of found this a little bit later in the afternoon. I haven't given it to Marlo yet. No head coach in the major 4 sports has ever coached a playoff game with 3 or fewer regular season games of head coaching experience.
Makes sense.
Now, again, that would be such a cool thing to put on social media, but here we are. So I'm giving it to you guys first. The fact you don't need to know is that in looking again, he's not a super young guy. He's 43. Ryan Saunders, one of his assistants, was actually the youngest head coach in NBA history when he got that Minnesota job at 33. But Rukidi V, otherwise known as King Oyo, this guy was born in April 92, and at 3.5 years old, he ascended to the throne to succeed his father in the kingdom of Turo, which is a sub-national monarch in Uganda. And this is my diving into something where, okay, David Adelman really doesn't have a whole lot of experience. He's going to take a team to the playoffs. That's fascinating. Who's a leader who really didn't have, the ability to, or wasn't supposed to have led his people, in a much bigger, more important aspect of life. This guy, though, gets the throne at 3.5 and is sitting, it literally is on the throne that they use and is 3.5. He's chewing on the crown that they gave him, and eventually he gets cranky and goes and sits in his mom's lap. But he's now just turned 30 years old, and he's been in charge of this sub-national monarch in Uganda. He's got his own Twitter account. He's allowed to be on there and post great stuff about what he's doing down there for the people. But he's been on the throne for 30 years. And it's really he's done all these wonders for the people in his little monarch, right? It's not Uganda proper, but it's like one of these sub-national areas where he's in charge, but he's a king, and he gets to be ruling, and was when he was 3.5 and 4 years old wearing the crown. And again, like Ryan Saunders, David Adelman, and Coach Malone, they all had this pedigree that they followed. Their fathers were involved, so they had experience. David Adelman knows what to do when the playoffs come. He just hasn't done it. Now, King Oyo didn't, and he's been successful. So maybe there's some King Oyo and David Adelman here. They can actually go on a run, do the things they know that they can do, right? But then just show up in the playoffs.
Plus, I heard at 3.5, King Oyo was on such a power trip, he made his subjects wipe his butt for him.
He certainly couldn't do it himself.
Thank you. I'll be here all day, folks. That's Dan Hyatt, everybody. He's not on Twitter, but Chris Marlowe will be full of Dan's great information tonight on Altitude. King Oyo at 3.5. You could always be younger than David Adelman. Dan, good work as always, my man.
Thank you, boys.
All right, Dan Hyatt with us right there. Kreckman and Lindahl, Legwold for Draft Conversation. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Kreckman and Lindahl brought to you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Tony Jones, his big behind-the-scenes expose on the Nuggets was published yesterday in The Athletic. Ramona Shelburne and Tim McMahon had theirs today on ESPN. Bennett Durando had his today in the Post. Oh, there's an economy based upon behind-the-scenes tell-alls of what went on between Calvin Booth and Michael Malone. Spoiler alert, they didn't like each other.
You think we get a bigger one like July-ish when the season's done, everybody's season's done, and everybody gets a little space? And or do you think all...
No, they'll all be... Don't worry, Ramona and Tim McMahon will be too focused on whether or not LeBron's going to retire or whatever. So,
well, the whole thing will be how do we get Jokic to the Lakers?
Yeah.
We're about to get a whole summer of how to get Jokic to the Lakers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I swear to God, Andy, in these pieces, I read more about Zeke Naji than I do Jamal Murray. and I know, and we've talked about this for a couple of days, like players like Najee and Pickett and, the idea of the Booth boys and are you a Calvin guy or are you a Malone guy, that was a flashpoint in all of this. But can we just get Jamal Murray back and healthy and playing basketball again?
Yeah, that you're not kidding.
Feels like that would really have a far greater impact on anything else that's happening with this team right now. Because, Andy, maybe they can be competitive in a series without Jamal.
No, I'm sorry.
Probably
I don't
not,
think
though.
so. I'll
Probably
just say
not.
it.
You're right.
I mean, let's go and look at it right now. The playoff standings as of today and tiebreakers figured in and all that stuff. They'd be facing the Clippers the first round. Do they have enough three-point shooting to handle the Clippers without Jamal Murray, especially if Kawhi's playing again, which he has been, correct?
Yeah, he has been, and he's been playing very well.
Yeah.
And Harden's balling out, and the Clippers are red hot right now. So look out for that team. Yeah, that's a tough matchup.
Yeah, so you need Jamal back. You're so right where what's been weird about all of this is we've kind of lost the storyline of, and we were fretting about it at this time last week because they had the two key games that we were set to watch them play. Remember, at this time last week, they were about to play Golden State this, Friday night, and then Sunday they had the game against Indiana back at home. But the Jamal thing went from day to day after they get a win over the Jazz.
Yeah.
They get 4 days off or whatever it was, didn't play Minnesota till Tuesday, and then the next thing you know, Jamal hasn't been seen since, and it's just been weird.
He's upgraded to doubtful. That's all.
No, I thought he went to questionable today. I thought Katie sent a tweet saying
good,
he's questionable.
Good. That's
No,
important.
so there we go.
All right. Well, then we're upgrading in the right direction. That's
That was
pretty much
2 hours ago. He's questionable.
Okay,
so he
yes.
should be playing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I said yesterday would happen. Okay, so there we go. Upgrade on game day. They'll go through warm-ups, and they'll see how he's feeling. Ramona Shelburne was on with the Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac show earlier today. I shouldn't do that. I should just say PhD. When I do that, I honestly have a moment there where I'm like, who's on that show again? Anyway, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. It's the same name as the old show. Does that confuse anyone else?
No.
Okay.
This is like Stars. This is back to your Stars thing. You hate the name Dallas Stars.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you know what? Let's save it for next week. We'll have it next week when they're facing off in the playoffs.
It's the stupidest name for a team.
And we'll let you go on your rants.
Thank you. It's an extremely stupid name.
Let's not use the material today.
Exactly.
Anyway, Ramona Shelburne,
yes,
PhD.
She was on the show that's on before ours with those guys. And Ramona talked about what surprised her most when digging into the Nuggets situation.
Maybe the sense of relief I felt when I was there in Sacramento in that locker room. I don't think anybody was delighting in this. Nobody hated anyone. People were sad that Coach Malone was gone. They respected him as a coach. I think there was a sort of, sadness that it came to this, but there was this relief. You were there, we were walking around there and it was like, you just felt like usually when something like this happens, there's it's real tense in a locker room, and it was almost the opposite. I felt like whatever, I usually don't like to use that many blind quotes in a story, but in a situation where people respect the two people who got fired, right? Like nobody dislikes them or disrespects them. They all know they're both really good at their jobs. But because some people don't want to pile on and say stuff, but I think the resounding feeling both Tim and I had, because we talked to a lot of people, was that this situation had gotten really uncomfortable for everyone involved, and everyone was just very glad to be done with it.
I think it also didn't hurt that they, won for the first time
Sure.
in a week. That's probably going to put people in a better mood as well.
Relief that you're still not staring at a play-in spot.
Exactly.
Even though it's still a threat.
Right. And it's again, like everything went right on that night. It was we come out, we played well early on in that game. I think Sacramento briefly had a lead like in the second quarter.
Yeah, and they got it down to 4 in the fourth.
Got within 4, but that for the most part, like the game never got within a single possession the rest of the way. The Nuggets basically controlled the basketball game. They played really well. That's going to put anybody in a better mood. Plus, here's the other part of this too, Andy, is like interim coaches, when it just gets handed over to the next assistant, well, sometimes the next assistant is a guy that was sometimes also viewed as a part of the problem. Right? Like it becomes the entire staff and everything else when really everybody liked Adelman.
Yeah.
And everybody, and I think the part where everybody had tremendous respect for Malone, everybody liked Adelman. I still think in general there is a respect for that coaching staff that existed. I think they even respected Malone. They'd had it. And so that's another good thing about all of this is they didn't hand it over to somebody that was viewed as a part of the problem, because Josh Kroenke, the man that made the decision, ultimately is connected enough to that locker room, and I believe had probably enough conversations with Nikola Jokic and with the veterans on that team to understand Adelman would be good in this role.
Yeah, you're 1,000% right. And look, I think it's a credit to Malone to have a guy that wasn't just a repeat of who he was.
Totally.
He had a very diverse staff. It's worked to their advantage, especially right now. I think it's another reason why Josh was not afraid to make the move right now. He knew there was a guy there because Adelman had handled the role a bunch.
Yeah.
So,
and I also think Adelman's just a guy, like, it's very clear when you see him. And I'm sure a lot of it comes from his dad. I think a lot of it just comes from the experience of being around for a long time. It's very clear the guy's comfortable in his own skin. He didn't Josh McDaniels this thing,
right?
And wear a sleeveless hoodie on the sideline.
Because he grew up in coaching.
Right, and start F-bombing everybody. He's just like, okay, I know all these players. Exactly like he said, they hear my voice every single day. This doesn't have to be this massive, dramatic difference right now. And I also don't think he walked through the door and just said, all right, we're scrapping everything we do, because that's absolutely not what they did the other night. They just did the things that they do better.
Well, and the players got on each other. The players held each other account. It was, I guess, instead of Malone being the yeller, the players took their turns and they were the one being loud.
Yeah.
They were the ones making sure messages were heard. They were keeping each other in check. It clearly wasn't going on towards the end of it. You and I have said it over and over, though. Look, 10 years is a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Malone was here a long time. He's not the first, nor will he be the last, where for whatever reason, the magic and the spark you had fizzled out. That's why 4 of the last 6 championship coaches are no longer with the teams that they're with.
Yeah.
So, and it's the only thing that I thought was a little surprising, and I'm glad you put that win on it, because I was surprised. I heard that cut you played, that we just played live. And I'm like, wow, that much relief already, huh? Because I don't know. When I saw those guys, I guess relief's the right word. At the end of the game, the hug from, DeAndre to Adelman. And But like she said, it didn't feel celebratory. I am kind of curious now that you say that. Is the relief over that this thing's done, or just that we finally got a win?
I bet it's all of it.
You know what I mean?
I bet it's all of it. I do think that there was a bit of extracting the poison out of the thing. And I mean that as no diss to Malone. It just was dysfunctional. And I also think they just frickin' played better. And I think the weight of how poorly they were playing was evident to everybody. Michael Malone got fired with 3 games remaining in the season, and yet, Andy, I would make a case that is not the strangest timed firing of this week in sports. Did you see that Kent State fired their football coach today?
For what reason? I did not.
Okay. It's not as though this guy deserved to have his job. They were 0-12 last year.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Like, I'm not going to defend anything that this guy did, but it's April.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of people out there.
You know, you guys, you wrapped up the season in December, and you're going to start up a new season here in a few months. And, there's typically a process that you have to undertake in the off season to get things situated for the upcoming season. Yeah,
Take advantage of these, spring practices you're in.
Kent State fired their coach, Kenny Burns, following an investigation related to his 2-year tenure. Athletic director Randall Richmond said in a statement that the OC will serve as the interim coach for the upcoming season, with a national search taking place at the end of the year. They did not provide details as to why he was fired. He was 1-23 over 2 years, which you can't really defend that record, but it's like...
Did they investigate and find out they weren't meeting? They weren't actually practicing.
Part of the investigation was, wait, what's our record?
Yeah. They investigated to figure out they had a football team because nobody was going.
I was just scanning our ESPN.com page.
What's this 1-23? What? Sorry about that.
We investigated and found out this guy's bad.
We investigated to find out we suck.
So anyway, and the old fired our coach in April.
Hey, we've had some time to think now that our 1-12 season has ended, or whatever it was, 0-12 season, and we've decided this is not the right direction.
Yeah, tough look for the golden flashes of
We
Kent
all had
State.
Thanksgiving, and then there was Christmas, and then the whole college bowl playoff thing. We really got caught up in that.
we're
and then
busy.
our brackets were in play, and so now we finally got together.
I think it was something the AD couldn't open his email or something like that. Jeff Legwald, draft conversation. Who's fallen in love with Travis Hunter? We find out next. All right, doing the old guest switcheroo. Legwold now at 4:45. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets tonight against Memphis. Sunday at Houston, but the Rockets don't have to really play anybody. So that's the two games for the Nuggets. They're a 6.5-point home favorite tonight against the Grizzlies. They played last night. They lost against Minnesota. Hot shooting second half for the Timberwolves put the Memphis Grizzlies away last night. So it's Denver and Memphis this evening. But again, you get the Grizz on the second night of a back-to-back with dumbass Ja Morant throwing grenades around. So
word grenades, word bombs.
They're
and then silencing his haters.
Bombs of words. Yes,
Who cares if it looks like he's still playing Call of Duty?
Yeah, I still hate him, and I'm not going to be quiet about it. So Ja Morant and the Grizz come to town this evening. Sunday, the Nuggets are at Houston. Like we said, they're not really playing anybody. The Nuggets still have a very outside chance of catching the Lakers, but it's very outside. Lakers are at home tonight against the Rockets, who, again, don't have to play anybody. And then Sunday, they are at Portland. The Clippers are at Sacramento tonight, at Golden State on Sunday. So, in the very least, the Clippers kind of got a couple of tough games. Golden State is at Portland tonight. And they're at home against the Clippers on Sunday. Memphis and Denver tonight. Sunday against Dallas. Minnesota gets Brooklyn at home tonight. Utah at home on Sunday. So of the teams that are kind of stacked up 3 through 8, Minnesota gets the kindest role, so to speak.
Now remember, Denver had this set up with San Antonio and Memphis last year, the Memphis team that had nothing to play for.
Right.
And they ended up going 1-2 of those games. Remember that?
Yes.
The old San Antonio flop.
I do remember the way that last season ended.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but yeah.
Wonder how much Josh Kroenke wanted to go fire Michael Malone after that game. He probably
Could have been.
thought crossed
Could have
his
been.
mind, I'm sure.
Could have been.
So right now, I'm looking at Basketball Reference's playoff probabilities. Right now, the Nuggets have a less than 4% chance of getting the 3 seed. The Lakers have an 89% chance.
They win tonight, it's theirs.
Fait accompli, absolutely. The Nuggets have a 23% chance of getting the 4 seed, a 12% chance of the 5, a 23% chance of the 6, and roughly a 30% chance or so of landing themselves in the play-in. So that's what's going on there with the Nuggets. They can't fall any lower than 8, as we know. I mean, Andy, you got a team on the second night of a back-to-back, and on Sunday you play a Rockets team that's got nothing to play for. You have everything to play for. You have a motivated and committed group right now. Jokic seems to have woken up on both ends of the floor. You get Jamal Murray back tonight, which we hope that they do. He'll probably go through pre-games, and then I'm assuming that he plays. I mean, this sets up really well for the Nuggets to win both these games.
Yeah, but here's what also I like as we continue to try to get questions answered. Again, was it just a one-night bump, against a team that's in the lower – let's not kid ourselves. They're in the lower part of the seeding in the NBA playoffs.
And the Nuggets are pretty good against those guys.
Yeah. But now tonight you play a team that is going to be desperate because nobody wants to be in the play-in.
Yeah.
They did play last night, but – as you said, you need the game. So go out there and show us. Was it, are you going to, because this is as close as you're going to get to a playoff, matching what the playoffs are going to be like. Can you answer the bell in a playoff atmosphere?
Keep the good vibes
Because this is a must win. I'll just say this is a must win for them
Must.
tonight. If you don't win tonight, I'm going to bet you're in the play-in.
I agree. And like to Hyatt's point, go get yourself home court advantage, at least for a freaking round.
Please, and get the week off to reset yourselves.
And then,
Because if you are going to change something defensively as far as, the corner 3, a week off to actually have some practices to work on that would help.
God, it's such a blown opportunity because now you're staring right at OKC in the second round.
I know, but hey, the way things are going, just miss Minnesota at this point, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll take it.
That's the weird thing. The last great win of the year was against OKC, of all things.
Yeah, no kidding.
That might have been the last time we actually saw the Nuggets team we knew, if you think about it. That was a Tuesday night. Remember that? It was the Tuesday night.
Monday.
No, you're right. It wasn't. No, it was Tuesday because it went Sunday, Tuesday.
Monday. The second night of a back-to-back.
You're right.
But
okay, there we go. Got it all worked out. Finally got there.
Yeah.
But that was before you talked about this stretch that was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Because what did they do? They came home, they beat Utah, right? And then they got off to this stretch of just absolute interesting games against playoff quality opponents.
Lost 4 in a row.
That started with Minnesota.
Yeah, lost 4 in a row. The Minnesota game. God.
Do you think that was one that even hinted in Tony Jones' article when we talked to him at 5 o'clock? Maybe we'll revisit that. In Minnesota, probably where Josh, didn't they at least have the decision we need to talk about this?
Well,
because that was the game Stan sat at the end of the bench for.
That was the Laker game. The Laker game when they barely beat them without
you're right. Okay,
Luka and
You're right.
LeBron.
Oh, no. Minnesota's where Nicola's agent was here.
Yeah, and the Minnesota game, I mean, the Minnesota game serves as the ultimate flashpoint because that is the Westbrook-Pickett dynamic, which is emblematic of the Malone-Booth war, and Westbrook blew the game.
And not only that, Malone basically told his team, I want to see us win this.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get it done.
And they couldn't get it
He
done.
actually, as a coach, put out there in public, we are putting a lot on this game this time.
Yeah.
Make no doubt about it. And didn't have the hand of poker he needed.
I think I said this on Tuesday. If Westbrook just makes that layup, I think Malone's still the coach of this team.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the vibes get as bad as they did. Everybody
Right.
started grinding after you blew that game.
Yeah, you really
Because
did.
then it cost you San Antonio the next night. You put everything in the tank to
They didn't
beat
play anyone.
Minnesota, and
Yeah.
nobody was left to play against San Antonio.
Yeah.
And then you go out and that, see, it's funny because even though none of the starters, and literally none of the starters played that night, that still was a shocking game to me because you had guys off the bench that finally got a chance to play. I thought we'd see, if nothing else, the great bump, the emotion, the excited to be out here. I finally get to play. And even they came out with some of that lackluster just malaise that's been over this team the last month.
Heinous game. Westbrook was terrible in the second half of that game. Scored 30, but he was terrible in the second half of that game. If Jamal returns, I could see Westbrook getting minutes tonight just simply out of a desire to not overextend Jamal Murray in his return. But Andy, I could easily see a world where if Jamal Murray is back to a full workload, Russell Westbrook's out of the rotation.
Listen, Russell Westbrook, as you well know, has a player option.
Yep.
If you would rather he doesn't pick that up, you dial the minutes back. By the way, the other little nugget, and again, pardon the pun, but the other little Easter egg, I'm not even sure I'm using that right, but whatever. The thing that surprised me out of Ramona Shelburne's story, too, that they had this meeting and Westbrook was already in L.A. Now, he's going to go see his family, and the guy's got a family. I'm not knocking him for that.
Family is still in Southern
A
California.
little weird that the meeting happens even though he's not there? Or what are you going to do?
I merely I read it and maybe it was a thing and maybe it would have been hinted now's not the time to go. But dude, 17-year veterans that are future Hall of Famers.
With a family in LA that wants to go see his kids or whatever. I get it.
And you had a game in Sacramento the next night, so
sure, easy travel.
It was probably scheduled and he probably gets a certain amount of leeway right there. But it's just another one of those things that kind of speaks to, and look, man, it's the NBA. You know, I remember a couple of years ago, I was getting on a flight and the Nuggets had a single off day in between games. And there was a member of the team on the flight. I'm walking by like, whoa, all right. And that's just one of those things where you're just like, the NBA is different, man.
Yeah, and guys don't always live in the city they play in, right? Especially if they've got kids and they're settled. And all right, so I'm going to finally ask you a question I've been putting off.
All right.
And then we got to talk some NFL news, I guess. You and I, and this is really a tough one for me because, again, it's like old takes exposed.
Okay.
Do you think Michael Malone got adversely on the radar when he did choose to go to his daughter's game and not travel with the team early in the year?
The volleyball
game, which, again, I don't like. Like, as a father, I completely understood why you'd want to go do that, but let's be honest, a lot of people just had that's kind of a weird move reaction to it.
I don't think so. Well, all right. Here's what I'll say. I have no idea how that was taken by the organization's decision
And maybe they
makers.
didn't care.
And
because it's not been brought up in any story.
And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be done without the blessing.
You would think.
But here's what I believe all of the issues that existed whether or not Malone
He would have stayed home for the game or not.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
So I don't put that much on there. I also think that there's, when you're one of the highest paid coaches in the NBA and you won an NBA championship and it's
It's her last game.
Yeah,
it
and
wasn't a game.
It's early
It
on
was
in the
her
season.
last game of her high school career.
Yeah, exactly. If anything, maybe it speaks to the Nuggets are a little bit healthier than some other workplaces where they could look at it and say that. But at the same time, the team was out to an 11-10 start that nobody freaking appreciated.
Right. It just all I remember now. At the time, I was like, "Good on them." It's a November game. I think we even said that on the air. And
yeah.
Now I look back at it, and there's just a part of me is you just try to figure out how do we get to this place. It's just something that's popped in my head.
Gabriel Landeskog plays tonight for the Eagles against the Silver Knights of Henderson up there in Loveland. The Avalanche are in L.A. to play the Kings tomorrow. They're at Anaheim on Sunday. Charlie Coyle is going to join us today here on the show. Charlie Coyle, who has never skated, he's never played with Gabriel Landeskog. I suppose he skated in practice. He's never played with him in a game, but he's played against him a whole bunch in his career. So we'll talk to Charlie Coyle.
He had the game-winning shootout goal early in the week.
Yeah, and he had the
Pretty
assist last
sweet.
night on the Devon Taves goal there last night. So we'll talk to Charlie Coyle, Tony Jones of The Athletic to further dissect.
By the way, I got my eyes on a couple of these Silver Knights before we get off the air.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm looking at you, pal. Better lay off. Looking at your age. Matter of fact, I sent one of them, Mitch McLean.
Wait, what are you doing with this roster right now? What are you checking
I'm
out?
looking at the roster. There's a guy that's like 32. I texted my Golden Knights buddy. You know this guy? Has he been up with the big club? No, I haven't seen him. So I got to say, he's a 32-year-old guy. You better lay off our captain. That's all I got to say, pal.
You've managed to figure out a way to hate
I
the
found Hockey Hate
Henderson
before we even
Silver
get going.
Knights.
Yeah, I got a problem with Mitch McLean, and I'm looking at you, Brandon Hickey. You both profile to me as guys that could be a problem.
Impressive,
all right?
man.
So I hope we got somebody that's willing to, handle business. Even my Knights buddy said everybody better leave him alone.
There has to be a decorum to it, right?
I don't know. Yes, there probably
Does
is.
hockey decorum exist?
But if you're lifelong minor leaguer and this is your shot, do you get a little feisty? It's a feisty sport. It's a feisty game. Your passions run hot.
Is that going to make the Knights want to call you up if you're like, hey, you cheap shot at one of the most beloved people in the sport?
Maybe your beard isn't long enough and you're just upset that night. I don't know. Probably everybody leaves him alone, but
just play the game. Play the game inside the lines. Yeah, don't.
You don't think there was never some old pitcher that wanted to? Although, how often, if you went down for a rehab assignment, would guys? I don't know. Helton, he wouldn't play a whole game, right? He'd just go get a couple at bats, catch a couple first, right, and then get out of there, wouldn't he? Did they play a whole game?
I mean, I'm sure that a big leaguer has been plunked in a minor league game before, but that's just because minor league pitchers suck.
Especially the old guy that's never been to the show.
Exactly.
I just have heard some things about minor league baseball.
Yeah, you got Nuke LaLoosh putting one in the back of somebody's
Oh, you
head.
go back to the show, huh? Wear this on your first time in. Anyway.
Yeah, I think they're in the minors because they couldn't do it on purpose anyway.
They're not trying to.
Exactly. Derek Carr has a shoulder injury.
Yeah,
Andy.
this came out of nowhere. This hit 30 minutes before a show or whatever, and now it's threatening his entire season. So
what did he do?
I have no idea.
Or was this some lingering thing that he was hoping?
This sounds like this was today or recent developments.
Okay.
It does not sound like it's they knew about this forever. I mean, they guaranteed the guy's money. They owe him a lot of money.
They really do.
$60 million cap
Carr
hit.
is weighing options, including the possibility of surgery. All right, so here's my best guess. I'm not saying that I suppose it's possible, like an acute injury took place or something like that. But here's my best guess is that Carr got to the off season probably, I'm assuming he and the team doctors made a decision of just like, okay, we'll rehab this thing, but it's probably April 11th, and we're starting to think about OTAs, and he may be way behind or something like that, and then they could be like, okay, surgery is the option. You gotta remember, Carr's got how many kids? He's got many children.
He does.
Yeah,
as we learned in Hard Knocks.
Yeah, and a lot of times guys may eschew surgery for the sake of having a normal life in the off season as much as they possibly can. Honestly, this is like what happened to Gallinari.
Right.
Gallo, he put off his knee surgery as long as he possibly could in an effort to still have a normal life, and then it eventually caught up and he had to have reconstructive surgery. Like this, Carr wouldn't be the first guy that this ever happened to. Or it's possibly, I don't know, tripped on his kid with the giant head and fell down the stairs.
Well, you said he might have tried to throw him in the pool. That's certainly a possibility.
That's how I hurt my shoulder.
Let's see. I'm trying to go back and find the tweet that lays out all the money that they owe him. I'm not seeing it right away, so we'll find it later. Bottom line is they owe him a lot of money. So listen. Does this help Shedeur Sanders'
I think
cause?
so.
Does this make this?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, but is it good for Shedeur? Let's just say if you decided you didn't love him to take him there anyway, are you going to go back and love him now because you got a quarterback problem? Like, is that really where you want to be? And for everybody that wonders why I would say that, there were just a lot of interesting conversations the last couple days on the national morning talk shows, and I'm referring to Get Up and Good Morning Football, about did the Saints, there was some suggestion that maybe Kellen Moore wasn't really all in on having Shedeur Sanders be his rookie guy.
Uh-huh.
And you and I, again, I believe firmly Bo Nix would not have worked in a lot of teams, but Bo Nix with Sean Payton, you really got something. And Bo Nix is probably going to have a long, successful career because of it.
All right.
I don't want Shedeur going to a guy that's not all in on him.
Let me tell you what I would do if I were the Saints, but NFL teams very rarely do smart things. I would play Spencer Rattler. I would tank out, and I would get the highest draft pick I possibly could.
Hello, Arch Manning.
Exactly, and try and get out of my cat problems. That's what I would do if I were the Saints. But
how crazy would it be if Arch Manning went to play for his grandfather's team,
nuts.
where
That'd be
he's
nuts.
the
In his
namesake?
hometown. In his hometown.
His namesake?
That'd be wild. That'd be absolutely
Wow.
wild if that
I'm
went
not
down.
rooting for it to happen at all.
But that's what I would do if I was the New Orleans
You're not
Saints.
kidding, too. They still are in way cap hell.
I'm sure Kellen Moore wants to win the moment he walks through the doors. By the way, the three backups, Spencer Rattler, my guy Jay Kane out of Fresno State, and our old buddy, the Danucci.
Oh, the Danucci's
Ben
there.
DiNucci's on that team.
Good old Ben DiNucci.
So really, what do you have to draft Shedeur for? You've got the Danucci.
By the way, so Drew Lock back to Seattle. Good for Drew.
Yeah, he's going to back up Sam Darnold.
And then in the move I did not see coming right now, Joe Flacco must love him some OTAs because he's signed a one-year deal with Cleveland.
Yeah, sure did.
Good him and old Kenny Pickett.
He's had his success there in the past. What a sweet life for Joe Flacco, man. That guy, just keep those paychecks rolling in. Jeff Legwold going to join us.
A lot of kids.
He's got a lot to pay for.
He's on the Phillip Rivers plan. I think they're going to play each other in basketball one day.
You know, I will say this about all of these quarterbacks out there that just have a dozen kids. You know, it's pretty cool when you're an NFL quarterback and you're never home. I bet that sounds awesome. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Get the Madden bus.
Jeff Legwold next. Hey, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. We have got a great auction available to bid right now. It is the Northern Colorado Municipalities Vehicles and Equipment Auction that closes next week. Fire trucks, transit buses, utility trucks, pickups, police interceptors, sedans, cargo vans, trailers, landscape equipment, attachments, and so much more. This is equipment from the city of Loveland, the city of Fort Collins, the city of Longmont, 970 style right now at Roller Auction, and this auction is available for you to be able to bid right now. Go to roller.bid and check this out. Right now, I'm eyeballing this 2012 John Deere X320 rear-wheel drive ride-on lawn mower. Fantastic deal. If you're looking for a riding mower right now, that is well-maintained, gently used city and county lawn equipment. Go to roller.bid and check it out right now. That's roller.bid, Roller Auction. This is the Northern Colorado Municipalities Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Roller.bid. It is Jeff Legwold time here on a Friday afternoon. Tony Jones of The Athletic coming up top of the hour on the Malone and Booth firings. We'll dive into all of that. Plus, we'll be carrying the Colorado Eagles game against the Silver Knights. Gabriel Landeskog's return tonight on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 with Kevin McGlue on the call right here. But let's dive into it with Jeff Legwold right now. Hey, Leggy, it's draft season. And I don't even know if I've ever asked you this question, and I feel like I've asked you 1,000 questions about the NFL draft, but this is a really big picture one, okay? As somebody that studies this so closely and appreciates the work that is done, there is an adage that you will hear this time of year, and I wonder if you agree with it or not. The draft is a crapshoot. Is that true?
No, because that would imply you can't be good at it.
Yeah.
And I think some teams have proven over the years they're better at it, and some GMs are better at it than others are. Now, there is an element of luck, probably no bigger example of that than guys, Tom Brady in the 6th round, way back, Johnny Unitas playing semi-pro ball, before somebody discovers him. So, there is that element of the shooting star, and all of that. But to say it's, no one can predict and all of that, I get that, but some people are better at it than others. And a lot of it is essentially sticking to your convictions, Nate, that just stick to the grades you gave guys and don't let it get away from you during the draft weekend. I think that's where the biggest mistakes are made on the clock.
Jeff, interesting piece you guys put together on ESPN.com yesterday. Nate and I were diving into it, where you talked about what the teams could use and what they should use or what they should go after. And your buddy Jordan Reed had tabbed the safety. We talked so much about him and Worry as a guy that could be really, really interesting for the Broncos. How realistic, though, do you think it would be of them looking at him?
I got to believe he would carry the grade, if he's still on the board at 20. So you have to look at that. It's just, a question of, in-house, what's the value of using your first round pick? You sign 2 safeties in free agency in back-to-back years. Are you then going to use a first rounder? I would argue that both safeties came in at a very economical deals for each. And, one of them has a pretty strong injury history. So to me, if he's at 20, he's worth that pick.
Leggy, what does the Derek Carr injury do to the first round of this draft, if anything?
Nate, I'm intrigued to see what a lot of it, what's the Flacco signing do for the first round?
There you go.
What's Carr's health do? I think when I talk to GMs and personnel guys that they look at a lot of these veteran guys as such short-term solutions that if you have a shot at the quarterback you have graded as a potential franchise level quarterback, you almost have to take him because, when are you going to be in that position again? You don't want to be picking at the top of the board if you're a team, in back-to-back years. Sure, it happens to a lot of teams, but it happens to them because they don't have a quarterback a lot of the time. So I think, again, from talking to people over the years, they've always sort of told me if you have a shot at the quarterback you believe in, truly believe in, there's no circumstance that should keep you from doing it.
Well put right there. Who at the top, particularly in the top 3, is falling in love with Travis Hunter right now?
I think everybody likes him. It's just, do you need a quarterback too? And I don't think if you're a team, you can't take Travis Hunter unless you have a very definitive plan on what you're going to do with him. Mm-hmm. Is the coaching staff on board? How is he going to practice Monday through Friday? All of those things have to be decided before you put his name in, to say we're going to pick him. Because if you don't, you're just leaving yourself open for not making the most of your pick and of the player. So everybody I talk to loves him as a prospect, as a player. Everyone's got, the feeling is all of this talk about two-way football is a very short-term experiment. So when you take him at the top of the board, you're taking him for the long-term plan and not because he can play two ways, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Tell you what, before we let you go, because we got more time to talk to you next week, and obviously this is kind of the time where things die down a little bit. You were lamenting as I last saw you. I got to go home. I got to work on the board. I got to break some tiebreakers. What do you do to break tiebreakers when it's your top 100, Jeff Legwold? It's like the Messier. Mark Messier can't go ask somebody else who should get the Messier. It's the Messier. So what are you doing to break tiebreakers when you have them?
Eventually, you just sort of surrender and make a call. But, I really try to keep looking at one more game, one more matchup with, if there's a matchup with another player on the board that I like, all of those things that they have in common, any of that stuff, I just keep weeding through. But over the years, eventually you get to the point where you just got to pick one and hope you're somehow sort of right.
Is it like that in draft rooms?
I think because I think that's something they don't talk about publicly, but, on a board, a lot of players are going to carry the same grade. So it is a tie in a lot of ways. And it is just working through who do we need the most now of those graded, that's when you're drafting for need, when you have a tie for grades, not any other time, or you shouldn't. But it is like that, and especially in days 2 and 3, you're going to have a cluster of players. And, as their pick approaches, 2-3 picks before them, they're picking from the group of the grades. That's what they're doing right before they're on the clock. Of these 3 guys, who do we like with the pick?
All right,
and they do.
No, go ahead. Finish the answer.
No, that's what I just said. They do it on the clock, essentially.
All right, real quick, because I feel like you've told the story before, but I love the story. Can you tell the Chris Harris story of how they went in and approached Fox?
Yeah, the story is one of the personnel guys walked in and said, we got 3 corners. We got one slot left among our undrafteds, and they had like $10,000 of signing bonus money left, and that was it. And they walked in. And they said, we got 3 corners. We got a fast one, we got a big one, and we got a smart one. And Fox looked up and said, "Give me the smart one," and it was Chris Harris.
Boom. And history's changed.
Yeah.
How about that, Nate?
Well, also, if you're undrafted, how big and fast can you really be?
Well, how smart can you be? I don't know.
Well, you only have one trait usually if you're an undrafted guy. You're tall but you're not big, or you're big and you're not tall, or you're not fat. You only get one thing, or you would have been picked 3 days before.
That's a good point right there. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN. Read Jeff Legwold's stuff at ESPN.com. Top 100 coming soon. Leggy, good work as always, man.
Thanks, fellas. Happy Friday.
All right, Andy, we got footage of Gabriel Landeskog walking into the arena in Loveland.
Skates, you got me there. You baited me. You clickbaited me.
That man can wear a suit. Nice. Let me tell you.
Sharp-looking guy.
You know what, though? It's going to be nice to see him not wearing the suit for a change, to see him wearing a hockey uniform, even if it says Eagles on the front. The Nuggets, they will be in action tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. You will listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tony Jones of The Athletic. Shout out to Tony and Sam Amick, by the way. They were ahead of the curve. They beat ESPN and the Denver Post on the behind-the-scenes tell-all of what happened with Malone and Booth. Tony Jones covering the Nuggets for The Athletic. He's with us next. All right, let's dive in. Tony Jones of The Athletic is with us right now. First off, Tony, I mean, everybody is writing there behind the scenes what really happened. Shout out to you and Sam Amick. You guys, you beat the rush. You guys were on The Athletic by yesterday, so well done. ESPN and the Denver Post didn't hit until today, so nice job on that, Tony. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you guys as always, and yeah, it was definitely me and Sam basically stayed up and wrote at about 5 a.m. because, fun fact, we went back to my hotel in Sacramento, and we each had a few energy drinks, and we kind of did an overnight basically in the lobby of a Courtyard by Marriott.
All right, so Tony, what you wrote in this story, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume this is not all stuff that you learned as of Tuesday. Okay, these are things that, and you've been covering this team and covering the NBA, and things that reporters like you and Sam are going to be privy to, and you're gonna check your sources, and you're gonna get information, and you're going to hear things, and then eventually, the context adds up, and you see. The hammer drop like it does the other day, and then you go ahead and write this story. But sort of back to your piece, the Cold War, as you guys called it, how long had it been going on, and how did you guys see it manifest itself in terms of the play on the floor, the actual on-court product?
So essentially this has been going on for, 3 years. And it kind of had varying degrees of intensity. It started to get really bad by the end of last year when it became clear, and we wrote this in the story, when it became clear that the Nuggets were, kind of a tired team by the end of the regular season. And then, them losing in Game 7 to the Minnesota Timberwolves so spectacularly, and, essentially their legs died on them mid-game 7. And, Malone and Calvin just kind of blamed each other. And Calvin was like, if you, expanded the rotation in January, this would not have happened. And Malone was like, if I had guys to expand the rotation with, this would not have happened. And, I kind of see both points. Like, in January, one of the things that makes a good regular season team is depth, right? And then in the playoffs, you pick your 7 or you pick your 8, and you go with those guys for 40 minutes a night. So, I understood where, Calvin was coming from in terms of, hey, let's get Jalen Pickett in for a few minutes. Let's get, Peyton Watson, Peyton's an important part of this team this year, but last year, if you remember, he was kind of on the outskirts of the rotation as well. So, let's get Peyton Watson a few minutes. And then, when it comes to the playoffs, then you say, okay, Jamal, okay, Nikola, okay, Michael, okay, Aaron, it's go time. Let's, you guys are going to go for 40 to 43 minutes a night. And, in 2023, the Nuggets had the right depth and the right roster that Malone trusted.
Hell yeah.
And those guys were fresh, and those guys were by far the best team in the league. But it's kind of slowly deteriorated since then, and it just came to a head until we saw what we saw this week.
All right, so Tony, you watch these games knowing what you know, as Nate kind of laid out there. Was your gut instinct, was your journalist instinct telling you this thing's going to boil over soon at any point in the last month?
I expected Mike to get fired. I did not expect him to get fired before the season was in it. There was it had become clear that somebody was going to go. And I expected it to be Michael. I did not expect Calvin to go at the same time that Michael went. But sources tell me that, Josh Kroenke, called Calvin and basically said, I don't want there to be any winners here. So we're firing both of you. And, So that part I actually didn't make it into the story, because we were writing at 4 a.m. and we couldn't remember everything. But, it was, one of those things where it was obvious that something was going to have to change. But, Josh basically concluded that, like was said, we have a chance to still do something this season. But to do it, we're just going to have to clean house and kind of start fresh and kind of, put the onus on the players instead of the onus is on what's going on behind closed doors between, the coach and the general manager.
All right. So one of the things that was eye-opening for me, I don't think any of us thought it was hunky-dory, but, man, you really blew the top off this thing, and everybody go read it in The Athletic. It's a great read. But you talked about the factions. You were the first to point out the factions, the groups of players. You were Booth or you were Malone. Do you feel like now that the moves have been made, those have been cleared out, do you feel like everyone's just operating as a team, or will only time tell?
Well, I think Sacramento, right? Like I thought Sacramento was a step in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought those guys, they played with so much more energy than they had played with, in the weeks before. There were smiles, there were high fives. We all saw how animated Nikola was in the huddle. We all saw, kind of, how everybody kind of rallied around each other. But what we did also saw, which, I don't think anybody really wrote, was, that Nikola played differently against Sacramento than he had played in the previous 2 weeks.
It's all we've talked about for the last 2 days, Tony. You're absolutely right.
You know what? I got to listen to the show. That's my bad.
No. We're glad you're backing it up. It doesn't feel like just two homers saying it, right?
Yeah, but you saw how he played. Look at how he played through the first three quarters. It was, we're going to get Michael involved. They were running pin downs for MPJ. Like, that was like the first pin down I've seen for him in months. It wasn't the regular, just the DHOs, let's get Michael involved, let's get Aaron involved, and then let me take over in the fourth quarter. If that's kind of what's needed. And, I thought he played a different game. He played, more of a, let's get my guys involved and then, let me go and fill in the gaps offensively where they need it. And I thought it made them a more dangerous team, and I thought it made them a great offensive team, at least against Sacramento. We'll see, tonight what happens against, Memphis and what happens going forward in the play and in the playoffs if they make the top six. But, I thought that Sacramento was definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it certainly was. And to me, the biggest indicator was Jokic took 2 shots in the first quarter the other night, which is not what it's been looking like. Tony Jones of The Athletic is our guest. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Let's go back to Jokic and sort of his standing in all of this, because Tony, he's the most important person in the franchise, and to be fair to Malone, to be fair to Calvin Booth, I believe they both want to do right by Nikola Jokic, and I think Josh Kroenke and Stan Kroenke also want to do right by Nikola Jokic. But you and Sam wrote that Jokic had grown frustrated and fatigued by Malone's fiery ways. You wrote that he had tired of the roller coaster that was going on with this team. I mean, anybody that looked at his face this year, the guy's averaging a 30-point triple-double, and he has looked miserable out there on the floor. For Nikola Jokic, what was his role as you guys knew it in all of this, and where was his standing amidst all of the turmoil around him?
So let me address, Coach Malone first and a little bit. This is not atypical of what happens with a coach like Coach Malone. And I will say, you look at it, Coach Malone, you look at it with with Nick Nurse out in Philadelphia. Those are guys who are great coaches. Like, I think Michael Malone is a great coach. Not a good one. I think he's a great one. And but he comes with an expiration date, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because those kind of guys, they coach their guys hard. and they can be a little bit collegial. And, you know, when you have the same locker room for 10 years, as Coach Malone had this locker room for 10 years, you know, at some point the message is going to kind of stale and you might need a new message. And I think in a lot of ways that is just kind of what happened here. And it's nobody's fault, but it just kind of happened. You know, so, you know, that's kind of what I want to say about Coach Malone. Now, the sourcing that me and Sam has is that the core four was kind of the impetus around here. Like, they were kind of out on Malone at a point, and they had gotten to a point where, you know, Coach Malone's words had kind of started falling upon deaf ears. And this wasn't a Russell Westbrook thing. This was a core four thing. And, you know, and I think that's once it got to that point, I think that's what really raised enough eyebrows to where we started to see a little bit of movement in terms of a decision had to be made here.
And that's how we got to this spot. And here we are. David Adelman about to coach game number 2 tonight at home against the Memphis Grizzlies. A must-win, really, for the Nuggets for playoff seeding. Memphis on the second night of a back-to-back. Good opportunity here for the Denver Nuggets. Tony Jones, he and Sam Amick wrote the piece on The Athletic that was posted 2 days ago inside the Nuggets' Cold War that led to the firing both Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. Hey, Tony, as always, awesome. Thank you so much. We'll, I'm sure, talk to you again here as the playoffs are about to get underway.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me, as always. I really appreciate it.
All right, that's our dude, Tony Jones of The Athletic, with us right there. Subscribe to The Athletic. Very good stuff. He and Sam are complete and total pros, so very, very well done right there. How about that? The core four out on Malone. Well, yeah, once you lose those guys, that's the team.
Yeah.
Nobody else's voices matter.
Obviously, Nicola's the most important part of that.
Yeah.
But look, Nate, I just keep saying it. We could see it on the court. It's just validation what you could see on the court.
Well, and
guys are not coming out of the huddle with the same fire.
It goes exactly to what Jokic said the other night. The decision was made, and I understand it. Not that I made the decision. Right. I was told what the decision was going to be. But also, I have
pushback.
I also have to imagine if there is a world where Nikola Jokic says, hell no, Michael Malone still has his job today.
Josh says, all right, we'll revisit this.
Exactly. Like okay, let's give this a chance. But instead, things got done because I think Nikola Jokic recognized this is an untenable situation.
When Nikola Jokic is caught on TV screaming at his two teammates, pointing at the key, you and I knew something was going to happen. By the way, I feel bad. Eric wanted us to find out if they had a USA Today at that Courtyard by Marriott.
They should.
I got a feeling Tony Jones probably didn't see it. 4 a.m., man.
Dude. In Sacramento.
But they got the story out first, man. Got to credit them.
They did. No, and it's well sourced. It's good reporting. And again, it goes to show you, why did they get the story out first? Because they've been on the ground and they know it. God bless Ramona and Tim McMahon from ESPN. National reporters like that, they parachute in for a minute. Tony Jones has been covering the Nuggets for The Athletic, and he's not there every single day, but he's around this team a lot and knows what the heck he's doing. Charlie Coyle of the Avalanche, big number 10, joins us next. Gabriel Landeskog back tonight. The Avalanche in Southern California. So much happening. Let's do the hockey thing next.
Sorry about that. Chance to win it for Charlie Coyle. His only shootout goal of the season came with Colorado. Coyle, right-handed shot again at center ice. Right down the middle, Coyle holding. He scores! Oh, Coyle rules!
17 games thus far in an Avalanche uniform. Avs two games to go in the regular season, and then it is on to the playoffs. Joining us right now is big number 10 for your Colorado Avalanche. He is East Weymouth, Massachusetts' own. At least that's the birthplace. Charlie Coyle. Charlie, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing pretty good. I appreciate you having me on here.
By the way, you're a Boston University guy. By the way, shout out to your guys. Big win yesterday there in the Frozen Four. But where do you consider to be home these days besides Colorado?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's exciting to see the Terriers back in it. They've been right around there the last couple of years, and I think this is the year to take it home. So we're, of course, pulling for them. But in the off season, I'm from, of course, the Boston area, so I go back down there or over that way when season ends, and usually spend my summer there. My wife's from Minnesota, so we might take some trips out to good old Minnesota for a few, but for most of the time we're staying put in Boston, Cape Cod, somewhere around those parts.
All right, I'm going to start with a stupid question. Usually this is the ender, but we'll just jump into it. Better movie about Boston, The Departed or The Town?
Oh, gosh. That's
neither?
That's
Do you not like
one.
either?
No, of course I love both. The Town's always a staple. Like whenever that's on TV, I have to watch it. So I love them both. They're both classics. So if I have to pick, I'm going The Town. I love that one.
Okay, so obviously you just got done playing for the Bruins. I'm sure you grew up a Bruins fan. Are you Red Sox, Patriots, all that, Celtics, all that nonsense?
Yeah, it's hard not to be a Boston sports fan. Growing up there, it seemed like one of the teams was winning it every year that I was growing up.
In all seriousness, did that actually, like, how much did that corrupt you that you just got to grow up in a world where your teams were always winning championships?
We were spoiled. I'll admit it. We were very, very spoiled, and it was every year. I remember in like elementary school into middle school, we'd have Spirit Day every single year for whatever team won it. You know, they had their parade, and we're wearing the Boston Red Sox stuff. One year, the next year was the Patriots here. A couple of years it was both of them. The Celtics, Bruins won. It was it seemed like every single year we had a parade to attend to, and it just made being a Boston sports fan so great, just having one of your teams in the mix and getting the job done.
Well, good for you, Charlie. We're
all
good for you.
Yeah. Charlie, you know what I think is funny? Because the guy across from me, Nate, that's the one talking. I'm Andy. I'm a Denver guy. He's a Chicago guy. You probably have to talk to the old timers in your family to hear about how you two were the most miserable baseball fan bases going, and now all of a sudden it's just nothing but candy and rainbows. Like, have you heard the stories of when the Sox couldn't win anything and all that?
Yeah, of course. I know. I mean, hey, I didn't ask for it. I had nothing to do with it. I just cheered. And I didn't pick to be born this time when we were winning all the championships, but boy, I'm glad I was, just to be able to witness that and not go through all the heartaches and the tough times. So we just got it served on a platter for us, I guess.
Hey, one day you'll have to come by the studio. We'll watch the 2016 AFC Championship game. That was our favorite game, when Brady lost to Manny. Hey, we got hockey questions. We got hockey questions for you. First off, I want to start out with, what was the move you used the other night? You've all of a sudden have 2 shootout goals, but you had, I don't know if it was even a move, the one that got the winner earlier in the week. Were you? Because I felt like, I don't remember which goalie it was, but he got so low.
It was the Vegas goalie.
I thought
Schmidt.
Yeah, it felt like his glove hand was. It just felt like he was hunching over. It felt like a weird posturing to me. Were you just waiting on him? What did you see as you went in?
Well, sometimes you have certain moves or shots or deeks that you kind of have that you've used before that you've had success with. I think the other thing is Wedgwood shutting the door and kind of deleting some stress or pressure, I guess. So I'm going second, and I have a chance to win it. If I don't score, we keep going. It's not the pressure was a bit off, so I think that helps to just kind of go in and be a little more confident. And also going as the third shooter from our team. So I get to kind of see the goalie, from the perspective, on the bench from our other two guys going down there. And that's one thing I did notice is the glove wasn't fully up. I have a shot where I like to kind of go over the glove. And so I just kind of went in with that mindset of what I was going to do. And hopefully that goalie kind of was a similar structure, I guess. And luckily it worked out. I definitely got it up. I think it hit the top shelf, honestly, and didn't mean to get it that high, but it just snuck in just enough. And sometimes it works out, and I felt very lucky to help the team win.
Now, I know you guys played last night, but whatever. The Vegas game was way more fun, so we'll just stay on that one for a minute. The VC's goal that he got in the second period, you had an unbelievable shift, and you ultimately had the assist on that. I mean, you chased that puck down below the goal. You got it out to VC, and he finished right there. You guys came back from a 2-0 deficit to beat that Vegas team. You know how good they are. You know how big a victory like that is. But to get that win that night I know you'd been with the team for a while, but did that sort of, getting the shootout winner and everything else, how big was that game and your performance in it for the Avalanche for your new team?
Well, it helps when you help contribute like that. When I first got here, you're getting your bearings and you just want to just add to it and play the right way. And, sometimes you play the right way and points don't follow. Your team's winning. That's all good in my book. You want a perfect world. You're playing the right way, you're contributing, the team's winning, of course, right? But so to kind of contribute a little more these last little bit is something I want to continue to do as long as I'm playing that right way and doing the necessary things and keep my habits and details intact. I think that's what the team needs from me, especially heading into playoffs where, our top two lines are gonna score. They're gonna do their job, and we have so much firepower up there. And those guys do it night in, night out. But I think what separates the teams that keep moving forward in the playoffs is those third and fourth lines who can play solid defensively, but also chip in and outwork those other lines. And I've been a part of those teams before, and I know the importance of it. So I take great pride in playing that role, and that's something I want to continue to be better at. Of course, with my line mates, whoever I'm playing with, and do a great job.
All right, I'm curious because you were in your hometown. Were you excited to be able to come to the Avalanche? I mean, I got to imagine you knew the kind of season they were having, although you guys, all the acquisitions, you and Nelson and Lindgren have all been very, very good for this team. VC is mentioned there as well. But is it an excitement to get to come to the Avs even though you're home, or was there mixed emotions?
There's, of course, mixed emotions. I can't lie. Playing in Boston was the best thing in the world. It was always a dream of mine, playing at home. That's where you grow up and you think about playing in the NHL one day and you think about the Bruins. And to get to do that for as long as I did, I can't complain for a second. I feel very fortunate to be able to do that for six and a half years, whatever the time was. And I'll cherish, every second of it. I loved it, being close to my family. I just had a daughter a year and a half ago, so I have my parents, the grandparents there, and getting to see it, just little things like that, being close to home, close to friends, family. But then on the other hand, things happen. It's a business, and all of a sudden you're saying, you're getting told you're traded, and your first thought is, oh my gosh, where am I going? I hope it's somewhere decent, and they say Colorado. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. And I'm pretty easygoing guy where I can kind of flip the switch and focus on what I need to focus on. And so hearing it was Colorado, I was so pumped up. The night before, them making big moves to get Brock Nelson, and just knowing how, they're all in. They're all in on this year. They're putting a great team together, which they already had before any of these moves and all that. And so it's nice to be a little piece to add to that and try to do what I can to help the team, an already solid team that has won before and knows what it takes. And I couldn't be more excited for that. So just to be here and get my bearings and get settled in, get some games under my belt and get prepared for the playoffs. It's a great time of year, and I'm loving it.
You played against this franchise forever. And again, Charlie Coyle, number 10, is our guest right now. The Avalanche, 2 games to go in the regular season, the Kings and Anaheim over the weekend. But you played against this team for years. You know the kind of success that they have had reputationally. You know a Hart Trophy winner in McKinnon, you know a Norris Trophy winner in Cale Makar. Once you walked through the door and became teammates with those guys, what were your preconceived notions of those two dudes, and how has it sort of worked out with them now as your teammates?
Well, playing against them it honestly stinks because they're so freaking good. I just remember trying to contain them on the power play. I'm on the penalty kill. You get my car up there. He's dancing, moving, and I'm just trying not to fall over. And then he dishes it off to McKinnon, unless he puts one right through. That's fine in the back of the net. And then McKinnon's doing his thing on the half wall, and you don't know where he's putting the puck because he moves so fast. His legs, his feet, his hands, and you can't really contain him. So to be on this side of it with them is a lot more enjoyable. So I'm pretty pumped about that. But I think just their overall demeanor and how they are, their attitude, their focus, you can tell how committed these guys are. And that trickles down throughout the whole team, and everyone just so dialed in. And not just the players, the whole organization, whether it's the trainers, the massage therapists, the coaches, everyone is just so dialed in, and it makes coming to the rink just awesome because we know where everyone's mind is at, where everyone wants to get to, and we're all on the same page that way.
All right, I'm curious because, again, you're new to town. He's not been your teammate yet, but I know you're aware of what he's meant in the league. I'm sure you faced off against him in your time in Minnesota. What is it like knowing that Gabe Landeskog by next week could be walking through those doors and be a part of this dressing room again?
It's incredible. I mean, we can go on and on about what he's gone through and how he's battled and the rehab and I haven't even seen. I've only been here for however many days and just seen it, but I can't imagine the last 2 or 3 years what he's gone through and just to keep plugging along. And it's a physical battle, but the mental battle is got to be extreme. And he just does it with just so much class and just, I don't know. I can't even describe it, but it's so positive and it's very contagious how he goes about it every day. No complaints, no nothing, just puts his head down and works and doing what he can to get back. So to have him come in and be a part of our lineup with the lineup that we already had, the depth that we already have is, man, it gets me even more jacked up just thinking about it. A guy of his caliber, the player he is, but also the leader he is. He's been here. What's he been the captain since he was 19?
Yeah.
He knows what it takes. He's won it before. Those are guys you need and want in your lineup and just to have in your locker room. And he brings so much, just an all-around player, all-around leader. That would be unbelievable to have him in the mix.
Yeah, and again, you played against him for years. You guys were in that playoff series back in 2014. And again, like Gabe still got a ways to go, but at his best as a two-way player, that guy was a real pain in the ass to play against, wasn't he?
Yeah, he sure was. Because he's just a solid player. He works hard. He has the skill, but he works his butt off. He's not afraid to get his nose dirty. He can play anywhere too, and those guys are the true hockey players. Like that's what you want. That's what you think of when you think of the definition of a hockey player: someone who plays every situation, someone who has an all-around game, can adapt to any type of game and have success. And he's done that for for a long time. And then you add the whole leadership aspect of it, and how he treats people, how he takes care of himself, and how he leads by example in what he does. So just overall, the full package. And those guys are so valuable.
Charlie Coyle of the Avalanche. Again, Kings and Ducks over the weekend, and then it is on to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Charlie, according to Wikipedia, can you confirm for me this is true? Was your wife Miss Minnesota USA?
Before I knew who she was, yes, that's what I've read. She was.
Okay. Do you guys ever watch beauty pageants together? And does she offer critical analysis? Like if you were watching a hockey game, making comments to her, can she sit down and tell you what's up in the pageant world? Like she's Kramer.
The posture's not straight enough or something like that.
Yeah, not that we've watched too many, but if there happens to be one on, then yeah, it's like I'm in the back seat and trying to learn, and she's got the she knows what's going on there, and she gives her 2 cents a little bit. But it is funny now that you mention it, if we're watching a hockey game or whatever, and I'm trying to explain to her, it's kind of the exact opposite if that were the case. But there's not too many on. It's not like it's on every night and we're doing that. But I'm not too big on those things, so don't give me that.
Hey, it's just, again, you never know. Like, you got to match the dress color to the eye color.
But
Are you doing the right talent? Are you a good enough singer? All that good stuff. Like
that talent. You went for the wrong thing there.
That stuff's critical.
All right, Charlie. So we talked to Ross Colton a lot. We've been enjoying this. Hopefully you have too. Hopefully you're around next year and years beyond, and we can talk to you again.
We'll bother you forever.
We will. We're warning you. We talked to Ross Colton on the regular, and he's a big Giants fan, we've learned. And Ross goes full just fan experience, and we love it. He's upset about whatever they do at quarterback. He doesn't know what they've been doing with DeVito. So we will offer you Charlie Coyle, New England Patriots fan, 4th overall pick. Who you hoping to see? Let's go draft analyst here. Who you got here in a couple weeks?
Oh, I'm the wrong guy to ask for that, honestly. You know what? I love football. I never played on a team, but I love throwing the football. It's obviously, besides hockey, it's my favorite sport. But I don't know the ins and outs. I've never studied it. I don't know the players. I don't know the draft. I don't know college football. That's beyond me. So I just see what comes up on ESPN every now and then, and I don't know exactly what the Pats need. I just like watching them play, and so I honestly, I hate to break it to you, but I can't give you my analysis because it won't be good, and I honestly have no clue.
If anybody else asks you, just say Travis Hunter. He's a CU kid just because they need Travis Hunter, and nobody will argue with you.
So that's the only name I kind of know, but of course, you say anything and people would be and give you crap for it, right? But hopefully it works out, and yeah, I'm just pulling for him. Hopefully the Pats get better and better.
You won the Guy Lafleur Trophy as the MVP of the QMJHL back in 2012. Where do you keep your Guy Lafleur Trophy?
I think it's kind of funny. They give you a ring for it.
Okay.
And so I was going through stuff, honestly, maybe a week or so before I got traded, and I found it because we had just moved houses too in Boston before this season started, and I hadn't fully taken things out, so I just pulled out a bag, and it happened to be in it, and I was like, oh, I should probably put this out somewhere, in the house. So I literally just did, and it must have been a week or two later I was traded. So that's going to have to just go back in a box and
put it back in that bag.
Moved again.
It'll get moved somewhere. Who knows? Guy Lafleur Trophy, though. That's a pretty good one.
It's not as good as a Messier, but.
Is this true that you are the cousin of the great Tony Amonte?
Yes. That is true.
Very cool. True. All right. I don't really have a Tony Amonte question for you, just as a kid that grew up in Chicago. Do me a favor. Just tell him I said hello. That's all that I want you to do for me. Big number 10, Tony Amonte, skating with JR, Jeremy Roenick back in the day. How cool is Tony Amonte?
Yeah, he's a guy I've always looked up to and tried to really follow and emulate his footsteps, because when you have a cousin who's playing in the NHL and you're growing up as a little kid, it just makes it seem that much more attainable.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, if someone in my family can do it, then why can't I? So I feel very lucky in that aspect that I had a cousin or two who played in the NHL. And of course, Tony was number 10 at times. And
you're number 10 now.
I think that kind of went into me being number 10. I never was, and I always liked the number. I think it was because Tony was it, and a few of my cousins I grew up playing with always took 10. I think because of him. So that kind of played into my decision with 10 this year. But he's been awesome. He helped coach my prep school team a little bit. He'd come every now and then and give us 2 cents and help us out, and always available if I were to ask him, questions on anything. He's always available. We have a pretty tight-knit family of a lot of cousins, extended family, and just all hockey players and people who love the game. So it's fun to grow up with the family that we did, and of course watching Tony all those years and going to games when he come to Boston, and again trying to follow in his footsteps and get to where he was.
You guys do know about the Waz story, right? And there's ring in his ears, and he can't hear your trash talk. At least yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I got to imagine Monte was around the crease.
Yeah, exactly. Charlie Coyle, everybody, of the Colorado Avalanche, big number 10. The Avalanche, 2 games to go in the regular season, and then it is on to the playoffs. Charlie, man, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Welcome to Colorado. Thanks for doing this, man.
Thank you, guys. I had a blast. You guys kept it entertaining for me, so I appreciate that. Hopefully talk soon.
All right, Charlie Coyle with us right there.
Well, that was the
that was FOP status right there.
Who was our guy, Adazio? Don't get him near Adazio.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Matty B wanted us to ask him if he knew who Steve Grogan was. That would have been you think he knows?
He's too young for that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a deep pull. Right there. You're
But
talking
probably
80s Patriots quarterbacks right there.
You know what I love there? Could he have been more Boston?
I know, right?
Like, that was awesome. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, here's the other thing is you got to think like, okay, so he played Minnesota for a long time, so you have to think like maybe it got tamped down. Then he goes back to Boston, and I'm sure it completely came out after that.
Well, I mean, DMac's from Boston. I don't hear any of what we just heard from
No, but
Charlie coming out of DMac.
Yeah, but I mean, Charlie lived in Boston 3 weeks ago, so
oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's a little fresher for him.
That's a good point.
Yes,
it's been a month.
Charlie Coyle, great to have him here with us on the show. That was an awful lot of fun. 2012 Guy Lafleur Trophy winner, Charlie Coyle.
That's lame. Did he actually see the trophy? If it's just a damn ring, say it's a ring.
I mean, you
don't even get a trophy.
I would hope they'd have
Could he
one.
buy we should have asked him. Was a replica of it?
I don't know what the budget is for trophies in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League.
What do you think the ring looks like? Just your typical Justin's class ring with like some weird diamond in it or something?
Oh, Justin's. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Final segment brought to you by our friends at Good Times. If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet, the fish fry sandwich, available for a limited time at Good Times. Let's hear from David Adelman. DMac down there grabbing the audio. Shout out to our dude DMac, PhDMac. Yes, we need to hear from David Adelman. What is the status of Jamal Murray for tonight?
Jamal, at this point, looks like he's going to play. We're still waiting to get the total thumbs up from the training staff. With Russ, he'll have his role like he did the other night. If that's 30 minutes, if that's 16, this is a big game. And so you play the people that are playing well. It's not about one individual player, one person. All those guys in that room are together, and they're all going to be treated the same way outside of, obviously, 15. So if we're going to play whoever the last 5 are in this game, we're going to play the guys that are playing well to win the game. That's all that matters. And we've talked about that a lot as a group. Write all the articles you want. Like, we're good, and we're going to play the guys to win the game.
Spoiler alert, though, Jokic will be on the floor.
Yeah, we do know that. But that is, listen, man, that's
Hey, Coach, you're really giving away your strategy by admitting 15 is going to be out there, aren't you?
Jokic will be there. What do you think that means, though, for us? I mean, look, I think if he plays the right way and he's not turning the ball over and missing shots, he'll be out there. But if it goes back to looking like you talked about the other day where it's starting to trend the wrong direction, then you're going to go a different direction, right?
I view it a little bit of a different way. I think he's going to play tonight because I think you got to be careful with Jamal's minutes.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to stay that way.
Interesting. Okay.
And I tell you what, man, assist to turnover ratio. Jalen Pickett's is a hell of a lot better than Russell Westbrook's. And what are you looking for out of a backup point guard? And especially if Jalen's going to knock down corner threes, there's a ton of value in that. Russ is a dynamic talent, absolutely. But what is the key to the non-Jokic minutes? Don't just puke the lead back. And if Pickett can give that to you, I really could see a world, especially when we get into playoff rotations and Jamal's hopefully healthy enough to be able to play 37, 38, 39, 40 minutes a night. I can keep counting. I really know how to do that. Illinois Public Schools, shout out. But if he's healthy enough to play and play big minutes, I don't know what Russ's role is. Because right now, what's he giving you? He's not hitting shots.
No, you're right.
He's turning the ball over too much.
Yep.
Ugh. That's not really what you're looking
and maybe
for.
Maybe there comes a point where he's back to giving you the defense that you need. And so if that happens, he's back in.
You know what's cool about Pickett, though? Pickett has what's weird is for a 6'2" guy, he's got defensive versatility.
He's very stout.
Right, exactly.
He does
he's
not
strong.
get knocked backwards by bigger guys because he just lowers his weight and
I'm not saying he can go guard fives or anything like that right now, but like how many guys have we seen Jokic struggle